Monmouth Park on the Jersey Shore. Pristine conditions on this Father's Day afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Father's Day, a big deal everywhere. Really big deal here at Monmouth Park. Good crowd, enthusiastic crowd, and the first of 11 races in less than 20 minutes. And the main event, the Get Serious Stakes, a turf sprint on paper, wide open, mad scramble. Here's the field, the one defection. Caravel's brother is out witty. So 10 strong, and as promised, wide open. Amon with Paco, number 6, 7-2, morning line favorite. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a four-time Breeders' Cup champion, Jockey, Rajiv Mirage. Rajiv, like you told me Father's Day was a big deal around here at Monmouth Park. You were lying.
Yeah, when we were walking in, the crowd started filing in, and man, it's getting thicker and thicker by the moment. Just such a special day that everyone looks forward to in this area. I was lucky enough to ride at Monmouth Park for many years, and it's one of the biggest days that people put on their calendar here.
Your little one watching? Anything you want to say?
I have to give a special shout out to my boy Luca, the one who made me a father. I know you're watching today, my son. I love you. Keep watching.
Very cool, Luke. Keep watching, Luca. To all the dads, a very happy Father's Day from all of us at America's Day at the races. Clumsy segue back to the featured event, the Get Serious, and key preps coming in, or key races going in. This was the Jim McKay on the undercard of the Preakness Stakes. Soft ground, Raj. Top 2 exiting this one, including the traffic-dodging Grooms All Business, defending champ in the Get Serious Stakes.
Yeah, Grooms All Business coming to defend his title, and this was a very impressive run. He was the number 1 here in the blue cap, splitting horses. I mean, he got squeezed pretty badly, angled out on the outside. Also coming from this race is third place finisher Smooth B. Grooms All Business, not only was he impressive by the way he finished in this race, but it was his first race since last August. So he was a little bit rusty, as expected, and he still delivered such a big blow at the end.
How different, though, given how soft the ground was that day at Pimlico and the turf course they'll be sprinting over this afternoon?
Well, there might still be a little bit of moisture in this turf course because yesterday there was some moisture. We had a lot of rain 2 days back. The fractional times of the races yesterday were a bit slower, so it goes to show there's some moisture. But this horse has won on firm, he's won on soft. I don't think it matters to him. He's going to run his race.
Having won 3 of his last 4, another key race, the Shakertown at Keeneland. Early on in the meet. Take a look at this. Watch the finish. Our shot in contention. Eamon and Paco flying up the rail, Raj, like he's not going to catch Arzak, who came back and ran second in the Jaipur to that Blur Cogburn, but an eye-catching move up the fence.
Yeah, and Eamon, he does his best running late. This race had featured a fast early pace that pretty much collapsed, but Eamon, he didn't really get clear at all until late. He dove to the inside, he found a narrow seam and just hit his best stride. I think today they'll be looking to try to get Eamon in gear a little bit earlier because if he's too far out of it, it might be tough to make up that ground.
Really exciting edition of the Get Serious Stakes, the Father's Day feature here at Monmouth Park. As we take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The 11 races at Monmouth. A late pick 5 gets started in the 6th. Aforementioned Get Serious, race number 10. Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A. That early pick 5 gets started in the opener. Spectacular bid, race number 3. Pick 6 in the 4th. My flight out of Newark, 8 o'clock. Raj, if I miss it, it's your fault.
Well, we're going to let you off a little bit earlier today. I'll cover for you for the last 2 races because I don't want to be blamed for you missing your flight.
Again. And I'm taking away your Naira Bets account, which if you haven't signed up after last week, I don't know what to tell you. Offer still stands. Get involved. When you do so, use that promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. 64 miles away in New York City, Acacia Clement standing by. Jonathan Kinchin at Aqueduct. JK, a very happy Father's Day to you, my friend.
Well, to you as well, Lafitte. Thank you so much. It's a fun day, right? It's the only day that I get to feel like I'm kind of special.
You should feel special many other days as well. But yeah, happy Father's Day to you. We love when Austin comes around and we get to see him at the track too. And a big happy Father's Day to all the dads and father figures there. I think that my story, like many people, you first went and started watching the racetrack with your dad, you know, and it's a wonderful bond that a lot of people have with their fathers.
Absolutely, yeah. My dad used to drag me to Lone Star Park. That's right. I used to get drugged to the racetrack, and then you know, you fall in love with it, and now I'm dragging my son to the track. So it's the racetrack is a special place for fathers, sons, daughters and fathers. It's a great place.
Absolutely. My dad says even when he was a kid, his grandpa used to take out the races, and he'd have his glass of bourbon and his cigar, and he'd say, "Come on, Brian, let's pick some winners." So I had no shot. It started early. It started generations ago. We've got plenty of exciting racing to talk about today, though, for you and your dad, as we have the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division. Race 3 today, Belmont at the Big A, sprinting on the turf. We saw the girls division the other day with the Keep Boys Joy. The boys of their day in the spotlight here, just one scratch, and really does circle around JK, the big torpedo, who ran so well last time against Open Company in the Woodhaven. Going to be cutting back in distance today. Yeah, the cutback
and the rail, I would suppose, are the biggest obstacles for the big torpedo. But this horse does have a lot of talent. Got a fast speed figure last time. It's just the only concern I have is there's not a ton of speed. There is some ones in the past performances, but the pace figures don't suggest that this pace is going to be particularly quick. The big torpedo is going to have a little bit of work to do to try to run down these leaders into the stretch.
A horse that, as mentioned, just missed last time out in the Woodhaven against Open Company. Did debut sprinting on the turf when finishing second in that first race. So we'll see what he can do, cutting back in distance and getting a little class relief from that Open Company stakes try last time out. And another horse that's cutting back in distance, though, probably the trickiest name on the card, Fidelite Coyote. And this one also running really well in the Jersey Derby last time out, called by Leo Frick, so eligible to run here. But Juan Avila saying the same thing. He's concerned about the shorter distance.
Yeah, the shorter distance obviously a concern here, but I will say that this horse has a little bit more tactical speed than the big torpedo, which will come in handy, I think, in a race like this. But both of these horses that we've talked about so far, both kind of up against it to a certain extent and project to take some money because of the cutback. Turf sprints, in my opinion, are won by horses that have a rapid turn of foot, are pretty speedy types. And so maybe when we get around to it, we'll talk a little bit more about the horse to the outside, Grand Opening, trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, some intriguing horses get into the grass for the first time in that race. We'll talk more about it a little bit later on. And reminder, you can earn an 11% bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. If you bet on the Spectacular Bid Stakes at Belmont at the Big A, you can get an 11% bonus on your ticket winnings. It's a nice little bump for Father's Day. Check out NairaBets.com to opt in today. Live racing about to kick off, just a few minutes away. We'll also look back at what took place at the Jersey Shore yesterday in the Naira Bets Pegasus. It was Tuscan Sky who pulled away from his competition, making a very interesting three-year-old division even more intriguing.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Happy Father's Day. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Join Naira Bets today. Play the action on our program. We mentioned that promo code MATCH200. $200 deposit match. Bet any track anywhere, anytime. NairaBets.com. There was so much bizarre stuff going on yesterday, Raj. We had super close finishes. We had a pair of dead heats, and this Pegasus run really just strange early on in terms of tactics from the riders and race shape. In the end, it was all about Javier Castellano and Tuscan Sky running away and hiding in the Naira Bets Pegasus.
Yeah, very unconventional race shape. However, at the end of the day, Tuscan Sky saved all the ground. He had a perfect trip and just pulled away from his competition. I don't think there's a question after this race who the best horse is coming out of it. Because it is Tuscan Sky.
Good enough to mix it up with some of the best 3-year-olds in the country, perhaps right here in the Naira Bets Haskell, where we believe we'll see defeated favorite Fierceness amongst several others.
Well, if he can duplicate this kind of race, there's no telling how good he is. He won very impressively. And this is a lightly raced horse, right? He's only had this is his 4th race. His first 2 races were wins. So he's on an upward trend. He had one bad race and he had some excuses in the race. But his excuses were he didn't like the kickback in his face. He was resenting it. He didn't face any kickback yesterday. So the story's still out on what happens if he has to be in an adverse position if he starts having kickback in his face.
It's hard to deal with kickback when there's 6 horses and jockeys next to you and essentially nobody in front of you for Tuscan Sky. As we welcome Paul LaDuca to the broadcast. Paulie, very happy Father's Day to you. Your biggest takeaway, yesterday's Pegasus and Tuscan Sky. How impressed were you?
Well, I thought it was a good effort. I mean, you know, a lot of people that were with us on air didn't find it that good. But listen, you can only beat a field with what's lined up against you. And he handled the field well. Blinkers went on. We got an idiot to the right of us here. And I'm just going to go back to you guys.
I don't know if I'd want to be that guy right now. Paul's probably going to handle that, and then we'll reconnect, get his thoughts on Tuscan Sky and this upcoming first race at Monmouth Park. But Javier Castellano, and later the sweep of the Dirt Stakes races, Bright Future, Salvatore Mile. But for Tuscan Sky, as you mentioned, the lack of experience and just the idea of how much better he can be the second half of the season. Sometimes, as you look at the results from yesterday's stakes races, just a wild day of racing, an exciting day of thoroughbred racing, sometimes there can be a benefit to not having. We want to see our stars in the Triple Crown races, but sometimes it is beneficial not to have to go through the rigors of the Triple Crown. Here's the upside for a horse like Tuscan Sky.
Yeah, and horses develop at such a different rate, and some horses don't hit their best stride until they're 3-4, until past their 3-year-old years. So that might be something favorable for Tuscan Sky going forward.
Awesome day of racing. Handicappers, they sent it in. Big day Haskell preview day here at Monmouth Park. Naira Bets Pegasus, Tuscan Sky. Look forward to seeing him in the Haskell. Post-parade race 1, New Jersey bred maiden sprinting on grass, just like we'll see in the feature later this evening. There's Dark Victory, an outsider 20-1, followed by JT3 at 9-1.
Yeah, I picked JT3 as my top choice, getting Lasix coming off the layoff and cutting back in distance.
Cutting back is Vesparo. And number 4, Peeling Lad.
Peeling Lad trying to turf for the first time for good trainer Ben Perkins.
Slew of Talent, 5-race maiden.
He hasn't run in a long time and gets Lasix for his return.
Turf debut for him, and Chaz the Chief.
Chaz the Chief coming off of about a year layoff. Tries turf for the first time.
Ranunculus cuts back in distance.
Was 7 by 9 lengths at this level last time, but was 4 by 6 lengths when he tried sprinting on the grass.
Wild Jaime and Hyro.
This one had a good 3rd place finish on the grass first time out and hasn't been on the grass since.
Favorite, Legendary Thunder.
Deserving favorite coming off a 2nd place finish last time.
Frankie G, Sammy Camacho, followed by Spirit in the Light, 4-race maiden, turf debut.
Turf debut, which has a lot of early speed. This son of Exaggerator will be trying to turf for the first time.
That's the field. 11 strong New Jersey bred maidens who will graduate. We'll find out in about 4 minutes as you look at number 5 in Slew of Talent. We haven't seen a slew of talent. Perhaps that changes today. Maybe he poses an upset. The favorite, number 9, Legendary Thunder. 9-5, first of 11 from Monmouth when we come back.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back just in time. First of 11, Monmouth Park. There's an 11-1 shot. Chaz the Chief, like several others, try and grasp for the first time here. And Raj, while Legendary Thunder. First off, why is he as heavy of a favorite as he is, number 9?
He's run second at the level last time and showing speed, and 2 starts back, he also ran 3 starts back. He ran second, going 5/8. So he's a legitimate horse that's going to be a major player in this race. Look, these races have been so competitive at Monmouth Park, and such great betting races. I would not be looking to take a maiden in an 11-horse field at a short price that is going out for low percentage connections. It's just not my cup of tea. Is he the horse to beat? Does the race revolve around him? I would say yes. Is he a likely winner? Probably. But he wouldn't dominate the race for me. So.
All right, so if this is not his day and he doesn't earn that first career win, who has the most upside to pose a would-be upset?
The 2 most intriguing horses for me, I'm going to start with the number 2, JT3. That was my choice. Ken Sweezy brings this one back. First time for him, so off the trainer switch. He's never raced against New Jersey breds when he's on the grass. He's only been against New Jersey breds on dirt. When he raced on grass, it was against Open Company, which brings in a bigger selection of horses. Now he gets into this restricted company. I think he's amongst his foes today. Gets to the Lasix for the first time. And then my next horse would be number 8, Wild Jamie. His only turf race was in his debut, and he ran a great 3rd place finish at the Meadowlands. Those are my 2 horses that I would kind of lean towards.
Jairo Rendon, second in the rider standings, but it's getting closer here at Monmouth, Paulie. And then you have Vesparo, number 3. Your thoughts on him going in, cutting back in trip?
Well, I think he's the other horse in here when you look at his stablemate. The 9's the horse to beat in here. And I want to say I do want to apologize what happened before. I got someone yelling obscenities at me. When they yell obscenities at me, I usually do better in a ballpark, but when crowd surroundings, I couldn't hear myself, so I apologize. I usually am clutch under those situations, but did not happen. But I do think Legendary Thunder is actually the horse to beat in here, and I get it, the horse is 6-5, but you go back and you look, and the horse is tactically just probably better than his stablemate, the 3 in here, and the 3 probably a little bit behind the 8 ball. when it comes to that aspect, when it comes to Vespero, a horse that, you know, is coming out of a mile race, now cutting back to 5 furlongs. Now the 9 horse in here has shown tactical speed. You know, the other horse in here is probably 11. I thought at 15, the one, that horse had a little bit of a look in here. But if I was going to split hairs, the 8 had a little bit of look and this and that. But, you know, this race is so, the rest of the card's so wide open. I would just take a shot and try to single the 9 here if you're playing the pick 5, to be honest with you.
That kind of race with the even money favorite there in Legendary Thunder. Why are you heckling Paul, Raj? Man's trying to do his job. He's trying to give our viewers a selection. Why are you heckling? Why don't you leave the man alone, let him do his job?
I'm going to add fuel to the fire, Paul. This is not a good single in the first leg in the sequence. I just think that this horse is vulnerable in many ways, and he could win, but there's better chances a single down the line.
It's going to blow right through that stop sign, are you? They move into line. First of 11 on Father's Day from Monmouth Park. Matt Ditterman is standing by.
Lad the gray horse, Legendary Thunder. Slew of Talent, post 5. Two back, Frankie G. And to the outside, Spirit in the Night. Spirit in the Night. Coming up, go again. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Father's Day 2024 at Monmouth Park. Frankie G out alertly. Spirit of the Night has speed as well. Legendary Thunder right off of them. Ranunculus inside of that rival. Peeling Lad the Gray Horse is next, about 5 lengths off the pace. Wild Jaime joins him. JT3 right behind those runners. He's running 8 lengths off the lead as they sail into the far turn run. Next in the field is Slew of Talent going into that far turn. Chaz the Chief just passed him. Second to last, well out of it is Vesparo, and Dark Victory can see them all as they approach the top of the lane. Frankie G, Spirit in the Night right together as they swing off the corner. Spirit in the Night on the outside. Frankie G inside, still nose and nose with a furlong to go, and Ranunculus is joining the fun on the front end, takes the lead. Ranunculus, but Legendary Thunder is coming with a big surge, and Legendary Thunder gets up to win it. Ranunculus second home, then Spirit in the Night, and Peeling Lad was fourth.
See what happens when you keep on picking on me?
Drop literally off the set tells you that it was Legendary Thunder's race to lose. He was the single. He would graduate, and the favorite does just that. Tires, Paul's fired up.
It's been a roller coaster half an hour for Paul LaDuca. What a swing of emotions.
Fireworks on Father's Day at Monmouth Park. Legendary Thunder. What was the difference today, Raj, as he found his best stride late?
Well, the Jockey Torres, he rode such a good race. He let this pace get ahead of him instead of getting involved in that duel, which is something that Legendary Thunder has been doing. He's been dueling and then fading in the stretch. The pace developed a 3-pronged battle up front. Torres just sat patiently off them, and in the end, he won by this much. That's what made the difference.
It's a 5-furlong turf sprint. We have a turf sprint in the feature event a little bit later on. Do you find that when you're riding a late runner, it's more difficult to be patient because it's such a short distance, such a short sprint?
Yes, because you know it's a short journey, so you're always feeling like you have to make an early move or be close to the pace because it's a short distance. But sometimes what happens is in these shorter distance races, the pace is so fast that you're more beneficial to let them duke it out at least for a little bit and then take it to them after.
9-7, 11, 4-10 here at Monmouth Park. Acacia, JK, we were just getting started 1 down, 10 left here at Monmouth Park. Who knows what we're going to see this afternoon?
It's going to be a long show, Lafitte. Lafitte's going to be running to the airport for his flight even sooner than usual. He's going to be there at Newark like 6 hours early.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting rough here. I mean, Acacia's been yelling at me for the last 15 minutes, so we'll see what happens.
Well, let's bring a little sanity to the show. Race 1 coming up here at Belmont at the Big A, sprinting on the main track in this $40,000 claiming event. Let's welcome in Maggie Wolfendale for a paddock report.
Yeah, I'm Musa down here, Acacia, as it is a glorious afternoon here in South Ozone Park, Queens, at the Big A. I'm really enjoying just this nice breeze off Jamaica Bay. I'm chilling as we have horses here in the paddock for this first race. We'll check in with your 2 favorites, beginning with number 1, the She's a Little Edgy, as she does look to be the main speed from the inside for Linda Rice, and she is your typical dirt sprinter. She's about as wide as she is tall with those really well-developed hindquarters. She looks more like a quarter horse than she does a thoroughbred, and that's fine when you are what she is, and that's a front-running type, and she's incredibly healthy coming in here for Linda, and I think she had a little bit more company up front. We'll see if Fancy Azteca applies some pressure today, and if that softens her up, as she's awesome towards the outside. She's going to be, I think, close enough, but she is advantageously drawn towards the outside, and sometimes these horses claimed away from Linda, they tend to go in the wrong direction, as she was avoided claim 2 back, and she not gave up on her, but was ready to get her out of the barn for the 20 last time. Though she touted herself, Acacia, when she walked down here in the paddock, really nicely on the bridle, really well turned out.
Maggie, thank you. We'll meet the field post-parade coming up here. JK starting off with She's a Little Edgy, second last time out.
Yeah, has a little speed from the inside. I thought this one was pretty dangerous, although I leaned a little bit elsewhere. Definitely one to beat.
Dropping class for I'm Buzzy.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of early speed. Always a concern for me when we're sprinting.
Collect Dat trying to turn things around.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem fast enough. If you look 3 back, that race just seems to stand out like a sore thumb.
Here's the 6, She's Awesome, first off the claim.
Yeah, this is interesting. Voided claim, then claim for 20 now. Rudy runs for 40.
Stepping up in class here. And Fancy Azteca, 4th, behind She's a Little Edgy last out.
Yeah, I like this horse. This is where I'm going to go. The 7, Fancy Azteca, drawn towards the outside, was inside speed last time. Now gets the comfortable outside position. I think we'll appreciate that one a little bit more, and there's nothing wrong with Irad Ortiz in the saddle.
Irad Ortiz, who had a big day yesterday here at Belmont at the Big A, including winning the feature race, the Bed of Roses, aboard Exceed, who he's actually now undefeated with. All 4 of her victories have come with Irad Ortiz in the saddle, and he put her in the right position to get the win here yesterday.
Yeah, look, this is a great 2, but this is a serious race.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely a precursor of what's to come this summer, hopefully in the Ballerina. But as you see, all these horses are right here in the picture finishing. Typically, I would look at that as a negative, but not with this level of horses. I thought that this was a pretty tough group, and Exceed showed up and showed out.
She certainly did, holding off just Catherine, who ran very, very well, cutting back in distance with the wider trip, too. Able to knife through in between horses, Exceed finishing up at that point and coming back off the layoff. She's now 2 for 2 as a 4-year-old, and definitely could make things interesting. As Andy Serling and I were talking about the other day, the boys' dirt sprint division's a little lacking, with horses like Elite Power having retired. The girls this year, though, is a really deep and contentious division.
Oh, absolutely. You look at a horse like Vava, who's likely the kind of the best sprinter, female sprinter in the country. But the 3-year-olds, I think, late in the year might want to be heard from a little bit too, like Ways and Means, the way that she ran, and her whoever wins that test, I think will have a say in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare sprint.
It'll be very fun to see how the test in Ballerina play out this summer. But there's Irad Ortiz's mount today, Fancy Azteca, who is feeling fresh out on the track. And she normally does have that early speed, which could be a benefit. Has the outside post in here today. How do you see the race playing out tactics-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Fancy Azteca has some tactical speed. And like I said, last time was stuck down on the inside. I think that, you can win from the inside speed. You're going to save ground. But I don't think it's always the most comfortable. I think sometimes when you can switch from inside to outside, it's just a more comfortable trip, and she projects to get that. I mean, I guess the horse in here that this whole race kind of centers around is the 6, She's Awesome, who ran extremely fast last time. but that was against a $20,000 claimer. She was claimed that day, and now Rudy's running her for 40, which I think is interesting. It's definitely a sign of confidence. To me, that says he doesn't want to lose her. And it says that I think that she's probably going to run well. You have to make a decision on where you want to go with the 6. She's awesome.
With how well she ran, and given the competition that she ran for, she did win for 25 2 starts back. But last time out, that figure is just so much higher than anything she's run recently.
Absolutely. I mean, if she runs that race again, she'll win this race by 5 open links, and Flavian will be, petting her mane when they cross the wire. So we'll see. It's a little bit of a confusing situation with the voided claim, the claim, and then the raise in class. She's on a 3-race win streak. I'm very curious to see how she runs. It's a weird situation if you're playing this pick 5. To me, it's like you either single the 6 or like you kind of got to use all of them, hoping to try to catch a price in here. I would look towards the 7 Fancy Aztec. I think it's a little bit more interesting from a price standpoint.
Tough read on the favorite. For more on some of the other contenders, though, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
And when it comes to warm-ups, Acacia, we saw the 2 main speed horses, and She's a Little Edgy and Fancy Azteca. They got relatively quiet warm-ups. For the most part, they stayed with the pony until Fancy Azteca was turned loose more towards the backside. So kind of keeping them both a bit quiet, whereas the other horses who project to sit just off of them actually got good gallops into them. And the one that, honestly, I thought was moving the best is number 2 in here, and that's I'm Buzzy, a horse that I liked going into this race on paper, given the fact that she gets a class relief now. I think she's been facing tougher company, and sometimes she gets that fast pace to close into, sometimes she doesn't, but no matter what, she seems to run her race regardless of dynamics. And it's been a long time since I had last seen her. I think going back to early winter, late fall of last year, and she looks 10 times better in her coat, 10 times better in her weight, and I think it's just moving better. It really feels like since Pat Reynolds has reclaimed her, he's really figured her out. But now, as far as entering her, is being realistic, and I think this 40 is the right spot for her. So hoping there is a little speed for her to close into today. Acacia?
See how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you. Yeah, it does depend on what the 6 and 7 do. Are they going to be aggressive? Your favorites there from the outside, as well as She's a Little Edgy from the inside. But, I mean, you watch back in her last race, JK, with She's a Little Edgy, and Jose Loscano, who was up last time and will be aboard today, he asked her really hard at the start. It wasn't like She's a Little Edgy at quite as much gate speed as some of the others in here.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say this about She's a Little Edgy. They're swapping, right? They're swapping the situation. She's a Little Edgy was outside last time. Now she's going to be inside. And then the 7 Fancy Azteca, now she's going to be towards the outside when she was inside last time. So they're swapping positions here, and I give the edge to Fancy Azteca, although I'm not convinced that She's a Little Edgy can't win. I just prefer the outside horse.
We'll see how it plays out. There's a lot happening in Equestrians today for a restaurant that's not even open. There's just a lot happening in here. For those that might be wondering, there is no air conditioning in Equestria, so if you're thinking about coming out, that's why the restaurant is not open today. We're obviously typically not here this time of year, but obviously we hope that we'll get a chance to see many fans at the track, and wherever you are watching or celebrating, coming out to the races. It's always great to see the families coming out and enjoying a fun day at the track. Looking like Monmouth Park absolutely packed today. Oh my gosh, yeah, I mean it's a beautiful day right there on the Jersey Shore, and if it's not too late, you can. I mean, we want you to watch the show, but yeah, I have no problem if you decide to grab Dad and head over to Monmouth, or to head out here to the Big A. Yep. And you don't got to come up to Equestrians, just hang out down on the first floor. That's where all the action is anyways. Absolutely. Little breeze out there today. Art director Mitch Levitas loves a good flag shot, as a lovely afternoon here for Father's Day, as favoritism has now actually shifted over to She's a Little Edgy. Does that surprise you a bit? No. I mean, she ran well last time, right? I mean, I like the 7 Fancy Azteca, and if you watch based on their last race, She's a Little Edgy ran, quote, better than she did. So it's not shocking. Linda always going to take a little bit of money. I will be shocked, however, if when they break away from there, the 6 She's Awesome is not
the favorite. So I've got circle a couple more times so that the yellow font can move to the 6, please.
There we go.
There we go.
His prediction came true. About to load in race 1 coming up Belmont at the Big A here on this Father's Day. As Jockey mentioned, Pick 5 starts here, so best of luck if you're playing, getting involved with the sequence. That does include the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division, which will go as race number 3 today. Kicking off the live racing action in New York, we'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call.
Collect Dat goes in. 2 out. She's Awesome. And Fancy Azteca. Fancy Azteca goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Fancy Azteca from the far outside, right to the front. She's a little edgy, is now going to tip right towards the 2 path and stalk the pace setter. Settling into 3rd is Collect Dat, the 2 at the back. Late running, I'm Buzzy with She's Awesome. They're chasing Fancy Azteca, who broke sharply, got right to the front and gets over to the rail, is up by a full length with She's a Little Edgy. Just off of her is stalking from 2nd at the rail. I'm Buzzy. He's got some forward momentum. In between horses, She's Awesome, and 3 wide in that trailing group is Collect Dat. 22 and 3, and they're still chasing Fancy Azteca. Arad Ortiz Jr. is up by a half length. She's a Little Edgy, and Jose Lascano, they're ready to pounce towards the outside, but still in hand. It's Fancy Azteca doing it nicely. Collect Dat is all in here, is now a challenging 3rd. In between horses, She's Awesome. I'm Buzzy is trying to make up the ground. Fancy Azteca hits the top of the stretch and has not been asked yet. It's Fancy Azteca who now gets encouraged to finish it off. And here's Fancy Azteca sprinting away. She's a Little Edgy as a clear 2nd. The rest with too much to do. Fancy Azteca is opening up here in the opener. It's all Fancy Azteca at 5-2. Fancy Azteca wins it. She's a Little Edgy. I'm Buzzy up for 3rd in 1 minute 16.48 seconds.
Fancy Azteca takes them gate to wire. Irad Ortiz in the saddle. Nice call. JK kicking off the show with the winner.
It was really just because of the white socks. Is that what they call it? Are they socks when they're that high? When they go to the knee?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Just making sure. So I said that one time on air and someone tweeted correcting
Do you know that, well, I mean, I could be wrong with the actual terminology, but that's what I would say. But do you know, like a lot of old-time, not old-timers, but a lot of, racing people that have been in the game for a long time, 4 white feet is, the biggest no-no.
I've heard that before.
Yeah.
I've heard that before.
Like, Christoph will not go 4 white feet. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild. And look, you see the top of the stretch here. It's one of my favorite things in racing, especially if I've bet the horse or picked the horse. When Irad is in the stretch and he's doing the underhanded shoulder tap, just know that he's going to win. It's his showing off sign that he's loaded, I think. And that's exactly what he did there with Fancy Azteca. I mean, she absolutely beat the gate. I mean, she popped away from there and gave him every opportunity to win this race.
Yeah, looking at the head-on at the start, she's in the outside post, and you can see just how quick, and he clears right away, too. And from the pan shot, you could see she was well in front of the other horses within just a couple strides.
Yeah, I mean, I thought she was going to sit comfortable from the outside post position and take advantage of it, but she got to the rail pretty quickly in this situation. You can see right here. She was impressive.
Pulling away, he hadn't even asked her yet, and Jose Lascano was already kind of scrubbing on She's a Little Edgy, chasing her in second. 7-1-2-6. The favorite, She's Awesome, off that claim. She did not show much speed at all. In fact, she was last early today, and she did end up closing for 4th, but I think right to kind of be treading a little carefully with a horse like that at a short price. Yeah,
it's just when you start having a hard time understanding what's happening, it's to me it's usually one or the other. It's never in the middle. It's either really good and she was going to run off the screen and run like Fancy Azteca did, or it was going to be the opposite where she was 4th.
Fancy Azteca with the win, though. Irad Ortiz picking up where he left off after yesterday's 4-win day here in New York. Prices and more live racing from Belmont at the Big A in Monmouth Park after this.
this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 1 in the books. And Irad Ortiz picks up his first of the day on Father's Day. Irad, a father of 3. You need to celebrate in the winner's circle with Fancy Azteca.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was impressive. She popped away from there, and like we were talking about before the break, here's that shoulder tap when you know that you're not going to get past him or that he's going to run past you. There's a couple of them there. And that's when you know it's over, when Irad's aboard.
Just a little flick of the wrist. That's it. Irad Ortiz leaving just enough with Fancy Azteca, who accelerates to pull away from She's a Little Edgy, who was chasing her throughout. She was definitely best and able to control the pace there in the opener, picking up the first win of the day, $7.90 winner and a top pick from JK to start off the card here at Belmont at the Big A. Plenty more live racing still to come, though, both here in New York and at Monmouth Park. Here, Belmont at the Big A will be on the main track once again, going a mile, a $10,000 claiming race coming up next. As the number 7, let's look to be a straight 7-7 double. Candy Tycoon taking attention, as well as Gun Maestro for Linda Rice, who's really kind of zipped through his conditions.
Yeah, you know, Linda will do that from time to time. It seems like when she gets them going in the right direction, she'll plow through those conditions without a doubt.
Stepping up now to the next level of competition, as we'll see if he can make it 3 in a row. But as mentioned, back over to Monmouth Park on this Father's Day card. We'll see if things have settled down a little bit over at the Jersey Shore. Check in once again with Lafitte and Raj.
Yeah, all is well for the time being, but we'll see how it unfolds with race number 2 coming up. $10,000 maiden claimers. They're on the track. We'll meet the field in just a moment, but first, Paula Duca standing by with John Himes, the director of racing here at Monmouth Park. Polly.
Yeah, you're right, Lafitte. I am with John Himes, also the in-house counsel. He's also turned into my in-house security guard as well. John, by the way, happy Father's Day.
Same to you and all the fathers.
This is a big day. We've talked about this before. This has gotten as big as Haskell Day, Father's Day.
Father's Day is one of the biggest for us. Yeah, we'll have 25,000 people for sure. They come out, they support Monmouth Park, and on the heels of yesterday's big day also, it's just a nice weekend for us here.
Well, let's talk about yesterday. It was Haskell Preview Day. Phenomenal. I know you've been in racing for a long time. 2 dead heats, 2 nose bobs. There was an unbelievable amount of racing, and a lot of action was sent in.
Yeah, the 10.8 million nearly, biggest day we've had in handle in almost 15 years outside of a Haskell Day. I think it just speaks volumes to the work done by the racing office here, by the marketing department here, and the number of people that show up just to support this place. And to watch those races that we put on yesterday, it was one after the next, one excitement after the next, and you turn the page and it was just, okay, next race, this one's just as good. So I think everybody that showed up had a great time and really enjoyed the races.
Well, we love to be a part of it and being in Naira Bets. You know, obviously the Haskell, July 20th. We do have July 4th weekend as well. Anything else to look forward to?
Well, the Haskell, obviously, our biggest day. Hopefully some of those from yesterday I'll be back in on that card. And, I mean, if that's preview day, I can't imagine how good Haskell Day is going to be.
Yeah, and then Haskell Day Lafitte. The best part is you always get to hear Born to Run.
As the field parades in front of that massive crowd for the Naira Bets Haskell, Monmouth signature race, 3-year-olds, and that much more important this year, Raj, because of the 3-year-old division and its wide open nature after the Triple Crown.
Yeah, it's really intense right now in the 3-year-old divisions because the top races are spread amongst different horses, and everyone wants to win that championship. And these races become more important with championship implications.
10.8 million. Great stuff yesterday, Haskell Preview Day, as we look ahead to the Haskell on the 20th of July. And look ahead to this $10,000 maiden claimer. Here's the field with Lake Chapala. You just saw there's the Heights, claimed from Lindsay Schultz by Mario Saray. The Saray barn going very well. And Timo, 16-race maiden.
The 0 for 16 maiden will be hoping for a pace meltdown as he'll be far off the pace early.
Crown That Saint just missed in his latest at 11-1, then quicker than quick, Raj. Not so far.
Yeah, switching back to the dirt, hoping to regain some form, putting the blinkers on.
Imagine Ice, Claudio Gonzalez, last season's leading trainer, saddled 3 winners yesterday afternoon, and then Joel's Boy, 3rd at 44-1 in his latest.
At least a little bit of interest and showed marked improvement for the new barn, finishing 3rd last time and stretches out around 2 turns today.
8 of them. Mile and a 16th. First dirt race of the afternoon. $10,000 maiden claimer. All winless, all for sale. Raj, who graduates?
I picked the number 2, Lake Chapala. It's a juicy 14-1 right now, the longest shot on the board. This horse improved significantly with the stretch out in distance last time. Actually had a pretty tough trip, lunging at the break, was behind, made an early move to get into contention and then flattened out. With a better break today, this horse could assert himself close to the lead and be in contention to get first run on the closers.
Big price, Raj's top selection. 14-1, the favorite. The Heights towards his outside. Is this Lindsay Schultz? We know how good of a trainer she is. Strength to strength as far as stable moving for the Heights. First after the claim, Mario Saray. Saray has had a bang-up meet thus far.
Yeah, I mean, moving to a hot trainer, coming from a top trainer. This horse comes out of the same race as Lake Chapala last time, and they were just separated by a nose on the wire. So almost another reason why I like Lake Chapala. And the Heights had a pretty good trip in that race. Didn't have any visual excuses. Maybe the new barn can turn it around. This horse was actually knocking at the door at a higher level prior to its last race. So if it can revert back to that form and just improve a little bit, it's definitely going to be a major factor in here.
The Heights, 2-1. Number 1, Nicole's King, live on the board at 7-2. It's Joe Bravo. It's his 3rd career start going back to the main track. But in 2 races thus far, he's beat 2 horses. Is that just a reflection of the rest of the field and competition in this $10,000 maiden claimer, I suppose?
Well, I picked Nicole's King in its last race because it was taking a significant drop in class, and I thought that would be graduation day. But however, it was its first race on the turf, and Nicole's King didn't show up with any race. I think that if Nicole's King runs back to its debut race, its 2 starts back, 100% going to be the winner. I think this is the most likely winner of the race.
Wow, okay.
If you can put a line through that turf race and go by the first race, it's virtually unbeatable in this race against these horses. So I can see a very good stance on people who are betting this horse at 7-2. It's actually a really good value on him.
Nicole's King, Joe Bravo. Paulie, you said the favorite was a lock in the opener. The favorite delivered in the opener. What about this one as we look at Crown That Saint, who a big effort in his last, just coming up a neck short at 11-1?
Well, I think it worries me a little bit that she leaves or he leaves the Lindsay Schultz barn, but you go to a good barn in Mario Suri, who's having a phenomenal meet. So I understand exactly what Rajiv's going with the heights. I think he is the one to beat in here. You do lose Paco Lopez, which is not a good thing, but like I said, at 9-5, I think that's about the right price. I wouldn't take much lower than that. Now, the 7 on the outside, I liked a little bit originally, but I keep on looking, and I'm wondering if this horse keeps on dropping and kind of has a turf pedigree, to be honest with you, and like hasn't done much, no exacta finishes at all, and that worries me a little bit. So there's so many question marks in this whole field. I just thought this race was so wide open. I could completely see the 1, Nicole's King, from Mike Maselli, a horse that's a little unknown. But I landed on the 5 in here, Crown That Saint. If you look at the PPs on this horse, they had been tinkering with blinkers on the 5. They took the blinkers off 2 starts ago, 2 better efforts. Last time was the first time the horse has been around 2 turns. I know it reads a mile, but all the rest of those miles were 1-turn miles. And this horse had the best race of his career, so maybe going around 2 turns is maybe Crown That Saint's forte, Lafitte.
And hoping for a meltdown of sorts, a drop anchor, and came, I don't want to say flying because it wasn't the fastest race, but he did make up a lot of ground late, just falling a neck short. And you can see that crowd from the gate here, and it's always exciting on a bigger day with a good crowd and the start of a race right in front of the fans on the apron.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of energy, and when I was riding and I got in front of the gate like this and the crowd was cheering, it actually spurs me on. It made me feel more like a showman and a sportsman than just, you know, being a robotic jockey.
Who said you're a robotic jockey? That's your nickname for the rest of the day, robotic jockey. Fans here at Monmouth Park, Father's Day, always a highlight of the spring-summer meet, and we're ready to rock and roll in the second race, $10,000 maiden claimer, right in front of the fans. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call post-time, race 2, Monmouth Live on Fox Sports 2.
Will be second to last. To the outside, Joel's Boy. Imaginize goes in. Joel's Boy. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start. Crown That Saint has the most early speed and takes an narrow lead. Lake Chapala not far off as well. The heights moving up. Pretty aggressive here to be part of the action on the lead. And those 3 are pretty much across the track. Lake Chapala and the heights side by side. Crown That Saint right off of them. Now easing off to stock the pace in the 3rd spot. Nicole's King is next with Quicker Than Quick. Timo between that pair. Another length on the outside is Joel's Boy, and Imaginize had to tap on the brakes off of heels. Drops to the back of the pack. Races alone. 5 lengths off the lead as the 8 runners swing up the backstretch. The heights at 2-1 leads the way. 3/4 of a length. Lake Chapala holds the inside spot. Comes right back at him, and Lake Heights reclaims the lead. And Lake Chapala, rather, with the Heights, who's right there. And these 2 are head and head down the backstretch. They lead by about 3 now. They've opened up these top 2. Nicole's King down on the rail 3rd. He's alongside of Crown That Saint. Timo right behind them, approaching the 4-turn run. Estes steady and drops all the way to the back of the pack into the turn. Imaginized is making a run from last. There goes Imaginized. He was last at the half-mile marker and has circled the field, and he's up to take the lead. And Samuel Marin took a peek back. Looks like he's riding riding this horse pretty confident here. Imaginized approaching the top of the stretch is clear by a length. The Heights, though, he's not done. Fighting in the white blinkers on the rails second as they come off the turn. Imaginized still with the lead. The Heights is given way. Nicole's King is ready to roll on the outside. And Nicole's King and Joe Bravo go to the front. Imaginized second. Crown That Saint on the inside, battling in the second spot. Nicole's King, 16th to go. Shakes away as the reins get shaken at him. And he'll prevail. Nicole's King breaks the maiden. Crown That Saint was second, Imaginized third, and the Heights was fourth.
Nicole's King, beat 2 horses in his first 2 races, handles all of his competition on this afternoon. Raj, you said it was a steal at 7-2, so how are you feeling about Nicole's King at 6-1?
This is a massive overlay for Nicole's King, and you just a perfectly timed ride by Joe Bravo, sitting inside, saving ground and angling out. You can see the number 5 here, Crown the Saint, trying to battle back. Definitely improved around 2 turns, but no match for Nicole's King, who didn't do any running on the turf last time, and obviously doesn't want any part of the turf. Finds the surface that he wants today, and most importantly, against the competition that he wants to run against.
Paul's top selection, Crown That Saint, having to settle for a second place finish, 157.38. You went with Lake Chapala number 2, but you made a strong case for Nicole's King going in.
Well, the reason is I thought Nicole's King was going to be somewhere around the 8-5 marker. So
6-1, my friend.
I'm not up here trying to pick 8-5 shots, and then when I'm trying to find the best value that we can, a horse with a good chance to win, and that's why I picked Lake Chapala. But I thought Nicole's King was the most likely winner, and I expected him to get bet down the other way to less than the morning line of 3-1. I was shocked when he was 7-2 going into the gate, and even more surprised that he finished the race at 6-1.
Yeah, you said you're a robotic jockey, not a robotic handicapper. Robotic handicappers don't pick 8-5 shots.
No, I'm not a robotic handicapper as well. What's the fun in finding an 8-5 shot? But if I knew this horse was going to be anywhere close to this price, I would have been like...
That's different.
That would have been my pick.
1440, 1573. Nicole's King breaks through in his third. Back to Aqueduct, riders up, post-parade as our coverage continues on this Father's Day Sunday on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Buy in July. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. A catalog packed with precocious yearlings by the nation's best sires, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2024. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Carson's Run, Candy, and Go Rocket Ride, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Knows that winner's circle pretty well, doesn't he, Raj?
Jersey, Joe Bravo. who's been camping at that winner's circle for about 20 years.
Monmouth's all-time leading rider. As they pose for pictures, Michael Maselli, winning trainer. Nicole's King, right about here, Rajiv finding his best stride.
Yeah, he saved ground early, which is ideal coming from the 1 hole. And you can see when Joe Bravo tipped him out here and got his momentum going, it was like a little choo-choo train, just steadily picking up, and just grinding away. Trying to lay in just a little bit. Joe had the crop in the left hand and pulling on the right reins to make sure he didn't impede his rivals. Just Nicole's King just overpowering them in deep stretch.
Same result, completely different approach. Crown that Saint, who launched from so far back in his last race to finish second. Today, much closer to the pace. Then it looked like he was backing up, re-engaged on the rail, and bang up second place finish.
Yeah, unconventional run. He broke fast, was sent early, dropped back. Looked like he lost all his chances and then regained momentum. But came on good for second.
Like anybody in the third?
Oh, yeah. I like a horse here in the third race. His name is My Mamba, the number 5, 5-1.
5-1 shot, My Mamba, says Rajiv for the third at Monmouth. Acacia, what about the second at Aqueduct, where the gentleman sitting to your left is looking to stay perfect on the day? I mean, it's only the second, but, you know, he did have the winner in the first.
The pressure's on, Lafitte. I'm expecting big things today, and I'll be very disappointed if we don't see Jonathan giving out more winners. Raj is giving out a 6-1 shot over at Monmouth, JK.
Yeah, Paul as well. I think to start it off, we're batting 1,000, so leave it to me to mess it up.
Post parade underway for the second. We saw Horde of Plenty go by. Rusty's G550, and here's the number 4 Hold the Flight contender.
Well, Hold the Flight's the one that I'm going to lean on here. Off the trainer change, horse was claimed for 20 last time. Hoping runs a little bit better than last time.
Next will be the 6 Gun Maestro. Linda Rice looking to make this gelding go 3 in a row.
Yeah, just the last 2 races got very, very easy leads I don't trust.
Candy Tycoon, the 7, been a long time between drinks.
Yeah, and this horse doesn't have a ton of early speed, and there's not a lot of speed in this race.
And the number 9 to the outside, Cheeky Tico. Irad Ortiz looking for the double.
Yeah, it just feels a cut below the rest of these.
7-2 right now. Certainly expect some Irad money on there as well, as he won the opener and will look to pick up another one. The number 6 Candy Tycoon, the favorite, and as you said, just doesn't have a ton of speed. Look, I mean, I know that he finished second last time out and has run some good figures. It's just he doesn't win.
No, he doesn't win, and he's been bet 4-1, 3-1. You know, in those situations when you're running second, fifth, third, and you're single digits, I start to stop trusting you.
Mm-hmm. Favoritism now on the 7 Candy Tycoon, as the 6 Gun Maestro will look to make it 3 in a row. Here he is winning last time out. As he said, though, this is a horse that's gone through his conditions. So won the non-winners of 2, then the non-winners of 3 last time. Yes, he won last time by open lengths, hanging on that left lead. But now he has to step up and face open company, albeit at the $10,000 level.
Yeah, he's facing tougher. And, you know, you'd like to think, or you would assume, that he's not going to end up getting a nice soft pace like he has the last 2 times. Now, if this horse was 5-1, it'd be an outstanding play. But because it's a pari-mutuel gambling game, the fact the horse is 2-1 is the problem that I have. It's not so much about the individual, but the price. And I think based on what we've seen from Gun Maestro in the last couple of starts, and the price that Gun Maestro is why I've decided to go elsewhere. And I'm going to land, like I said, on the 4, Hold the Flight, which they don't do. They don't hold the flight.
No, I wish they did.
Yeah, they don't hold the flight.
Lafitte is really hoping that they will tonight when he tries to leave Monmouth.
Well, they're not going to hold the flight for him either, no matter how famous and handsome that he is. They're going to leave you, Lafitte, if you don't get over there. So no messing around.
Have you ever been running through the airport and you missed a flight?
Oh, yeah. Like, oh, my gosh. It's
Connections, it's the worst.
And for the longest time, I flew standby. My mom retired from American, so I used to fly standby. So, missing flights is something that's happened to me more than one would like.
So hopefully that trend does not continue. Hold the Flight, you said, claimed, running for a little bit less, whereas some of the others, like we talked about, have kind of been at this level or even stepping up, like Gun Maestro to a next level of competition. This one's been facing tougher horses.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't really, a little bit less exposed, right? We kind of know who Gun Maestro is, kind of know who Candy Tycoon is. Just hoping that with the trainer change, sometimes when there's a trainer change, the other, just wake up, just different feed, different schedule, different bedding. You never know, and it could just kind of wake them up. So I'm hoping that 4 Hold the Flight helps us out here, so we can stay perfect to start the show on America's Day at the Races.
Mike Maselli, trainer sending out 2. There was his other one, the 2 Rusty's G550, a little bit reluctant going into the gate, but they got him in race 2. Belmont at the Big A up next. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Candy Tycoon and Cheeky Tico. Candy Tycoon is in. Cheeky Tico. All set. And they're off. Horn of Plenty broke outward, but did break quickly, and there in between horses comes Gun Maestro. It's Gun Maestro who's quickest on the far outside. Cheeky Tico. Horn of Plenty is trying to move up and catch this early leader as they get set to come out of the chute. Hold the Flight is in the red silks, is in between horses in 4th. Is now back to 5th, is going to be Candy Tycoon. The early trailer, Rusty's G55. They're chasing Gun Maestro in control. It's Gun Maestro who's up by 2. Now call it 2.5, went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Chasing his Horn of Plenty. The big long shot is alone in second, is 2 in front of Hold the Flight, who's towards the inside here of Cheeky Tico. In behind them comes Candy Tycoon, who's tracking from 5th, and the trailer still Rusty's G550. As they get set to move into the far turn, it is Gun Maestro widening this margin, and Gun Maestro is now 5-6 lengths in front. Horn of Plenty continues to give chase. Hold the Flight, Cheeky Tico, Candy Tycoon, and Rusty's G550, but it is still Gun Maestro controlling things up front, and Gun Maestro is all alone. It is Gun Maestro doing it nicely at the top of the stretch, is going to hug the rail. Hold the Flight is trying to move within range. Candy Tycoon is all in. Gun Maestro still has about a 12-length cushion approaching the final furlong. Candy Tycoon is chasing Cheeky Tico, but it is futile chase here as Gun Maestro is just so far out in front. Just getting a touch tired here late, but Gun Maestro is going to win this one with a front running score. It's all Gun Maestro, Jose Lescano. Candy Tycoon, Cheeky Tico, Hold the Flight, Rusty's G550, and Horn of Plenty. And 1 minute 35 and 3.
Gun Maestro was able to get to the front and just never looked back, JK. It looked on paper like he wasn't going to get an easy lead again, but that's exactly what happened as he wins 3 in a row.
Yeah, this gelding just gets so brave on the front end and just, they pop away from there, and it felt like it was over very early. It felt like the other horses were starting to be encouraged pretty early throughout the race, and Gun Maestro just rolling through the conditions. Another open length win. 6 last time, 2 the race before that, and this, I'm bad at lengths. I don't know. What's the guess here? What are we thinking? 10?
Maybe. I'm very bad at lengths too.
Yeah.
8? I would say 8, maybe.
Okay.
How about that? He was getting a little tired. I mean, you could see it perfectly in that close-up shot there. He doesn't switch leads, and Jose Lescano really asked him. So that's actually a beautiful demonstration of it, that he's on the left inside foreleg, and in the stretch, you would love for them to switch to the outside leg, and they get a little bit more steam there in the stretch. And when Jose asked him, he kind of switched his tail at him and was just kind of like, no, and it doesn't matter. He's able to just keep cruising. It's put so much space between him and the rest of the field already at that point.
Yeah, it's the art of identifying when a horse has switched their lead. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it once you find it. But I think actually Lafitte's the one I think has said it like this. It's like switching hands when you're walking through the airport. Now we're on this airport theme. Switching hands with your luggage. You just get a little extra oomph when you can switch in the stretch.
Gun Maestro, though, didn't matter. Able to take them gate to wire. 6-7-9-4 in the second Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about one of the greatest to look through the bridle. Spectacular Big Bid, his namesake race, coming up.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu,
2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Race 2, taken gate to wire, was won pretty early on once Gun Maestro got comfortable in the front end under Jose Lezcano, and he just never looked back.
Yeah, look, the first 2 winners of the card here, wire to wire. I wouldn't get carried away with any sort of bias. This is dirt racing. When you get to the front and you set comfortable fractions, or you beat the gate like they do. And like they did in the first, this is the result that you see. Both of these horses were extremely impressive and winning by open lengths.
Gun Maestro with the win, now making it 3 in a row. And we talk about going through the conditions because it's not an easy thing to do. Too, when you win against straight non-winners of 2, you win against straight non-winners of 3, and then now you're an open company. You've got horses like Hold the Flight, who's won 8 times, and you're able to beat those horses. That's definitely a plus side for Gun Maestro, who's in good form right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do, especially at this level, right? It's like when you find yourself in 21 starts being in a claiming race like this, or non-winners of 2 and non-winners of 3, it's usually because you're not very consistent.
Right.
And then you find that consistency to run through the conditions. It is pretty impressive.
Well, coming up next, we have our New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division in Race 3, sprinting on the turf, as the boys will have the opportunity to have their day in the spotlight today. And no surprise right now, the Big Torpedo is the favorite at 2-1, cutting back in distance after running so well against Open Company last time out. But this race, named in honor of one of the great race horses, is inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1982. Spectacular Bid, of course. We're taking a look at him winning the Marlboro Cup, 26 for 30 lifetime, Jonathan. Just an incredible record.
I mean, that's insane. 26 for 30. I mean, if you watch racing enough, you can think of 9 million ways for horses to get beat. The Bid only found 4 ways, 4 times to do that. It's pretty impressive.
Truly one of the greats, of course, winning Kentucky Derby, Preakness, second in the Belmont. Just you look through his past performances, and it's a lot of wins and a lot of big races. And as I said, a 1980 Horse of the Year and inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1982. And a lot of these fun memories, fun races, fun performances from, as JK put it so well, the bid. There's his bio page. And that record, and by the way, 2.7 million then, a lot more now.
Yeah, he would have made 20.
Yeah.
Probably would have won the Dubai World Cup, the Pegasus, anything you could have come up with.
That's for sure. Spectacular indeed. Lafitte will pay tribute over here in New York to one of the greats coming up. A lot more fun to come as well over at Monmouth.
2.7 million the hard way. Spectacular bid, Raj, as we get set for this third race here at Monmouth Park. They're on the track. Just a side note, the most pressure my father ever felt before a race, the most nervous before a race, was that 79 Jockey Club Gold Cup. It was a field of 4. He said it felt like a match race with everything on the line. I mean, Coastal was in there as well, but my father was riding a firm. Bill Shoemaker was riding Spectacular Bid, and just all the build-up, the hype, Horse of the Year on the line. It was on national television. It's Bill Shoemaker on the Spectacular Bid, and he said like that race kept him up nights leading up to it. Like everything worked out beautifully, but yeah, that was that one race that he felt the most pressure. Spectacular Bid later on this evening at Aqueduct. Hey, Dad, what's the shirt say? Portion of an item, a debt. Hey, I didn't get to read the shirt. You read faster than I do, Raj. What did it say?
I can only read in Jamaican. Patois. I can't read in English.
Third race, post-parade, $12,500 allowance, optional claimer, 6 furlong sprint, a spray. Paco without a win yesterday.
Yeah, expecting this one to stalk the pace on Paco Lopez, trying to gain his hot hand back.
Commanding General has rattled off 2 straight in Maryland.
He won off the turf for last time, but it's on a good roll right now.
Number 3, Practical Coach, solid effort in his latest.
Yeah, chased the pace and just got beat, re-rallying, finishing second behind Nate Dude last time.
Mr. JT Contender.
Another one that's going to be up close to the pace in here.
The gelding you like, My Mama.
Yeah, hot horse right now. He's stepping up in class, but he's doing it on a 2-race win streak.
Austin from Boston, great name.
Yeah, Austin from Boston is with a 10-pound apprentice. Gonzalez will be expected to be a part of the early pace battle.
Center Mid-Matty.
This one is another speedy horse who dueled between rivals last time before fading against much tougher.
Give it a go, 41st lifetime start.
We'll give it a go, switches to Sammy Camacho Jr. This one will hope for a pace battle and a pace meltdown, but it's taken a massive step up in class.
Hey, look, there's his shirt again. All right, portion of an item. A dad, Rajiv's not a very good handicapper, is entitled to when he buys something for his kids. Or number 2, ensures food isn't poisonous.
That's what. Now I know what dad tax is. I thought it was something else.
It's subliminal messages from the fans here at Monmouth Park, celebrating Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to the dads. Right back with the third from Monmouth in 2 minutes.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Live look, updated odds for this 6-furlong dash, $12,500 optional claimer. Mr. JT, Raj at 2-1, the favorite you like, the gelding, to his outside.
Yeah, I like my Mamba because I feel like there's a lot of speed in this race. I expect a very contentious pace. Usually when that happens, they'll be softened up a bit. And I'm looking for a horse I'll be closing, does his best running late in the race. And I feel like my Mamba is just that. Since switched to the Mario Serre barn, Mario sprinted this horse and he's found his niche. Coming from off the pace in sprint races, it packs a bigger punch. When he was running at longer distances, he would just run even and flatten out. So we call this a come-from-behind sprinter.
Late running sprinter, my Mamba. Solid meet, Mario Serre, Mr. JT, Claudio Gonzalez. 3 wins yesterday. My Mamba, easy for Dinneman to identify out on the racetrack. Commanding General number 2 in overlay at 5-1, 7-2 on the morning line. Equating his last 2 races, 2 wins in Maryland. This was his most recent and off-the-turf affair. On the 9th of May, Commanding General, that good stalking style, his tactical speed, runs away and hides from this field eventually.
And how fitting showing him after showing spectacular bid, because this horse has 10 wins, 11 seconds from 54 starts. Not quite like spectacular bid, but a really tough horse that shows up every time. And there's nothing not to like about him. He has natural speed. He can be on the lead. In this race, he actually tracked the pace and still showed his run in the stretch. I think it's a very dangerous horse in this race. And actually, that's a really square price at 5-1.
Perhaps not the best, the greatest to ever look through a bridle, but a contender here, Commanding General, 5-1. Hey, Dad. Granddad's out, family's out. 25,000 expected here at Monmouth Park Father's Day as the celebration continues. Racing continues. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 3 from Monmouth.
Center mid Maddie goes in. 1 back, give it a go. We're ready to go. And fire off. My Mamba had this steady coming out of there, was a little bit sluggish, then had a tap on the brakes. He's at the back of the pack after that. Center mid Maddie right to the lead with Commanding General. These two get acquainted on the front end. Practical Coach and Mr. JT are side by side. Osprey right off of them. Just 2 lengths, covers the first 5 down the back stretch. A gap of 3 to Austin from Boston. My Mamba takes the second last spot. Give it a go is plummeted to the back of the pack as they approach the 4th turn. Battle continues on the lead between Commanding General and Center Mid Maddie. They're right together, even with 3 furlongs to go. They break 2 lengths clear of Osprey, who's sent along inside of Practical Coach, who's shaken up. Mr. JT on the outside being asked to improve. He's 3 lengths behind. My Mamba is next, and Austin from Boston at the top of the stretch. Center Mid Maddie comes off the turn. Commanding General on the inside, struggling, retreats. Here comes Practical Coach on the outside. My Mamba after the slow break, running big. Centered Mid Maddie, the one to reel in. My Mamba, the gray, and Practical Coach are chasing. My Mamba on the outside with a big effort. My Mamba, Jorge Hernandez to the lead and to the winner's circle. My Mamba overcomes the bad break to win it. Practical Coach was 2nd. Center Mid Maddie fades to 3rd. Osprey was 4th.
No matter what that guy's T-shirt says, you are a good handicapper. My Mamba in the 3rd at Monmouth, 7-2, rolling from off the pace.
Picking some winners on Father's Day. Hopefully I'm making the dads out there some money. My Mamba did it like I thought, coming from off the pace, but he was actually impeded a bit at the start. Didn't stop him from going by these horses in deep stretch though, and just a powerful win. This horse is found his niche being a late running sprinter. And now he's stepping up the class ladder and doing it back to back to back, 3 in a row.
What'd you see at the start?
And the start, look at it. My Mamba tossed his head a bit and got sandwiched, shuffled back about 3 to 4 lengths worse than he should have been. And at that point, I said, oh man, his race might have been over.
But if he's a late running sprinter and you expect him to do his best work from off the pace anyways, but you still don't want to see him compromised and perhaps pretty far back.
Yeah, because now it puts you behind par. You know you're going to be coming from off the pace, but you don't want to be you don't want that to be over-exaggerated. And being squeezed back gives him just more work to do. But lucky enough, he was just that much the best. And this son of Kobe's back is really found it's kicking into gear.
And specifically here at Monmouth Park, 3 for 3 for My Mamba.
Yeah.
And another, the beat goes on for trainer Mario Saray. It started opening day and it's continued every weekend since.
Yeah, and talk about the combination of him and Hernandez. Prior to this race, they were clipping off at 36% wins on the meet.
That'll work.
Hernandez, so, you know, the good formula, this team, they're doing really good, and they're really hot.
53714. Our coverage switching over to Fox Sports 1 in just a moment. Still have 8 races left this afternoon and looking ahead to the feature a little bit later on. And this was just a dirt sprint. That's a turf sprint. It is wide open and in so many different angles. You can work with some very talented sprinters here in the Get Serious this evening.
Yeah, it's a fun race, an exciting race. And guess what? We expect it to be another close finish. We've been seeing so many close finishes here at Monmouth.
The photos yesterday, 2 dead heats yesterday as we pause as we welcome in our audience on Fox Sports 1.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Right into Grand Central, pick up the subway, make your way on over to the Big A. Live here from Aqueduct Racetrack as the Belmont at the Big A meet continues. Acacia Coleman alongside Jonathan Kinchin. We have our full crew out at Monmouth Park as well. Happy Father's Day as we are bouncing around on networks a little bit today, but we've got a lot of fun coming up this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah, and if you're just tuning in, you get a little stakes race just to get started here on Father's Day, and it should be a lot of fun. Excited to try to take a little shot here with the 9, trying the turf for the first time.
Ooh, I like it, as we do have that New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division coming up right here. It's the 3rd race on the program in New York, sprinting on the turf, and as JK mentioned, you've got several horses trying the turf for the first time, which is not an uncommon thing to see in these types of races. Restricted for horses that are sired by New York Stallions, $150,000, you take a shot.
Yeah, I don't care what they're running on. If you got a horse that can run a little bit for that kind of money, take a little bit of a chance.
Taking a quick pause to welcome in other viewers. Stay with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races. For those just tuning in on SNY, you are right on time. New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division coming up. Belmont at the Big A. Acacia Coleman alongside Jonathan Kinchin here in New York. Maggie Wolfendale with us as well, getting a good look at these horses for the upcoming stake. We'll head right down to Maggie trackside and get her thoughts. Maggie, there's a lot going on in this race for these New York Stallion Series horses.
Yeah, you're so right, Acacia. As you know, the two main players that have the turf form are turning back. So can they be successful going the 6 furlongs? The Big Torpedo, he's already kind of shown that, yeah, he can be effective going the 6 furlongs as he was second on debut. But let's check in with the horse who's facing New York bred / New York sired horses for the first time in number 6, Fidelite Coyote. I think it's going to roll off my tongue, and then it just doesn't. I get stopped in the middle of it. He's very sharp, so that's always a good sign. He was very sharp last time when I saw him at Monmouth for that Jersey Derby, in which he was so game, I thought. So a very respectful effort that he comes in here off of. Physically, he does look like longer is better. He's a bit of a long, tubular type of shaped horse, but again, I like that disposition and has that tactical speed going a bit longer, which should serve him fine here. Moving on to another horse who turns back in distance here on the turf. Number 8, Courtly Bankers, looking to break through and break his maiden. I love the turn back. He tried to run off a little bit, I think, with Javier Castellano. And not that Javi fought him. I just think he just went a little too fast for the distance and dug in still gamely to only be beaten a length and a quarter that day. He is a ball of muscle. He's built like a sprinter. I am really intrigued by this horse upon seeing him. And he's sitting at 15 to 1. And I'd almost rather take him than take a shorter price on some of these horses that you don't know if they're going to like the turf. And he's shown that he can definitely be effective on the grass. As we'll check in with some that are trying it. The one that looked most convincing to me is a horse who has speed and could work out to be the speed of the speed in number 2, Heavyweight Champs. Jury's still out on Solomini, so the female edition of these races, the Cupico's Joy 2 days ago, went to Solo Shot, a daughter of Solomini. And this one, you know, is a half to a graded stakes winner on the synthetic and is also 1 for 9 on the turf. So there's a little bit of pedigree there in that first generation. He definitely has slacker pasterns, a flatter foot to him. I think he could very well take to this surface in the right kind of way. As we'll also take a look at number 5, Bustin' Away, who on form I was interested in. Bustin' Stones, they're okay turf sprinting. A half who just ran about a week ago, was a 2-year-old out in California, won at first asking, going a 5/8 on the turf. So before this horse and that one, none of the siblings did anything. So I think we can judge, you know, the pedigree more on what the dam has produced lately. So I just don't see it with him physically. So I liked him kind of coming in here, but I just don't see it physically. Very upright in those pasterns, does not look like a turf horse. As we'll also take a look at number 9, Grand Opening, who is getting a lot of attention on the outside, coming off the short rest here for Robbie Bales, and maybe not ridden in a way last time in the Mike Lee to put him in the most advantageous spot. A horse who naturally has speed and should have been quickest of that 7/8 Mike Lee, but just wasn't. Still ran well enough, though, kind of against the racetrack, too, behind the talented Doc Sullivan. He makes an excellent impression, especially coming off that short layoff. He's a bull of a little horse. I really like him. I just don't know if I really like him on the turf here. Doesn't really say it from a look standpoint or a pedigree standpoint. We'll see what he does. He's really not my cup of tea, Acacia, at a short price.
We'll see how he takes to it. Maggie, thank you. 3 to 1, and he is taking money. Jonathan, I know you had interest in this horse. There's not much in the pedigree to suggest turf, but as you said, it does have some good races, some good ability so far if he can transfer that.
Yeah, I do like this horse a little bit, a little less now that Maggie's shared her opinion. I always take her opinion to the bank with me. Look, I just, drawn outside, you have a horse that has shown some talent sprinting on the dirt. I've always found it to be, no offense to our turf horses, I've always found it that dirt horses are a little bit, feels like they're a little bit tougher. You know, if you want to compare the two, I feel like turf racing is a little bit more finesse.
The turf is a kinder surface.
Exactly,
as well. Yeah.
exactly. And so when you find a horse that's run well on the dirt, I just trust them a little bit more if they get into a dogfight down the lane. I like the outside draw. I like the speed. I've been searching high and low for some sort of sign that there is some turf pedigree. I can't find it. But for whatever reason, I still landed on the 9. I just wasn't overly impressed with some of these horses that are trying to cut back.
Real quick, one of those cutback runners, the favorite, the Big Torpedo, thoughts on him?
Yeah, I mean, look, if he can get some pace to close into, he'll be rolling. I mean, he's the one that I want of the two cutback types. I just think he's probably the best. I just worry that he's going to be pace compromised.
See how it plays out. New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division sprinting on the turf as they load into the gate. Chris Griffin has the call.
Hesitates briefly, now backs away. Courtly Banker now is in, 2 out. Freesdale. And grand opening. Goes in. All set for the New York Stallion Stakes Spectacular Bid Division. And they're off. Grand opening breaks very well, and also Busted Away is in the early mix, and there's Courtly Banker. Courtly Banker is quickest, and now gets challenged right towards the inside from Bustin' Away. Bustin' Away with a neck in front. Stalking will be Courtly Banker, and in between horses there is Fide Like Cayute. To the far outside is grand opening. It's 3 across the course there as the Big Torpedo is in that early mix. The Big Torpedo wants to go, is now wrangled back in, is going to hold that 3rd position. Fide Like Cayute got shuffled out of there, is back to 5th. Heavyweight chances in the red cap. To the outside is Freesdale, and the trailer, Retail Man, 22.58. The opening quarter mile, they're chasing Bustin' Away. Bustin' Away with Courtly Banker is right there in the 2-path. 3 wide is going to be grand opening. Now more settled. The Big Torpedo is looking for room, full of run, nowhere to go yet as they reach the top of the lane. Courtly Banker is to the outside of Bustin' Away, who's trying to kick away. The Big Torpedo dives down to the rail, and here comes the Big Torpedo launching towards the inside. The Big Torpedo now sprints clear. The Big Torpedo has taken the lead. The Big Torpedo striding away. The Big Torpedo wins the New York Stallion Stakes Spectacular Bid Division. Courtly Banker 2nd. Late run there. Fide Like Cayute is in a photo with Bustin' Away in 1 minute 8.38 seconds.
The Big Torpedoes class prevails after finishing 2nd against Open Company last time. Gets back in this restricted race, and once he found a seam, JK, it was over.
Oh, I mean, I think at this point it was over, right? I mean, this horse who has that big kick at the end of the race, being that close, I felt like a foregone conclusion at this point. And, I mean, look, you can visually see how well he's traveling right here. And if I can tell, then you can really tell.
Well, looking for a place to go, as you heard in Chris Griffin's call, the rail was open and Eric Cancel took advantage, and that was all she wrote. It looks like the number 8, Courtly Banker, might have got up for 2nd, but those horses kind of running in place, whereas you saw that acceleration. That's a perfect definition and demonstration of what we call a turn of foot that you really see in turf racing.
Absolutely. I mean, really, you know, when he was as close as he was to this pace, considering the only fear I had was the, you know, being pace compromised. Like I said, it was basically a foregone conclusion. And look, TV 101, you're not supposed to like hope that something happens. It's not going to happen. But I sure hope that I get a Maggie Wolfendale, Tom Morley Father's Day interview. My fingers are crossed. If you come on in the truck, you got to help us out here.
See if we can make that happen for the Wolfendale Morley family. Big congratulations to the team, the Big Torpedo, full of run even now, coming back to the winner's circle. Definitely had plenty in the tank. And, you know, we talk often, Jonathan, about turnbacks. And yes, it can change how the pace dynamics are played out. Some horses can be compromised by it. But oftentimes you'll see, too, horses that are turning back in distance. There's Tom and Maggie. But horses that are turning back in distance, they have foundation, they have stamina.
Oh, absolutely. They'll finish their races. And it's one of those things you have to pay attention to, because so often the best horse is coming from off of it, and we see those horses get beat all the time because they get compromised by the pace. So it's something you definitely have to pay attention to. But at the same time, if it's one of those deals, there's no better feeling than when you have the best horse, the best closer, and you look up and they're close. Oh, it's a very comforting feeling. You know they're going to finish their race.
Eric Cancel, high fives all around, giving lots of love to his horse as well. The Big Torpedo, impressive, taking the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division. It is Father's Day, and we'll share some of the great father-son stories that we see around the racetrack.
Twirling Candy, proving lane's ends, stallion making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate. siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride, Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Back on America's Day at the Races, the Big Torpedo takes the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division. And this winner's circle lead-in is brought to you by the Basic Tipton's July sales. Don't miss the July selected horses of racing age sale on July 8th and the July selected yearling sale on July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Right now, the Big Torpedo in the winner's circle, $4.70 winner, as he effectively cuts back in distance. And Jonathan, as we talked about through the running of the race, really put himself in a good position to be able to pounce when called on.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, my biggest fear is that it's going to be pace compromised, and he put himself in the race and got one for the good guys, the home team.
A nice win for the Wolfendale Morley family. Maggie standing by.
We're talking strategy post-race. Eric, I was a little concerned you weren't going to get through. He knew he had the horse, Tom, as the Big Torpedo. As you've said since the day he came in, this is one cool horse that is really versatile. All he knows to do is run.
Yeah, and he's done nothing but improve. You know, I've always thought he was a grass horse, ran super on debut on the turf, but these Stallion Series races are worth so much money, we had to give him a go on the dirt, and honestly, he looked like he might win the race on the dirt, so we persevered through the winter, and he got better and better and better. But to get him back on the grass was fantastic, and I was obviously concerned cutting back to 6 furlongs today, but he's just a good horse.
He is. Oh, good horses seem to overcome trips, maybe not the right particular conditions as well. And this is actually the second time you've won this Stallion Series race for these owners too. So talk a little bit about that relationship.
Yeah, they've been incredibly lucky owners for us. We've had Bluegrass Flag, Ocala Dream, and now the Big Torpedo. So I think they've had 7 or 8 horses with us, and 3 of them are stakes winners. So I wish they'd have about 25 more with that strike rate.
Well, Tom, massive congratulations and happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Acacia.
Happy Father's Day indeed, Tom. A nice Father's Day victory with the Big Torpedo taking the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division. As we turn the page, we have a nice maiden special weight for the New York Breds coming up next. Fillies and mares sprinting, and Lane Luzzy will be aboard the #1 Harmonyville. And for many in the sport of horse racing, a passion for the sport came because of something that their father started, and through that relationship and the love that they share for it together. And that is true for jockey Lane Luzzy, carrying on the legacy started by his father Mike, both riding in the saddle, both doing it well on the track.
For jockey Lane Luzzy, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and you know, it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzy, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the jockey's room. So he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse. But he did start getting on horses right at Monmouth Park. He went to Florida Park Memorial across the street. And when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you know, you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. You know, it was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses. And when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks like kind of bummed out that the horses were gone. And that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzy has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home, I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
And a special bond that Lane does share with his dad, Mike Luzzy, carrying on that legacy is for two men whose fathers also jockeys, Lafitte and Raj. You see that hard work, that dedication on display every single day with that lifestyle and profession.
What a great feature. Lane and his father now working together after having the opportunity to ride together, Raj. And I don't know, I know I didn't know just quite how expansive, like your family, how many of your relatives have actually been involved in thoroughbred racing. And I knew your father was a trainer. I didn't know he rode.
Yeah, the Mirage umbrella of jockeys is quite extensive, and not only jockeys, but also different parts in the horse racing industry. Too much to count. I would need an Excel spreadsheet to do it. But my dad was a jockey in Jamaica when I was growing up, and that's how I developed my passion for being a jockey, seeing my dad ride. And I feel like almost like every other kid, I don't know about you, Lafitte, but like I always wanted to be like my dad. And that's what inspired me to get into being a jockey. And he was the one that mentored me and coached me and trained me the fundamentals of becoming a jockey. and then the rest was pretty much history, snowballed from there. But it's a very special thing for my family to work together. And I knew Lane since he was a little child because his dad Mike and I shared the same valet, Harry Rice, in New York. So we grew up in the same corner. When I was a young kid coming to New York, Mike Luzzy was an elder statesman there, and I saw Lane growing up, and it's great to see him and Mike and doing what they're doing right now.
A great feature, and I say this again with the utmost respect. The utmost respect. Thoroughbred racing, it's like the mob. Once you're in, you're never getting out. It's so many families. It's generation after generation after generation. I wouldn't change it for the world, but it just seems to be one of those industries, and this sport in particular, where the families, and you see the family name involved in so many different aspects of the sport.
And people ask me all the time, now that I'm a father of a son, they're like, do you think you'll let your son be a jockey? And it's a double-edged sword, because while I know what comes along, the good and the bad about being a jockey, I also feel like I want to continue that tradition. So hopefully, he gets to choose what he wants to do, but that wouldn't be a bad thing.
Lots of mirages. We know which is the handsome cousin, don't we? Don't we? 6-1 shot here. Sassy Annie kicking off the post spread, then Candy Arcade and Vincent Chamonix.
Yeah, this one is trying the turf. Hasn't been on the turf in quite a while.
Attached, 13-1 outsider.
It's second time trying the turf. Its first turf race got beat 5 lengths at this level.
Special Affair debut win, then 10 straight losses. Number 5, Fast Motion, second at 36-1 in her latest on dirt.
Yeah, and her only turf race was a 22 lengths defeat.
You like It's Good to Be Jose?
Yeah, I love this horse. It's my pick. Cutting back in distance on the turf after routing last time.
Rajiv had the winner in the last race. Number 7, Bird of Eden, Overlay, currently 10-1, back to grass where she last won, the No Fake turf debut.
This one is never run on the turf, but has a big turf pedigree by Yoshida out of a Scat Daddy mare.
Lexi's Spirit, last turf race last October, and it was solid. There's Paco off doing his own thing. Then the 10, Holy Berries at 18-1.
Intriguing long shot here. Only turf races have been route. It's the first time sprinting on the turf.
Holy smokes, Holy Berries is ready to rock and roll. I think we'd call that an aggressive warm-up, Raj.
Yeah, very aggressive warm-up. They're letting this one blitz around the track, and that showcases their intentions quite a bit for me. Whenever you see them warm up like that, it gives the intention that they want to try to get this one.
It's interesting because she is going from a route to sprint. She has shown speed, forwardly placed, going longer distances, cutting back in trip, much like It's Good to Be Jose, pictured at 5-2, the second choice. And we were discussing this offset, how that can be, at times, present a concern. A horse going long, who's typically in front, in the mix early, and when they're cutting back in trip.
Yes, because at longer distance races, this pace is slower. So sometimes a horse can show speed at a longer distance because of the slower pace, but then when they cut back in distance, the pace is significantly faster and they cannot upkeep with that early pace. In this case, It's Good to Be Jose that was showing speed going longer. I don't expect her to show the same kind of speed going short today, but what I find with this race is for the customary sprint on the grass, there isn't a lot of early sprint speed. So I don't expect this to be your customary fast, early pace sprint race, which I think would benefit It's Good to Be Jose, because that means that she's not going to be left with too much to do. I don't believe that she's going to get disconnected from the front runners. And because we talked earlier, if you get too disconnected from the front runners in these turf sprints, it's tough to overcome.
Something to watch right from the start. Race shape in this 5.5 furlong turf blitz. $16,000 claimers, fillies and mares. What number is that? I can't make out who. Is that the 3? The 3 taking some coaxing here. Attached. Is that No Fake?
No. No, I like the No Fake here as a long shot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so that's the 3. That is the 3, but you also like the 8.
That is the 3. But
Why? Why do you like No Fake?
No Fake is a one to take a look at. This horse has never tried the turf before, and it's bred regally for the grass. And it's poly-track races sprinting, synthetic races sprinting have been really good. A third place finish and then a maiden win. And synthetic races typically translate to turf.
See if that's the case with No Fake. There goes Special Affair. Career debut, a victory. 10 losses since. See if she can get back on the winning track. Post time for the fourth, live from Monmouth. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
One back, Holy Berries to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Holy Berries coming out of the gate, just propped a little bit there and is at the back of the pack after that beginning. Attached, sent for speed, has the lead coming out of the chute, leads by 3/4 of a length. It's Good to Be Jose, Lexi's Spirit. They're side by side chasing the front runner as they enter the course proper. Sassy Annie in the 4th position, a length in front of Fast Motion, and then a line of runners. No Fakes 3 deep. Special Affair between horses. Candy Arcades down at the rail. Holy Berries, Bird of Eden. Those two trail a dozen lengths from first to last as they round the far turn. Attached at 20-1, paves the way by a touch more than a length. Lexi's Spirit in chase mode second. It's Good to Be Jose back in the 3rd position while under pressure. Sassy Annie joins her as they come off the turn. Attached opens up the lead to 2.5 and goes for home in the white blaze. Lexi's Spirit second but struggling. Then Special Affair coming to the 16th pole. Attached needs to finish because Special Affair's coming on fast. Attached, desperate for the line. She's almost there. It's going to get tight. Photo finish. Oh, it was very tight. We couldn't split them. Attached, Special Affair on the line together with Burton of Eden next.
We saw this on several occasions yesterday. Close finishes, a couple of dead heats. The 4th at Monmouth. Attached trying to hold on desperately. Special Affair surges late. Did she get there, Raj? Or did Attached hold on?
From my vantage point, I think Attached barely held on. And, you know, these photo finish judges, they're working overtime at Monmouth Park. I mean, every race seemingly is this fantastic finish of horses just duking it out, and none of the deserving loser here.
It's not, obviously not the, it's too difficult from that vantage point. They are showing Attached. From our perspective, it did look like she held on. She opened up. She had a 3-length lead mid-stretch, and you could see, Raj, that she was starting to tire late. And Special Affair, again, that's the mare filly who won in her debut, and then the 10 consecutive losses. It looked like she was going to turn things around today. Right when Special Affair gets going, Raj, is when Attached, see the tank lights are blinking, the tank's empty. Where's the wire?
Yeah, Attached tried to blow the race open coming off the turn, in which it got that separation, but you can see she's starting to come to the end. Like you said, the gas light is on, running on fumes, and it's lunged by Special Affair. Not enough, as they have just posted Attached a big 20-1 shot winner.
Attached 20-1 winner. Special Affair 16-1 to complete the exacta. Bird of Eden 19-1 to complete the trifecta. Wow. Upset Attached 3-4-7-2-1 in the 4th at Monmouth Park. Results forthcoming. We send it back to Aqueduct with Acacia and Jonathan.
Lafitte can't keep track of how many photo finishes we've had over at Monmouth this weekend. Just amazing, and another exciting race. We'll see how this upcoming 4th Belmont at the Big A plays out. It's a maiden special weight for the New York breds, going 6 furlongs, fillies, and mares. Jonathan meeting the field, starting off with Lane Leslie's mount, Harmonyville.
Yeah, drew the rail, had some gate issues last time. Not a good combination, rail and gate issues.
Here's the 2, first-time starter, Cruise to Catalina.
Yeah, been training down at Churchill, but that New York bred, they said, oh, maybe we should head up north.
Sold at a 2-year-old sale last year after working 10 flat. Here's Focus Pocus cutting back in distance.
Yeah, has some speed and takes the blinkers off. I kind of like that combination. Maybe some more focus here with the blinkers off.
The favorite, Ganadia, been knocking on the door.
Another one with some speed, but been bet. I'm starting not to trust this one.
Welcome back, Babe. Blinkers on. Back to the dirt.
Yeah, the race 2 back makes a little bit of sense. This one's putting the blinkers on, maybe hoping for some more focus as well.
First-time starter, Gregorian Solo.
Yeah, not taking much money for a first-time starter. Been training down at Fairhill.
Here's another father-son duo, Dylan Davis riding for his dad, Robbie Davis.
I mean, that feels like it's a hunch play of all hunch plays, doesn't it?
There's your Father's Day hunch play if you're looking for one. First-time starter, Santa Gata, I'm guessing, named for longtime New York valet, Nick Santagata.
Look at that. This horse gets Kendrick. I always like Kendrick on first-time starters, helping him get out of the gate.
And another firster, Paula's Star Sister.
Yeah, towards the outside. This horse is taking a little bit of money. This is actually sneaky money. I would consider 11-1 on connections that win at a nice percentage, but you don't see all the time here in New York.
11-1 on the outside. The favorite, though, the 4 Grenadilla. More on this maiden special weight field when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Experience.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Race number 4, maiden special weight for the New York-bred fillies, will commence in just a few minutes as we take a look here at the field. And we do see heavy favoritism throughout the wagering on number 4. That is Grenadilla. And I gotta be honest, I didn't mind her in the paddock. She looked great. She has underwhelmed me on the racetrack. And between her and the 3, the second choice right now, Focus Pocus, I'd much rather take Focus Pocus. But let's focus in on some of the first-time starters. And coming up here with quite the extensive and quick work tab is number 2, Cruise to Catalina. As you heard Acacia say before the break, she worked 10 flat. And I really liked the way that she worked that 10 flat. She had great extension to her stride, and you can kind of see that. While she's a little bit shorter in stature, she's actually got a very long frame, so it enables her to kind of cover a lot of ground. And she is so fit. I mean, she's so well defined. She looks fitter than some of the other horses who have already run. The only thing, while extremely professional, I wish she was a little bit more awake. I mean, she looked like she wanted to take a nap back in the paddock, but otherwise she's warmed up beautifully. I'm a little concerned at the 9-2 price. I thought she'd be a little shorter than that, but I'm gonna take my chances with her in this debut because I've liked the preparations. I like the pedigree. It's a nice second generational pedigree too. Some stakes winners and greatest stakes winners too. So yeah, moving on to some others that are on the outside, and it'd be very cool for Santa Gata to win. And you know what? I forgot to check if Nick Santagata actually saddled her, as he is a former rider and winner of over 4,000 races, rode all up and down the Eastern Seaboard, but primarily here in New York and here at Aqueduct. Be very cool, and hoping that this one is named after him. she is taking money. She just is a bit green in the paddock. She doesn't look 100% fit. The pedigree would suggest longer too, but she doesn't necessarily look that way. So I'm okay with conditions. I just think she needs a race to gain some fitness. Number 9, Paula's Star Sister, coming into here from Finger Lakes. She just looks as though she needs to strengthen, and that she does want more ground. She's that typical Lauban, kind of tall, leggy, lacks a little bit of conditioning, but she'll likely gain it. So wait and see approach with these 2 outside runners. Honestly, Gregorian Solo, who for these connections is the biggest price on the board, Acacia, but she made a great impression on me. And the dam, she was decent as a 2-year-old. She broke her maiden in her second start in a stakes race up at Finger Lake. So at least there's a little precocity in the family.
Yeah, there certainly is, Maggie. Thank you. She's a huge price, too, at 37-1. Filly by Solomini. We'll see what she can do at First Asking, coming in with those workouts from Fair Hill. And the firsters are a little bit unknown in here. And then you have the Rick Dutcho Irado Ortiz with Granadilla, who this horse, as you mentioned, Jonathan, is always taking money and just yet to get the job done.
You pronounced that well. You've been hanging out with Lafitte a little bit.
Granadilla?
Yeah, look, I think this horse makes sense. Except for the fact that I start to not. I don't mind a horse that runs second a lot. That's 10-1, or 12-1, or 8-1. But when you're 2-1, 2-1, 3-1, that is a concern for me.
Well, there is a concern, as the one just went by without a rider.
That's a problem.
That's a problem. I don't know what happened, but the one Harmonyville just went by, parted ways with Lane Leslie at some point.
Well, it's not funny. That's not the right word. It's interesting that if you look at the past performances, it says fractious gait. Obviously, this horse has an issue with the gait.
Yep. Let's go to Maggie for an update.
Guys, I think she has a lot of issues. She was pretty bad to saddle, as well as she's actually coming back here towards the front side. She's looking at that gap, and she might come by here at the paddock. Hopefully, she's slowing down, so hopefully the outrider can make a grab here. I think that is Louise. Get her go. No, she's playing cat and mouse, unfortunately, here. I think that I can't tell which outrider that is, guys. My apologies. He's trying very hard to get her. She's gone back down to the inside rail. But, yeah, she's the one that is quite flighty. Oh, got her. Yep, well done. We do, in my opinion, have some of the best outriders in the country, and they often work together to corner these loose horses, which, as we all well know, can be a dangerous situation. But luckily, they have accosted number 1, Harmonyville. Acacia will wait to see what the verdict is if they scratch her. Like I said, she was not going that fast. She did cover some ground here, probably about half a mile, 3/8 of a mile. So just going to wait to hear what Chris Griffin says, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, there she is. She has been apprehended by an outrider, Lane Leslie, on his feet behind the gate. As you mentioned, Jonathan, she was very bad acting up last time out going to the gate, and she is a late scratch here. Harmonyville will be a late scratch after taking off and running. Again, great to see Lane on his feet. Great to see that she was caught.
I'm always so impressed by the outriders and their ability to catch these horses. I can't even catch my 22-pound French bulldog on feet. It's very impressive.
Rigatoni is crafty, though. He's crafty.
He's wild. He's all getting as a snack, and then he'll come. But they're the unsung heroes of the racetrack, keeping the horses and the humans safe.
Absolutely. Safe and functioning racetrack, impossible without a great set of outriders here to keep things going. And there is Harmonyville. She'll make her way back over to the barn. So we just have to wait until they're able to get her off the track before they can load the field in. So that's why they're circling behind the gate. Obviously want to make sure that everybody's cleared off the track for safety purposes. But again, looks like she's okay, just running off from the gate. And there she is, making her way back down towards the paddock area to be inspected by attending veterinarians. But Harmonyville, a late scratch, long shot here in race number 4. Again, New York bred maiden special weight coming up. The favorite still the number 4, Granadilla. Where did you land in here, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 2, Cruz de Catalina. Catalina Cruiser was such a cool horse.
Yeah, very.
I don't want to mess this up. I think like 4 or 5 generations of Lane's End, like Catalina Cruiser was. And this is, you got to kind of read between the lines. This horse is down at Churchill. They got big purses at Churchill. this horse could have stayed there and run at Churchill, but I think they wanted to take advantage of the fact that this was a New York bred, so what better place to come to than New York City's Aqueduct.
Getting an opportunity to run in this restricted New York bred company. Back to Maggie quickly.
I just want to give credit to the outrider, Mario Paradis, who got the catch. I couldn't tell because his face was turned the other way who it was, but job well done to Mario. Acacia?
Job well done indeed. As we said, safe and functioning racetrack would not be possible without all the wonderful outriders. We do have some of the best here in New York as well. Loading in the starting gate crew, having a little bit of trouble now with the 6 Gregorian Solo. As I sometimes say with first-time starters, they're like Christmas lights. One goes out, they all go out. It's like a chain reaction at the gate.
I was going to set you up. I knew you were going to go with the Christmas light thing. I was coming. What do you, Acacia? What do you always say about the Christmas light?
I haven't said it in a while,
good.
so it was time. It was time.
It's good. We all have our little special ones, and that's a good one for you. I like
Thank
that
you.
one.
I'm glad for that to be my brand. Favorite 9 to 5 now. New York bred maiden special weight coming up next. Looks like we're moving smoothly now. Hopefully that's the end of the drama. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Thank you very much, Acacia. As Welcome Back Babe goes in, here's Paula's Star Sister. Last to load to the outside. Paula's Star Sister. Not quite in yet, the 9. Now in. All set. And they're off. Paula's Star Sister breaks with early speed from the far outside draws, trying to cross over. Cruise to Catalina is at the rail, and Granadilla is in between them. 3 across the racetrack here in the early stages. Just off of them is Gregorian Solo, is now well settled into the 4th position as the front 3 go at it. We also lost a rider there. We lost a rider, the 5. That's Welcome Back Babe. Did lose the rider as they were working up the backstretch. So it's Gregorian Solo, who is now in the 4th position, but the front 3 continue to go at it, looking for the rider right now. May have been unseated there at the start. Manny Franco. On the front end, towards the inside here, it's Cruise to Catalina, to the outside Granadilla. Right there in 3rd is Paula's Star Sister. Gregorian Solo's trying to rally on at the rail. Here comes Focus Pocus. At the back, that's Sanagata. And also trying to make up some ground is Mary Union Ab. But the front 2 continue to duke it out. Granadilla is to the outside of Cruise to Catalina. Cruise to Catalina with a neck, now a full length in front with a furlong left to go. It's Cruise to Catalina now sprinting clear late. Chasing from 2nd is Granadilla. Loose horses in behind them. Paula's Star Sister is holding 3rd. Cruise to Catalina will win it. Granadilla is going to be 2nd. Paula's Star Sister. Gregorian Solo. Hold all tickets in race 4.
Well, it is a first-time starter, the 2, Cruise to Catalina, who gets the job done at first asking, as we're getting a perfect sight of the outrider at work. Is I think it's my fault, Jonathan. I said hopefully that's it for the drama, and that was not it. The 5, Welcome Back Babe, did drop her rider. She has now been apprehended by Mario once again. He's had some great catches today, but the first-time starter, Cruise to Catalina, she was ready and well spotted against these New York breds.
Yeah, absolutely. Was very impressed. Every time I see Catalina Cruiser's name, I think about the movie Step Brothers with the Catalina wine.
Catalina wine mixer.
And, yeah, someone needs to get a Catalina Cruiser and make sure that you name him that. Look, Riley Mott knows a little bit about training. He knows someone who knows a lot about training, and he got this horse in the right spot. He had a New York bred. Why run him in Kentucky when you can run him in New York? What do we always hear in our ears? Pays to be a New York bred. Yeah, there you go.
And there's Manny Franco on his feet. Great to see as the number 5, Welcome Back Babe, who he was aboard, did stumble pretty significantly and end up losing her rider at the start here. Oh, bad stumble there. And give it to Manny and his athleticism. He held on there for way longer than I would have.
Oh, he tried. He tried. These guys and girls cease to amaze me every time. The athleticism, the toughness. If I fall off the couch, I'm out for a couple weeks, let alone a horse going 40 miles per hour.
And landing on his feet. And that inquiry sign is posted, and it is because of what happened at the start when a rider does fall off, the stewards are going to take a look and make sure everything's okay in the running of the race. But the winner, the number 2, Cruz to Catalina, first-time starter, getting the job done with Junior Alvarado. Up, prices, and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Raj, what's going on,
Hey.
man?
Everything
Loud
good,
and clear.
man. You hear me?
We're back on America's Day at the Races as Junior Alvarado and first-time starter Cruz to Catalina head into the winner's circle. New York bred filly ready to roll at first asking.
Absolutely, yeah. It takes a good one to win first time out. She popped away from there clean, and this daughter of Catalina Cruiser was very impressive. The New York bred who was training down at Churchill, but decided to hop on probably go van, maybe plane, who knows, to come up and get the maiden broken here at the Big A.
And she was ready at first asking, able to run off from the favorite pretty handily there, pulling away from this field. New York bred, well spotted, gets to the races and wins her debut nicely. And $8 winner there in the 4th. And we did have that stumble from the 5 Welcome Back Babe. The horse was apprehended by the outrider. Inquiry sign is down. It's official. Manny Franco on his feet, which was great to see. We'll head back over to the Jersey Shore. Live racing continuing from Monmouth Park in a packed house on this Father's Day Sunday. More from Monmouth after this on America's Day at the Races.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Buy in July. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. A catalog packed with precocious yearlings by the nation's best sires, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2024. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Carson's Run, Candy, and Go Rocket Ride, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. This is exciting. All about the future. 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight conditions next here at Monmouth Park. 6 of the 7 are first-time starting 2-year-old fillies. I'm joined by Paula Duca on set. Paulie, while we're looking at Super Amusing here at 7-1, the favorite towards the outside, Magenta, owned by Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher. They unveiled a serious 2-year-old yesterday in New York. Menti, Fierceness's full brother. Now, Magenta, what do you think?
Well, you know, it's a tough read, right? This is a horse that had been training for the Rapoli stable at the Saratoga training track. So obviously that's a positive thing when you have a horse up at Saratoga, because usually Todd will keep his A string up there. So, you know, you get Jose Gomez aboard. The horse does get the outside slot, which could be good for a first-time starter. Sometimes could be bad, can be break into open space. But I think the one to beat maybe on paper, but I do think the 5, Me Governor for Paco Lopez, and Carlos David just gets these 2-year-olds ready.
Could be a very productive weekend here at Monmouth for Mike Rapoli. Todd Pletcher, Bright Future coming back yesterday. Sensational in the Salvatore Mile. Menti, the 2-year-old in New York. And now with Magenta coming up very shortly, the favorite first-time starter in this 2-year-old filly event. Rajiv Mirage now joining us. Rajiv, we're not going to ask you for like a Maggie 2-year-old paddock report, right, for this upcoming 5th race, but we do want to ask you about Aguas de Cristal, number 6, the first-time starter by Volatile, who graduated in his debut at 9-1, an eventual Grade 1 winner. What are you noticing?
Yeah, the number 6, Aguas de Cristal. This filly looks absolutely amazing. Ticks all the boxes that you'd want to see with a first-time starter. Very fit looking. She's on her toes. She's composed and engaged in the bridle. I think this one is going to show a lot of speed, even though the workouts on the form doesn't really show that. Also, I talked to an advisor of the senior advisor of the Rapoli stables about Magenta, and he said, look, in the beginning, she was working like the top of her class amongst all the fillies that we had. She was our top tier. Lately, her workouts have tapered off a little bit. So not bad, but not as exciting as it looked before. They're still trying to figure out, see what they have here, and this is a good chance for them to see what they really have. But she looks really good to me in the physical. And she looks like she has some class, but that gives me a little bit of a doubt about how much ability she's really going to show today. And then the third horse I want to touch on is the number 5, Me Governor. Another one that looks really well out there in flesh, a horse that looks really fit and engaged in the bridle, and another one that I think might be showing speed. The race revolves around these 3 fillies, in my opinion.
Raj, thanks so much. You never know where the next superstar is going to emerge from. We watched a maiden race, 2-year-olds, albeit at Saratoga. Paulie on the undercard of the Jim Dandy last summer. First 2 finishers, a maiden race. Sees the Gray, Dornick, the following season, Preakness and Belmont winner. You never know.
you really never know. We saw Fierceness go off the screen, obviously, last year. Ways and Means, who's obviously come back to win. So you never know. That's why we run these races. You never know when you're going to see the next superstar. And I'm in agreement with Rajiv. 5, 6, or 8 here. I think all 3 fillies are well meant in here. The 5 might be just a little bit more, because I know that Carlos gets him a little bit ready a little bit sooner.
The hope, the promise, all starts here. 2-year-old fillies taking center stage. 5th race, Monmouth Park. It's post time. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
We're ready to go. And Lyra. Lady Collected popped out of the gate pretty nicely today as an arrow lead. Me Governor alongside. Me Governor to the front. Lady Collected couldn't keep up back in second. Aguas de Cristo alongside. And Magenta, who's deep on the course in the 4th position, approaching the 4-turn run. A big gap of 6 back to Super Amusing. Katarina Rostova is second to last. Lady Catalina void of early pace as they round the 4-turn. Me Governor, the leader by a half length. Aguas de Cristo alongside the challenge. Magenta, third, shaken up, 3 lengths off the top pair. The others are well behind in another zip code from the front runners as they swing off the turn. Me Governor inside. Aguas de Cristo putting up a fight today. In fact, Aguas de Cristo shot to the front. Me Governor could not keep up. Magenta third, a big space back to the others. Aguas de Cristo, the Kentucky bred by Volatile, is going to win for fun. Aguas de Cristo opening up the score late to win by 4. Me Governor holds second, Magenta third. Lady Catalina was 4th.
Maybe Rajiv has been watching Maggie and Acacia's 2-year-old paddock reports. Aguas de Cristo in her debut, just like Daddy Volatile. Volatile 9-1 in his first crack. Aguas de Cristo 7-2.
Yeah, and you can look in the backstretch that Jairo Randon, the jockey, just had a handful of filly. As the 5 Me Governor blasted out of there, went right to the front like I thought. But Rajiv talking about the 6, looking really well on the racetrack. And I'll tell you what, you could tell Jairo had to back up on her almost to just kind of like just settle her down a little bit. Go, hey, sweetheart, just sit off this horse a little bit. And she wanted to keep on going. And my God, she took off. This is a nice little filly here in 7-2. We'll get back to the beginning where the 4 busted gate here, Lafitte, but then the 5 took control early.
And the 7 right there, not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard for Super Amazing. They'll have to regroup for her.
Yeah, they will. I mean, Super Amazing for Michael Trombetta. The thing about her, she's an English Channel out of a Kitten Joy mare. And the English Channel did have his best day in 2005 here in the Breeders' Cup turf. The 7 is bred to run 2 miles on the turf, so wait for her to run on the grass. Yeah.
English Channel, knee deep. Todd Pletcher trained. Eventual champion. Speaking of Pletcher, Magenta, she flashed her tactical speed. She settles for a 3rd place finish. You could tell she was being encouraged, and rounding the far turn wasn't going to be able to keep the pace with Aguas de Cristal and Me Governor, who Raj also touched on, the defeated favorite.
Yeah, and the 6 in here, Volatile, gets his first winner here as a young sire here. Now 1 for 5 lifetime. He stands at 3 Chimneys. And for $15,000. And, you know, we've seen these Vicomas like running off the screen. My goodness, almost caught the full yesterday to Fierceness. But it's good to see a young sire have some success.
Acacia, you and Maggie coaching up Raj when we're not paying attention?
He did a great job, Lafitte, and called the right horse. They're very excited about those volatiles. I was just telling Jonathan, gotten a chance to see quite a few of them, and they look like they're going to be quick and early, JK. And it's always fun when you have racehorses that you like so much and you get a chance to see their progeny on the racetrack and see how they do as 2-year-olds.
Yeah, it's like the gift that keeps giving with racing. You know, you get to see the daughters and the sons of the horses that you loved on the racetrack, and it's an added dimension that keeps you coming back.
Well, we have a nice maiden special weight here in New York up next. This one going a mile on the turf, though, and this is for 3-year-olds and up, as we have a 5-2 favorite with second-time starter La Salvadorena, who is stretching out in distance for the first time.
Yeah, the thing that catches my eye in here is you have 2 Chad Brown runners on the grass in New York at 7-1. Not something you see very often.
Pretty cool on the board. All right, don't shoot the messenger. We're moving around a lot today. We are moving back over to FS2, so thank you to our viewers on FS1. We hope you'll stay with us on America's Day at the Races. It's like we never left. We're back on America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Thanks for sticking with us with all the network changes we have this afternoon. But we have a nice maiden special weight coming up next. Belmont at the Big A. Acacia, come on alongside Jonathan Kinchin. We have our full crew at Monmouth as well, JK. We've seen some fun racing so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been good. Some exciting horses, some young horses, some older horses, some wire-to-wire, some coming from off the pace. It's been a little bit of everything today.
Certainly has. Well, we have a nice maiden special weight coming up next. And by the way, big happy Father's Day to all the dads and father figures out there watching with us this afternoon. There's a look at your favorite for race number 5, La Salvadorena, who's stretching out in distance in her second career start, going a mile on the turf in this maiden special weight for fillies. And she has a foundation where she definitely had to overcome some traffic trouble in a 5.5 furlong sprint last time. See how she handles the added distance today.
People love betting, late running sprinters stretching out. It's not as simple as it seems. Of course, broke slow last time and did do some running, but I'm not cutting in line to bet this horse at a short price. It can absolutely win with the added distance, but I just too short of a price for me.
There's a couple other intriguing horses in this race, and you have some that are very generous prices on the board. Kind of the only one really taking much money is a first-time starter, the 3 Fade to Gray, who does not have a ton of big pedigree. Is debuting for Todd Pletcher, though, with some very fast workouts on the Belmont training track.
Yeah, I mean, that was the money that caught my attention, right? I mean, when you see 2 Chad Brown horses that are on the grass, that are creeping up in price, and then you get a first-time starter who's taking money, it definitely does catch your attention. So that was the 3 Fade to Gray, the Palace Malice filly, who's taking some money out here first time out.
Have to scat to Tap, who we saw here in New York, a turf winner, but again, not a ton to really sink your teeth into as far as pedigree is concerned. There's a lot of other things going on, and it looks like we're having a slight delay. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more on this maiden special weight field.
You're going to have to wait a second, Acacia, to let me find out what is going on here. I'm assuming it's a rider problem as the horses are circling here in the paddock. But let's go through a few of them. We'll begin with your favorite at 5-2 on the rail is number 1 for Ray Handel. That is La Salvadorena, who's stretching out in distance and was wired in that debut at Keeneland. She was the only horse to make up ground where she had to kind of weave and go inside to do so. I thought it was a really promising debut, and looking at her here, she doesn't necessarily look like a sprinter. So getting to this mile, I think, is fantastic. She was a little bit quirky when they went to walk around. She was freezing a little bit, but not, agitated, not losing it, just kind of saying, let me do this on my own time, okay, guys? But I think she's strong as the favorite. Next, we'll check in with number 3. That's Fade to Gray for Todd Pletcher. Now, some fast workouts over the Belmont training track, and really a pedigree that says more dirt, although we will see her half-brother in the last race on the turf. So with that being said, sometimes this counterintuitive move makes sense, and I can see why. She looks like a turf horse. She actually has a massive turf hoof, very slack pasterns. She's also huge. She's a big, big filly. So they're putting them back in the stalls here. I need to get to Patrick. I'll find out more, Acacia. But getting back to that first-time starter, I really like what I'm seeing from her. I wasn't expecting to like her this much, but I do, and she's taking money. As we'll check in with number 8, Dancing Dean here for Belmont. I'm very intrigued by her because she's another one that was the only horse to make up ground in a race that was dominated on the front end by 2 horses who have some quality, including Wasaku, who won the Grade 3 Florida Oaks in a couple subsequent starts. She's a little bit of a tail swisher, which I don't particularly love, but she is she's filled out. She was big as a 2-year-old, but she's kind of now furnished that frame a bit more. Comes in here looking fit, really calm, cool, and classy acting. I'm really intrigued by her. Acacia, I'll get back to you momentarily as to what is going on down here.
Thanks, Maggie. We appreciate the investigative reporting there. Of course, we'll get a chance hopefully to hear what's going on, as there is a delay in the paddock before this maiden special weight race. But we'll take a look at the debut race from La Salvadorena. As Maggie mentioned, just really kind of everything going wrong for her when she's going to break slow, the winner wiring the field. And when horses break slow like that, this is sometimes what happens, Jonathan, when they're just kind of uncomfortable and try to rush up and then run into all kinds of traffic problems.
Absolutely. Sometimes it kind of plays into your hands, especially when you have a pace like this that was on the faster side, I'd consider. And sometimes when you break slow like that, it just kind of puts you in the position that you need to be in, considering the fact that they're running so fast in front of you. And look, this horse has got a lot of talent and has shown that in this race. The concern I have is whether or not that you know, a little bit over bet based off of this effort.
We'll see what she can do. Again, still a delay there. Hearing that it could be that the starting gate position is stuck in a certain position and they're not able to move it. So we will give you an update on that as quickly as possible. But yeah, back to this race. I mean, there's that winner, Nikki Nine Doors, who's able to just pull away from the field. And the one, as Maggie mentioned, that was actually making up ground was La Salvadorena, really kind of cutting into that margin, closing late. Always a question, though, is how she will be able to stretch out the Oscar Performance progeny. They do seem to love going long on the turf, though, and we'll see how she handles it now as your 2-1 favorite. There's Irad Ortiz. He'll be aboard the number 9 Quaff for Chad Brown, a horse that took a lot of money on debut, Jonathan, and she didn't do much running at all that day, wired by Just the Facts Jack, and she'll try the turf and stretching out for the first time today.
Yeah, but the money that she took, I think, should be some sort of an indicator that she does have some talent. And now maybe just getting onto a different surface is what she needed to kind of find her way back into why she was taking so much money. I can't stop watching Irad. He's holding court, it appears here.
I love it. Absolutely. Yeah, sitting down, getting comfortable. There's Sissinghurst, a homebred for Martine Head, of course, daughter of legendary trainer Alec Head, who trainer Christophe Mont has had a wonderful relationship and was a great mentor of his for many, many years before he passed away a couple years ago. So always love to see that family's pedigree continuing on. And this filly by Cairo Prince debuting here, and she's a generous price on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. 15-1. It's interesting because it's, you know, you don't usually get 15-1 on a Christophe, 6-1 on a Chad Brown. They're betting this race in a very tricky way.
15-1. Are we ready for the update? Not yet. We will get you an update momentarily. We do. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, it came over the radio to send them out. So I think we're about to have riders up here in the paddock, guys. I still don't know what the cause of the delay was. But let's talk about more horses, because this is a race in which I feel like any one of these fillies can win. As we'll take a look at number 5, Sissinghurst. Pedigree says maybe a little bit longer, though she is fairly athletic. It's not like she's, you know, this long, lanky type of build. She was a bit green in the paddock, especially when saddling. She kind of reared up, showed that athleticism by being suspended on her hind legs for quite a while there and keeping her balance quite nicely. But also just a little bit soft. So I'd like to take the wait and see approach with her. As number 9, one of those 2 Chad Brown horses you guys were talking about, she took a ton of money on debut. Athletic looking filly that of the 2, Acacia, she feels like the one that should take to the turf.
See how she handles it, Maggie. Thank you. And yeah, horses have riders now, which is a good sign. Here's the 2 American Kestrel back on the grass.
I mean, this horse ran okay on debut. Didn't run particularly well last time off the turf.
Getting back to her preferred surface. Here's that first-time starter, Fade to Gray.
Yeah, this is the interesting one, taking the money for Todd Pletcher.
Gray filly and Gray Pony. There you go. First time in the U.S. for the 4 Armada Rising.
Yeah, it was third over there. This one also an interesting one for me for Rob Falcone.
Did work recently with stakes quality horse Spirit and Glory as well. Here's the first-time starter, Sissinghurst.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty chilly for Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario.
15-1 on the board right now. Here is Stamp of Approval, 1 of 2 for Chad Brown.
Yeah, a couple of dirt efforts, took money in both of those starts. Feel like they're just trying to figure out where this one wants to run.
Big warm-up for the 7, Just So Pretty.
Yeah, look, I think I'm going to land here. I'm going to pick the 7, Just So Pretty. Source has tactical speed, has experience, always dangerous in these types of races.
Number 8, Dancing Dean, did have that one good turf race that Maggie mentioned behind some talented fillies.
Yeah, ran well, had some trouble in that race as well.
11-1 on Dancing Dean, first start for a 3-year-old season. Here's Quaff getting onto the grass for the first time.
Yeah, get a nice little warm-up from Irad. Maybe this horse will be involved a little bit. Did show just a taste of speed last time.
And number 10, Sunday Tiff, second-time starter.
Yeah, this horse shouldn't be 20-1. I wanted to pick this horse, but the outside draw is what got me off.
And last in the post-ride, coming out last, that energetic, the number 1, La Salvadorena.
Well, the one thing we know for sure is this horse has a ton of talent. What we don't know is if 2-1 is a fair price on this horse.
Yeah, we'll soon find out as she does stretch out in distance for the first time. So horses are on the track. We had that delay here, so that says post time, but obviously we have a couple of minutes as they are given some time to warm up here before moving on to the turf for this upcoming 5th race. So again, apologies with that delay. Back in the paddock, there's the number 1, La Salvadorena. Let's talk about the 4 Armada Rising. As you mentioned in the post-parade, you thought she was a little bit intriguing.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get some of these Europeans that come over, I don't think it's what it used to be 15 years ago. You know, they had a pretty big edge, the Europeans did, in terms of turf racing. But I don't think that edge exists nearly as much, especially as our turf programs have kind of grown and we've started going over to Tattersalls and bringing over European pedigrees. But look, it still is just a little bit of an edge, I think. They're bred for it, top and bottom. While we have a lot of dirt influences in our pedigrees, I think Armada Rising definitely is interesting. And is sneaky at 10-1 here, considering some of the other horses that she's a shorter price than.
Making her U.S. debut. For more, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, I agree with JK. I think she's very interesting in this spot. Like I said, I could make a reason to like any of these fillies in here. I think it's a fascinating race. But talking about Armada Rising, Rob Falcone with limited kind of imports, if you will. You think of Spirit and Glory and the job that he's done with her. She won first time for him here in the States when she came over 2 years ago. Armada Rising, she faced a horse and Bada Bing first time out, who actually subsequently shipped over to the U.S. and finished a really good second against winners at Santa Anita in an allowance race. So Armada Rising, look, I know she debuted on the synthetic, but she looks all turf, so that's no surprise, obviously. Has handled herself with aplomb here, looks fit. She's just another interesting cog in what is and there's 2 divisions of this this maiden special weight on the turf, Acacia. Both of them I find so intriguing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Maggie. Fascinating race coming up. You've got a 2-1 favorite, Jonathan, who's still a little bit of an unknown, and then you're getting some generous prices on plenty of the other contenders in here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if you're trying to beat the 1 here, my eyes would go to the 1 immediately to see if she breaks better than last time. And if she breaks well, I think she could be tough in here. If she doesn't break well, then maybe some of these other price horses are interesting. I'm going to go with the 7. I think the 10 is interesting. The 4, a little bit interesting. So I'll just pick 3 horses and hope one of them wins.
Some prices for Jonathan and Maggie. JK with the 7, Just So Pretty. Maggie liking the 8, Dancing Dean. Here we go, loading in for the 5th on the turf. Maiden special weight, Chris Griffin has the call.
Sunday Tiff goes in. All set. And they're off. Sissinghurst hopped in the air at the start. La Salvadorena has got early speed towards the inside. Also right there is Stamp of Approval, and joining them is Just So Pretty, and those three across the course. A little rank there is Just So Pretty is trying to settle, as now it's down to 2 into that first turn. Stamp of Approval will have the lead. Drifts off the rail just a touch, is going to hold about a length advantage over Just So Pretty, is just still not settling there in the second position. At the rail is La Salvadorena. Following them is American Kestrel, is in the 4th position. Out wider, that's Quaff, who's in 5th. They're followed by Sunday Tiff, who's in the 6th position, now 4 off the lead. To the inside is Sissinghurst, who's in 7th. Up on the outside, Armada Rising starts to move forward with the gray, fade to gray, and the trailer is Dancing Dean. They work up the backstretch, and still up front it's Stamp of Approval. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Just So Pretty is right there, continues to stalk the pace setter. La Salvadorena is at the rail, just waiting for room from 3rd. Now being encouraged to move forward is Quaff, is right there with American Kestrel. They're 4th and 5th, but they are starting to rally on as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Sissinghurst is all in. Sunday Tiff starts to launch. As they reach the top of the lane, Stamp of Approval is still there. Stamp of Approval now kicks away at Stamp of Approval, trying to sprint clear. Quaff is ready to pounce. Sunday Tiff on the grandstand side. La Salvadorena dives at the rail, and even Dancing Dean is rolling here on the grandstand side. 5 across the course. Stamp of Approval trying to fend them off, but Dancing Dean with all the momentum. Dancing Dean has taken the lead. Stamp of Approval, late run here at La Salvadorena. Dancing Dean wins it. Dancing Dean over La Salvadorena. Stamp of Approval, then a photo. Sissinghurst with Sunday Tiff in 1 minute 36.65 seconds.
Oh, a lot going on in there, but it was Dancing Dean with that big outside run. Second win today for Junior Alvarado, and top pick for Maggie as she gets to the winner's circle in her 3-year-old debut.
The old trusty 2 to 3. It's a sneaky one because sometimes those 2-year-old figures just don't seem fast enough when you're trying to compare them to other horses. But you have to expect that there's going to be a little bit of an improvement. Some might say on the buyer scale, 10 to 12 points is expected. And I think we got that from Dancing Dean. Outstanding pick by Mags.
At 10 to 1, too, a nice price there. Closing, I have to give a little credit to the 6th, Stamp of Approval, because there were a lot of horses running. She held on for 3rd after setting the pace.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she ran well for being what you would consider cold on the board for a Chad Brown runner in New York on the grass. She ran extremely well and looked like a winner at the top of the stretch. The one ran well, broke well, ran well. I didn't see a real excuse. Got a little tight there, I suppose.
She kind of like threw her head up when Dylan Davis asked her to go inside, and Ray Handel runs pretty much everything in a shadow roll, but oftentimes you'll see horses that kind of have that head carriage in a shadow roll, and she finally does it, but look at how her ears are pinned flat back. She doesn't look like she's thrilled about having to go up the inside.
She said enough of this, get me to the outside.
Yeah, exactly. But with clear sailing was your winner, the number 8, Dancing Dean, closing on the outside, filly by Constitution, to get the job done in her second career turf start and taking that step forward that we like to see from 2 to 3. A lot happened in this show, but we hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. It's time for Jonathan and I to say goodbye. Always fun, as always, sharing the set with you. As don't worry, there's plenty more still to come. We have our crew over at Monmouth. Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling are coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way here in New York. We hope you'll stay with us for a lot more live racing from Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park on America's Day at the Races.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings, no matter where you are, with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure.
Two miles from the shore, Monmouth Park, the shore's greatest stretch. Happy Father's Day. And this sixth race, post parade, pick 6 gets started here. First turf route of the afternoon. It's been an exciting Sunday of thoroughbred racing, and expect that to continue. Paulie, we start with late call and Woody Stevens winning trainer Derek Ryan.
Yeah, and a horse that's only been on the turf one time, but did run a second place finish. Derek claimed this one last time out.
Title shot, deep closer.
Yeah, really deep closer. 2 for 29 lap time, 1 for 21 the last 2 years.
Spanish Noble, 2 straight tough beats.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's very, very game and is going to be forwardly placed.
It's gravy, tepid favorite.
Yeah, and you know, the 4 and the 3 could be dangerous because they could cancel each other out. Let's see if Paco stays on top of the 3.
Prince of Caps, 2 for 33 lifetime. Save the flag. The mare taking on the boys.
Yeah, mare taking on the boys, like you said, trying the turf for the 4th time. She hasn't tried the turf since September at Meadowlands.
Food Bank Helper is just not a finisher. And then Bramble Blaze, who you like going in.
Yeah, I like Bramble Blaze. This horse is a horse that Joe Bravo took last time. Tried to take the horse up the rail. It was not happening. I think today will be a better trip.
Tepo off the board in 6 straight this year. Currently 22-1 outsider, and Lucky Running Cat on the outside. And Jairo Randone, 1 win behind Paco in the standings.
Yeah, sort of the joker in the deck in here. First time gelding, hasn't run since September, getting played at the window. And like you said, Randone rides the turf very good. Kathleen DeMasi is a very good conditioner. So she usually hangs out in Pennsylvania, and this is a Pennsylvania bred.
Jersey Shore 6 in about a minute here. 1.16 on grass. Yesterday's Eatontown, 2 turns on grass. No Chad Brown in the 6 at Monmouth, so someone has a shot. Because in the Eatontown, and for Chad Brown, who's made it a habit of winning this race. Now 4 of the last 8. Runs 1-2 yesterday, Paul, and Tags Implications finally delivering that knockout punch she has lacked in several straight starts.
Yeah, she really has. And when you went into this race, you're thinking there's no way she could beat this group, especially with Mama June in here and a lot of others. You can see her closing on the complete outside, but she got the job done. And you know what? Ever since Good Magic won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a maiden, I put nothing past Chad Brown anymore. But Tax Implications, I thought this was big for her, a big win, and tactically. And again, what we were talking about earlier, and I think Greg and Andy mentioned it, horses just run for Flavian Pratt.
Flavian Pratt, this team, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, they won this event last year, consumer spending. I wonder how pivotal this is for Tax Implications if something was figured out, if she's turned the corner, and if we get to see more of that version, a Tax Implications who finishes, who polishes off her races.
Well, I think what Chad does so well as a trainer is like, listen, horses are herd animals. They like to stay together. So the hardest thing to do is to get them to break away. And for her to break away from that group and not to win by a nose or a neck, to get the job done by a good amount. I would think that would give her a ton of confidence. And, yeah, in a type of horse that, has really never run a bad race if you look at her PPs, too.
Big win yesterday in the Eatontown. Brown 1-2. Good, exciting, competitive feature today. The Get Serious. A little bit later on, race number 10. Paul will have much more on Get Serious. What a racehorse he was in front of this big crowd at Monmouth Park. Yeah, you had mentioned to Raj and I yesterday, Paul, and Raj has been here before for Father's Day, just what a big deal it is.
Yeah.
The crowd, 25,000 on hand.
It's an absolute beauty to see. I think a lot of people come to the horse races, say horse racing is not going in the right direction. And you come out here to Monmouth Park, and just everybody is absolutely having a blast. We have a birthday cake right up here with us. Somebody's celebrating their 50th birthday. We have food trucks. It's just an amazing scene. You're seeing a lot of young kids with their fathers like we were. I'm dating myself back in 1985, somewhere in that area when I used to go to Turf Paradise. Dad, I love you. Happy Father's Day. And there you go. That's what it's all about. It's what it's all about. And here's the thing. You can sneak in a $2 show bet. Let's go.
Are you kidding? You're not going to hurt. Absolutely.
Listen, that was our listen, I will say this. That was our plan. I was about 11. My other brother was about 15. We'd get $10 from Dad to go to the arcade, spend $5, and then try to find somebody to place our other $5 to make a little bit of cash.
Take that $5 or $10, and Paul says put it on Bramble Blaze in this 6th race. Jersey Shore 6 starts here. Final check of the tote board reading, 5-2 on Spanish Noble. Those two tough defeats coming into this one. We'll see if things go his way in the end on this afternoon. The 5-2 favorite, Matt Ditterman, with the call. Post time for the 6 from Monmouth, live on Fox Sports 2.
We're ready to go. And Larough. It's Gravy going right to the lead from the onset. Takes the lead in the early stages. Prince of Caps alongside now. Save the Flag 3 deep as they come out of the chute. There's 3 across the track. It's Gravy on the inside with a head lead. Prince of Caps on restraint second. Save the Flag off the pace. Spanish Noble alongside of him. Lucky Running Cat deep on the course approaching the turn in the white jacket. And then comes Late Call and Tapu going into the turn. Food Bank Helper, the gray horse, Scraping Pain. He's third last. Bramble Blaze, Title Shot, those two together at the back as they round the clubhouse turn. It's Gravy setting a slow pace here, is on top by a half length. Prince of Caps there on the outside applying the heat. Then a line of 3. Spanish Noble on the inside. Save the Flag between horses. Lucky Running Cat is 3 deep. Another length and a half to Late Call and Tapu. Food Bank Helper only 4 lengths off the pace in the third last position. 3/4 of a length to Bramble Blaze. And Title Shot can see them all 6 or 7 from tip to tail as they hit the half-mile pole. The pace has been contentious but slow. It's Gravy head in front. Prince of Caps alongside. Save the Flag 3 deep, a half length off. Into the forward turn they go. Lucky Running Cat is 4 wide, attempting to rally from there. Spanish Noble saving ground on the rail, has run. Spanish Noble is hunting for racing room as they come to the top of the lane. It's Gravy at the top of the stretch along with Prince of Caps going at it. Lucky Running Cat third. Spanish Noble still waiting. There's just nowhere to go. Spanish Noble's going to duck to the inside. Late Call on the outside coming with a big run. Here comes Late Call and Samuel Marin to the lead, and Late Call's drawing clear. Late Call by 2.5. Late Call your victor. Spanish Noble second. Food Bank Helper gets up for third. It's Gravy fourth.
Book it, Dano. The trainer of Grade 1. Woody Stevens winner. Book 'em, Dano. Derek Ryan strikes in the 6th at Monmouth with Late Call. 5-1 to kick off the Jersey Shore 6.
Well, if you add this one, this is a tough one to get to. This horse had 1 race over the turf, but absolutely got left and eliminated. And now you look at it, you might want to draw a line through it because obviously a lot of people in the Derek Ryan barn and a lot of people believed in this horse. My goodness, he strided out nice. And it seems like the turf course, even though Matt Dinnerman has mentioned that they've, gone slow on the racetrack, they've been able to close. And, the 9 in here, Bramblebee, just was not acting himself in the gate, and he just is his worst own enemy.
Tried to mount a challenge late with Joe Bravo, about 8 wide into the stretch, but way too much to overcome. And for Spanish Noble, it wasn't as close or gut-wrenching a loss as the last two, but a third straight second-place finish.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran really well. Melissa got the horse up into a really good spot. Food bank helper for Patrick McBurney and Sammy Camacho. It's in the 4, It's Gravy, kind of was like cutting the pace, and horse just doesn't have a ton of acceleration, and the horse that had the best acceleration was Lake Hall.
Look forward to seeing Bookham Dano this summer at Saratoga. Right now, looks like the top-ranked 3-year-old sprinter in North America, as we welcome Greg Wolf, Andy Serling to the broadcast. Guys, Greg, I imagine a fun morning with the kids.
Yeah, Jason, my son all over the soccer field, did not want to pay attention in class. Paulie, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to my dad, everybody out there watching, fathers all across the country. Thanks for being with us. Special day, and we got great weather for it.
I agree. I'm the one day I'm particularly sad we're not at Belmont Park, because as you can see at Monmouth, the big crowd there. We always had a big crowd at Belmont Park. But happy Father's Day to all, and always a fun day.
Well, we're going to get into more live action coming up here on the Sunday card. Belmont at the Big A. We just saw an upset in a race to kick off the Pig 5. Looked like a wide open race going in. Turns out that way. Dancing Dean for Belmont at 10-1 with Junior Alvarado wins.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of wonder, and 10-1, a very fair price. The only thing you and I were saying, we agree, like, not the one was bad, but 9-5 on anybody in this competitive field. And we talk about this so often. Don't get caught up in speed figures of 2-year-olds going long on the turf. These are the figures that improve dramatically. Horses will improve, with maturity all the time from 2 to 3. But 2-year-olds, they're just not really ready to go those 2-turn races. They usually have slower paces, and the figures are often slow. But we'll frequently, all the time, you'll see horses that are running around 60 as 2-year-olds come back, and they'll run 75s, 80s, even more. And this is a case of a horse that ran a 62 in a race that was won forwardly. Belmont's other horse won the race, a stakes horse that won the Florida Oaks. And this horse didn't run great, but certainly ran well enough that with routine improvement, 10-1 was a pretty good price in this horse. But to be fair, there was a lot going on in this race.
Early Pick 5, just over $2,000 return ending in that race. The late Pick 5 started in that race, and you get 10-1 if you had them. We move on to the late Pick 4. My Own 3/16. It's on the outer turf. Allowance optional claiming field. Crabs and Beer. Just second in a grade 3 last time out.
As Maggie Wolfendale said to me earlier today, nothing says Maryland like crabs and beer.
Indeed.
And for those of you who've been down to Baltimore especially, and Maggie, of course, growing up down there, the question with this horse is, did he really improve on a very soft course? It was an absolute bog, as many remember, on Preakness Day, and there are horses that will run huge performances. Think of the performance we saw from Warlike Goddess in last year's Joe Hurst Turf Classic. While she's a very good horse, that's the best race she ever ran. They'll run better. And the rest of his resume suggests he's a contender, but maybe he's a horse that runs much better with so much give in the ground.
If you take that race away, this becomes a very wide open
He's
group.
no 5-2 shot, I'll tell you that.
Late Pick 4 from Aqueduct coming up next. Crabs and Beer. Can he back up that soft turf performance on firm going? Next.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on this Father's Day edition, America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part where you can play all the action on this Father's Day in all Saratoga long and beyond at Nyra Bets. Go to NyraBets.com. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members punch in that code MATCH200 at sign-up. Again, right there at NyraBets.com. Looks like the MiG.
I believe he is. That is the MiG.
Mile 3/16 outer turf on this allowance optional claiming race. We were talking about crabs and beer going to break. There he is, back in the picture. Two-time winner on the turf. We'll see what Mig thinks about him as we head downstairs to him now.
Yeah, actually, he's the first one I want to talk about. Crabs and Beer, very appropriate name for Maryland bred. And by the way, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. I hope you're having a wonderful day and you're getting to spend it with the people you love. Crabs and Beer looks fantastic. Kerry Bryan does a tremendous job from her Fair Hill base. And there's not any pace on in here at all. And at times, Crabs and Beer has shown some speed. And, you know, Johnny Velasquez is a rider that absolutely understands the importance of getting your position going forward. I just wonder if they don't revert to maybe allowing him to show a bit more speed today. Like I said, from a physical perspective, he looks outstanding here in the paddock. The Ford Daunt making his second start off the layoff for Bobby Robato. He's another horse that could lay up close, and he looks fantastic. The race really moved him forward. I thought he looked good in his 5-year-old debut, but he looks even better today, a little tighter, a little more tucked up. He's a horse that can lay up close, too. I don't think he's a horse that wants to be on the lead, though. So I hope, the hope is that he can find someone that he can follow but still be close enough because, again, really glaring lack of pace in this race. And then the 5-horse Tulane, he was the other one that caught me from a physical perspective. Another horse coming from Fair Hill, Graham Motion. He's a handier, shiftier kind of individual from a physical perspective, but he does not show any speed, and I just wonder what kind of trip he works out. But I would have been remiss not to speak of him, how good he looks in the flesh. His coat, just that rich, hydrated, dappled out coat that you love to see. Tells you a horse is healthy and doing well.
Mig, thanks. 10 minutes away. We'll get to the post parade shortly. So many contenders in this group. It's a race you can make a case for just about everyone. Let's go back to who's not in the race and how did that change things?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this race was this race centered around Mondego, the 2. Now, you might not have liked him, but if you didn't like him, you're going to get a good price because he was going to be favored. But he not only was the worst to beat on paper, but he also was the controlling speed. And when he comes out, horses like Daunt, who has enough speed to be forward, English Conqueror has enough speed, but Dripping Gold. Now, I don't love Dripping Gold in here, but Flavien Prat is as good at taking advantage of situations where there isn't a lot of speed as any rider. And when I see a situation like this with the 2 coming out and the lead sort of being up for grabs, and I see one horse who's run well when he's been forward, and I see Flavien Prat on him, it makes me think that Dripping Gold's going to be in front. Now, Maggie likes this horse. My problem with him, Greg, and I'm curious your opinion, I just wonder even with optimal circumstances if he's necessarily good enough to beat these. It's close.
Yeah, I think we're going to see better being that second off the bench. I initially looked at him and go, I thought, maybe better going a little bit longer. He's got some very good figures at 1 1/8. Yep. I mean, that race at Belmont last May puts him right in the mix.
He did lose to Daunt, but you're right. He only lost by a neck. I guess like everything, I know this sounds corny, but price is your guide. You know, a horse that you wouldn't bet at 7-2, you might have no problem betting at 5 or 6 to 1. And I think he's a horse that I wouldn't bet at 4 to 1, but if he went up to 5 or 6 to 1, I could see using him in here. I just feel like I lost my feel of the race. It's kind of like I feel like I'm trying to catch an eel with my bare hands. You know, I just don't know, because Daunt's who I ended up picking, but he doesn't win. He's not really a winning type. He runs races good enough to win, but he doesn't win. I think English Conqueror is a dangerous horse, but do I really want to take him off a layoff? On the other hand, he's 9 to 1 right now, the 6. That's a pretty big price on a horse that if you start dissecting his turf form, he's easily good enough to win this race.
Yeah, this is an incredibly difficult race to try and to wrap your head around, just because everyone does seem, there's no standout. They all could jump up. I mean, trip's going to matter so much.
And I think you're supposed to focus and say, well, if Crabs and Beer, and I haven't looked at the multi-race bets, I'll take a look. If Crabs and Beer is the favorite, I think you're supposed to bet against him. Not because he can't win, but at 5-2 on a horse coming off an effort on a course completely different than the one that he's running on today. And while he was second to Running B, who dead heat in the stake yesterday and was third last time, he improved dramatically on the softer turf. Did he really get better as a 5-year-old, or did he get better on the soft going?
Yeah, that's a key question in this race here coming up. He's the 5-2 favorite as we get set for our post parade here in this 6th race on our Father's Day coverage. 7 minutes away from this mile and a 3/16 outer turf contest with the sun gloriously shining down here in South Ozone Park, New York. We will start with the favorite. There's Crabs and Beer. Johnny V for Kerry Bryan.
I tell you, sitting up here, some Maryland crabs and nice cold beer. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Sounds like a perfect Father's Day.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I hope some of you are having them.
Jump to Daunt, who's next. Javier Castellano for Bobby Rovato.
You got to admire his sort of consistency. He almost always shows up with an A effort, sometime against tough competition. I wonder if he's better at a little more ground, the mile 3/16.
Yeah.
I picked him. We'll see.
Chilean for Grant Motion, long time away.
Grant Motion's numbers off long layoffs with turf routers are actually strong enough to not worry that much about the layoff, but is he even good enough even if he runs his race?
First start of his 7-year-old season for English Conqueror.
I think he's the overlay on this board at 9 to 1 right now, Craig, because he has races that are competitive.
Here's Boys, Mike Maker.
I feel like he's gotten very good trips and run okay under ideal circumstances, and his shortest price I'm against.
Flavian Pratt for Shug McGahee, Dripping Gold, West Point Thoroughbreds.
I think there's a good chance he's going to try to wire this field.
4 to 1, and then Bodie's Maker outside. Horacio de Paz, 2-back. He won at Laurel with an 88 buyer.
Does seem like Horacio's horses more often than not show up, and he comes out of a competitive race, but he doesn't have any speed, and they may not be going that quickly up front.
So back to very familiar silks here, Three Diamonds Farm. Arad Ortiz Jr. kicked off this card with a win here. He's teaming up with Mike Maker in this spot. Let's go back to second being beat a neck here on this turf course early May.
And this was a race where he finished ahead of Mondego, who scratched, but also of Daunt. And I wonder if Daunt and Mondego kind of got a little bit too aggressive up the front end of this race, particularly Daunt off of the layoff a little too fresh. And this pace ended up collapsing in the late stages. And it's one of the reasons I picked Daunt in this race. I'm kind of 4s and 6s if you put a gun to my head.
He's the second choice, slight second choice on the board right now. Oh, sorry, third choice at 7 to 2. There he is.
Yeah, I wasn't thrilled with his chances. I thought he's okay, but he seems to do best getting very good trips. And I don't want a short price on a horse that needs a good trip to do his best running.
Let's go back down to Mig with more on a horse who's now actually the favorite here, Daunt. Mig.
Yeah, that's who I like, Daunt. I just think he's improved from the last race, and that was a really good effort off the bench. You know, Bobby Rovato is a very patient trainer, kind of builds a horse into a campaign, not necessarily for a race, so I would expect him to make a move forward. In a race that's lacking, you know, real speed, I just think he's going to be forward enough, even if he's just following 1 or 2. I don't think he's going to be far away, and I don't think you want to be far away in this race. The 6, English Conqueror, did not grab my attention in the paddock. Really liked him in the warm-up, though. He really caught my attention there. And he also has a rider that's very smart and can be very aggressive at times, Jose Lezcano. This horse has put himself forward, going back to a mile and 3/16 race last summer in Saratoga. Now, there wasn't a lot of pace on that day, but at least he showed he can be forward. And then another horse that again, did not catch my eye in the paddock, but certainly in the warm-up. And he left the pony with Flavien Prat and got that aggressive warm-up as number 8, Dripping Gold. And I agree with Andy. The more you look at it, particularly with Flavien aboard, who is so adept at taking advantage, exploiting situations where it seems like there's a lack of pace, I think this horse very well could wind up being your pace setter here. And I don't think that's a bad place to be. They got to be where they've got to run where you've already been, and particularly if you're controlling things. So I think the 8 is the horse that kind of really won me over between the warm-up and just looking deeper into how this race could shape up.
All right, we'll see what happens if Pratt does decide to go with Dripping Gold. It's a tough race to try and figure out who is going to be in front.
Now, and keep in mind, this race starts at the top of the stretch. It's 1 mile and 3/16 on the inner turf course, the distance of the Preakness. So they have the entire stretch to get over. So an outside post is not a problem at all. And I think it'll come down to who decides to be the most aggressive between the 4, 5, 4, 6, and 8, at least on paper. And I think Daunt's a horse that probably better a little covered up in here. I believe either English Conqueror, the 6, or the 8, Dripping Gold, will be in front. And Flavien Prat is just a rider that is more aggressive in those situations, for better or worse.
Look at where they start. Pretty long run till that first turn. Plenty of room to get position.
And they're normally fair races. And keep in mind, when you have a race like this, often you'll see the first quarter in under 24, and you think, oh, maybe they're going too fast. But it's down a straightaway. So it's not necessarily, it's not they went around a turn and slowed up around the turn. So frequently, you can sort of subtract 2 to 3/5 from a normal quarter when they head right into turn very quickly when they have to slow up.
Difficult card. I mean, this race, incredibly wide open. I thought the next race.
I agree. Quite a few can win there.
The 8th, there's a lot of ways to go.
The 8th is a wide open second division of the 5th race. And I don't think the 9's any easier
for
either.
Ninth,
This is it started out, if you're alive in the pick 5, best of luck, or even the pick 6. But it's not getting any easier, and this is something that could pay very, very well.
Yeah, it's so hard to find a race to narrow down and feel confident about it.
Well, where would you lean in this sequence, Greg? In the 5th race, I like the 5. I also think there's a chance that the inside's very good in the dirt, and this is the only dirt race. I'm not even sure who's going to be in front. The 7th race, I'm saying. I'm looking at the next race, after this. I'd probably use, I don't even know. I like the 5, but there's a lot of horses can win.
I thought the 3 and 6 were going to be very tough in the 7th.
I used the 3. I wasn't a fan of the 6, but he could certainly win. The 8th race, I picked it 9-8-4, but I don't have any.
Yeah, late Latte Lizzie.
She's the horse to beat.
No question. For Chad Brown?
But Beats is a horse that you had a tip on, actually, I believe, first time. You don't remember this horse?
No.
Oh, I do. You had heard this horse could run. He ran second. And he had that, you don't remember? Well, we'll watch the race where he broke. I'm sure you watched the replay, but he broke very, very slowly in there and was wide around the field. If he's able to run as effectively going long, he could be pretty good.
I had a tip.
I'm telling you, I have a memory of watching the show with you and you saying that you had heard this horse could run.
All right.
Might have been like a lingering from, well, this was right after Saratoga, so you probably heard while we were in Saratoga where there's way too much information, most of it bad. But that horse is dangerous, but who knows? You've got a firster for Chad Brown and Klarovich in there. And the last race, I picked Battle in Normandy, but there's a lot of contenders in this race.
Yeah, one of the things, and you bring up a good point, tune out the noise when you get to Saratoga. Just trust your own instincts. If there's an incredible tip that's overwhelming.
If a horse is a big price, if you have a tip on a horse of price, you should bet a few dollars. But the reality is that the Saturday maiden races, there's 6 tips on horses in there, depending on who you know. And yeah, there are a lot of good horses that run 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in those races.
Real quick in the last. No, we got time.
Who'd you pick? I picked the 5. I don't have a strong opinion, but
it's a tough race. I think Al's Rocket, long shot's very interesting.
Wow, okay.
20-1.
I would prefer Scramble out of the race he comes out of. 5 and 9 would be my top 2 in the last, but I'm not saying it with any major conviction.
So, in other words, incredibly difficult, even pick 4 ahead.
But in those kind of races, you should see able to get reasonable prices. Now, for instance, the 8 Dripping Gold has gone off favor in here. I think this horse is a horrible gamble at 5-2. Once again, maybe he gets the lead and he wires the field, but, geez, I don't see what about it makes him a 5-2 shot, but maybe there's a consensus feeling he's going to walk on the front end, and maybe he will.
Does drop down a little. He's been beat by several of these, though, who've also faced tougher. And here's the horse who for a while was the favorite, Crabs and Beer. Can he back up that performance in that grade 3 on that soft turf? On the firm going here, it's a race he'd never produced before. By far the quickest race he'd ever run. Maybe he's just getting good at the right time. We'll find out. That was the second start of his 5-year-old campaign. Start number 3 coming up. John Velasquez aboard. We're set for the 6th. Chris Griffin, the call.
Conqueror, 3 out. Boyce. Dripping Gold. And Bodie's Maker. Isn't. All set. And they're off. Breaking with early speed is Daunt up towards the front, and also right there is Boyce in the early mix, and Boyce will press on. It's Daunt towards the inside. From the outside draws Dripping Gold, and also Bodie's Maker trying to join the early tempo. But it's going to be Bodie's Maker ready to challenge Boyce. They're now 1-2. Dripping Gold just off of them is 3 wide in that second group with Daunt, who takes back after breaking on top. English Conqueror is now going to claim the 3rd position, gets over to the rail, the 2 at the back. Second to last is going to be Tulane with the trailer, Crabs and Beer. They're chasing Boyce, and Arad Ortiz Jr. is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Went that opening quarter mile in 23 and 4. Bodie's Maker is right to the outside here, stalking from second, comfortable enough at the rail. That's English Conqueror in 3rd. Dripping Gold is in the 4th spot, under a snug hold here, is in the 4th position, 2.5 off the lead. Following them comes Daunt, is in 5th. From the back, Crabs and Beer starts to move in closer, and Tulane is now the trailer, 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time. They're still chasing Boyce, and Boyce has got the lead, doing it comfortably. On the front end, it's Boyce, and Bodie's Maker right there stalking, less than a half-mile to go. It's English Conqueror towards the inside, just waiting for the cue, and just off of them still is Dripping Gold in 4th. From the back, Crabs and Beer starts to move forward with Daunt, who's now under a full drive, and the trailer is Tulane. 1:12 and 3 for 3/4 of a mile. They haven't caught Boyce yet. It's Boyce in front. Dripping Gold is looming up 3 wide, coming after the leaders now. English Conqueror wants off the rail as Boyce is going to hug the rail and kick away. It's Boyce in front. Still doing it nicely. Dripping Gold is in full pursuit. English Conqueror got off the rail and now has every chance. Here comes English Conqueror trying to pounce on Boyce, who's very game towards the inside. It's Boyce to the inside. English Conqueror is trying to push on by Dripping Gold. Crabs and Beer is rolling, but nowhere to go. Here comes English Conqueror to the outside of Boyce. These two head and head down to the line. It's a photo finish. Photo between English Conqueror to the outside, Boyce to the inside, Crabs and Beer, and Dripping Gold in 1:53 and 4.
Not who we thought would be in front of us, Boyce, Arad Ortiz Jr., but English Conqueror, 7-year-old debut, comes and gets him.
Does appear as though the 6 won the photo here, and a great ride from Jose Lezcano because he went forward, but he got that tuck in here. He was able to get in that position. But listen, he needed the whole stretch seemingly to get by. We'll slow it up here. Yeah, he was by him, but give Arad Ortiz. I mean, I know it's sort of dumb to be saying give Arad Ortiz credit, but he rides a lot of good horses. But you think of the ride in the Seed yesterday. You think of the ride on this horse. You could never have seen this horse on the front end. But Irad probably thought, you know what, I'm going to go if somebody else wants to go. And he's been really doing a good example of what Richie says, getting your position going forward, race after race after race.
Let's go to Paulie and Rajiv back in Monmouth.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Andy. We get a post break to start off your late pick 5 here on Father's Day. And there goes the 2 Little Liam with Rajiv Marah here as well. And the 3 is going to go through here, Rajiv, Eatontown Girl.
It's 6th at this level last time. That was its first race in 7 months.
Mildoon goes through. Now, Rory Houston did get his first win of the meet today.
Yeah, Mildoon switches back to the dirt after a poor performance on turf last time.
David Artiste, the 5 is going to go through your favorite. We'll get back to that horse. The 6, Gypsy Style Big Long Shot.
Yeah, didn't do much running first time out, but now has experience under its belt.
Lily the Kid goes through. Jose Gomez aboard.
3rd at this level last time.
The 8 Summer Flower. Melissa Aereo had a choice of a couple horses. I thought this horse had a little bit of a look.
Yeah, got beat 11 lengths last time at this level.
Eddie Owens has 2 horses, and he also has the 11, the 9s at 11-1. Here's the 10, Jay Willard.
Yeah, Jay Willard coming right up. Was 5th on the turf last time, that gray filly, after being bumped and steadied. Now back to the dirt.
There's Jay. And then the 11-letter run. We were talking about the other Eddie Owens Jr. runner.
Yeah, this ended up being my top pick. Let her run. This Eddie Owens Jr. is the sister to C Streak, who won the Long Branch earlier this year at Monmouth Park and ran in Pegasus yesterday.
Yeah, New Jersey bred. As you see a lot of New Jersey breds out in the crowd on this beautiful Father's Day. It's absolutely gorgeous out. And it's just been a beautiful scene. This is just great to see in horse racing as the horses do march to the gate. You got about less than a minute to get your pick 5s in or your wagers at NyraBets.com. Don't forget to join Nyra Bets today and play the action on our program. $200 match bonus. Sign up for the promo, match $200. And $200 will match your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join Nyra Bets to earn your $200 deposit match. And what better time to join now? This is a pick 5 that could be pretty spicy, Rajiv.
Well, it starts off with a tough sequence. The sequence starts off with a tough race. 11 maidens go on here, New Jersey breds, and there's only one debut runner in this race, and that's the number 1 Captured Darling. And this is the kind of race that if a debut runner can run at least a little bit, they'll be very effective, because the ones that have run haven't shown much. And I tell you what, caught my eye in the paddock, number 1 Captured Darling, the best looking horse. And I know it's tough to win from the inside post first time out, especially in a big field, because you're going to face adversity, especially if you don't break well. But if Paco can get this filly to break well, she'll be a major factor in this race.
Maybe it's a hunch play, too. The one trained by Patrick McBurney, the assistant trainer to John Forbes. John Forbes, the one who trained Get Serious, ridden by Pablo Fregoso, would be celebrating Get Serious in race number 10 for a $100,000 stakes race. But until then, horses are loading in race number 7 for your late pick 5. Good luck if you're alive in the Jersey. Pick 6 as well. We'll go up to Matt Dierman for the call here in the Jersey Shore.
Here's Let Her Run. We're ready to go. Start of the late pick 5. And they're off. Pretty good beginning. Rocky Seas out on the pace with Jay Willard. Here's Little Leah. Captured Darling flashing early lick as well. Little Leah comes out of the crowd to take a short lead. Eatontown Girl a half length back, pressing in second. Let Her Run third on the outside. And then comes the gray Jay Willard. Captured Darling, they're side by side. A gap of 2. Vivid Artiste and Rocky Seas there together. Mildoon 8 lengths off the leaders approaching the turn. A space of 4 to Gypsy Style. Lily the Kid has been outrun. Summer Flower well out of it too as they round the forward turn. Little Leah on top here by about a half length. Eatontown Girl sent along from second. Let Her Run. Jairo Rendon creeping in with her in the 3 path around the turn. 2 back to Capture Darley. Shaken up, gets to the outside and begins a move at the top of the lane. Eatontown Girl is plummeted back with Rocky Seas there at the top of the stretch. Let Her Run is now asked to accelerate. Far outside, Capture Darling coming with a charge. Capture Darling way out in the middle of the track. She collars Let Her Run in the final 16th. Rocky Seas coming out of the crowd to take third, but it's Capture Darling pulling away with Paco Lopez. Capture Darling by 3 at the finish. Rocky Seas was second. Let Her Run holds third. Jay Willard fourth.
1-9 is Captured Darling, much the best. The lone first-time starter in here and just kind of buries this field.
Yeah, what a nice run from her, and very polished effort, because she faced some adversity, had a few horses crowd her going down the backstretch. She acted like a professional. A lot of times we see first-time starter horses get behind and the dirt hits them in the face, and it's something that they're not accustomed to. Great training job by Mr. McBurney to have her polished and ready, and the team there. And Paco delivered is a customary good ride. Just broke well from the inside, got a good position, and safe ground until the stretch tipped out. Just perfectly executed, and She did the rest.
1-9-11-10. Congratulations to Eddie Owens. He runs, actually, Eddie Owens Jr. runs second and third here with his two fillies, but no doubt about the winner. We always call it Paco Saturday, but it's Paco Father's Day as he starts off the late pick 5 at 5-1.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the races. And the master on the turf, Jose Lezcano, getting by the pace setter here at 11:01. 7-year-old debut for English Conqueror.
Just an unbelievably great trip, and the 9 dropped off just in time for him to come out into the stretch without causing any problems and get the aim on the leader he needed. And he needed the entire stretch to get by. They both ran well. They both got good trips. But it just turned out that the number 6, the eventual winner, English Conqueror, was slightly better.
1 for 19 on the turf coming in.
You know, but I will say his form's a bit clouded by synthetic races. His dirt races, turf race, especially outside of Woodbine, were good. You know, that was a good effort by Krabs and Beer when you consider it was a fairly moderate pace that held together. And while he saved ground, and basically the first 3 finishers never really left the rail for much of the race, he did put in a reasonable run to finish 3rd.
How good is this late pick 5 looking right now, if you're alive?
Well, it's looking good, but a little nerve-wracking because now you're in some territory. That double paid over $200 for $202.
Another difficult race coming up. This one on the main track. It's a 1-turn mile. They're all for sale for $25,000 in this race. Non-winners of 3 life-claiming event.
And I was saying to you, I think there's an argument based on the 3 dirt races we've run so far that the rail could be a real advantage today. I don't think that helps you in handicapping this race because maybe the 10, thank you, John, is the speed. He's a little tough to make, but it's very hard to be sure how this race is going to run, Greg, because there's just no convincing speed. But apparently somebody thinks 19 Oysters is going to run. What's going on there?
Wow, 5-2 favorite right now. Looked like
he's like the 4th choice on the multis.
If that. Winning streak continues in the Bed of Roses. A seed stepping up for the Chad Brown Barn.
second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then collusion illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our ABR Race of the Week happened yesterday. Grade 2 Bed of Roses in that filly mare sprint division. Looked like an incredibly wide open race. A seed winds up stepping up and making it 3 in a row now.
And just got a very good trip. She did come out a bit at the start and caused the problems that ended up getting the victory for her, because the 5 who ran second did run the best race, but she broke sharply. She went to the front. They were going slow. She allowed the 10 Begin to clear and then came through with an absolutely perfect trip, whereas the 5 had to go around, but the 5's trip was dictated by the significant trouble that she had at the start. Excellent effort by both of these. They buried the rest of the field. Just Catherine should have won, but the seed got the money.
3 in a row now. She's starting to put together a nice record, and you certainly runner-up here, compromised right out of the gate. Big effort to make it very close late. Both these two running winning efforts.
Yeah, no question about it. It's been a very good division. We'll see divisional leader Vava's running next weekend at Churchill Downs, and she'll be very hard to beat in a 5-horse field. And all these horses are sort of coming together to showdown in the Ballerina in Saratoga, which could be quite a battle. But she's got to get faster, Greg, if she's going to beat Vava.
And I'm not ready to give up on Alva Star just yet.
No. I think Alva Star has shown herself to be the second best horse in the division. The thing is, the big races are 7 furlongs, and Vava's always going to have the advantage over Alva Star. If they were 6, I still maintain the connections of Alva Star should really consider running in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga against the boys. Because from what we've seen so far, the boys in the sprint division, she's capable of running 100, low 100 buyers. Who in that division is she supposed to be scared of? And she can still run in that race and then come back later in the Ballerina. But boy, I mean, she could run in the Honorable Miss as well at 6 furlongs. But I don't know, man. Take a shot against the big boys in that Grade 1 sprint. And you know what? Maybe if it works out, maybe they could point for the Breeders' Cup sprint at the end of the year, where she might be better at 6 furlongs than the 7. Because frankly, are you so sure there's a better sprinter, male sprinter, than Vava? I mean, I'm not saying there isn't, but who is it?
Yeah, we're still waiting to find out who it is. Steve Asmussen with a couple of good ones.
Yeah, Skelly. But he lost his last race.
Yeah, he did.
And he lost outside of Oaklawn.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 7th on the main track when we return. Somehow, this horse is not favored anymore. Still taking a lot of money, though, right now. Seems like a bit of an outsider against this group. 19 Oysters off the claim for Mike Maker. Can he step up? Post-break next.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports coverage, getting set for the 7th. Coming up, we're 7 minutes to post here at Belmont at the Big A on this Father's Day. Thanks for spending part of it with us here on the program. Favorite reserve currency, Ray Handel, second off the claim, and the blinkers go on.
And I think Ray's being realistic. He claimed this horse from Chad Brown. He ran a respectable race, a very similar race from a speed figure standpoint that he ran the prior race, when even though he won a conditional claiming race, he beat a good horse in Maggianero, who came back to win. And it was a solid enough effort next time. Mile and eighth, maybe a bit far for him. The question you have to ask yourself, and this isn't a knock on Ray, who we're both fans of, you claim a horse from Chad Brown, you wonder, will this horse continue to maintain its form? And also, I know they're putting blinkers on, but this is not a horse that has much speed, and the 3 dirt races we've seen have all been won in the front end, albeit by relatively logical horses.
This was a win, 2 back, and as usual, coming from off the pace, and this is beating Maggianera, came back to win out of here.
Watching this race, I remember this was a week where Chad Brown won either 3 or 4 of the craziest head bob photos in the same week you've ever seen. Sorry, Chad, it was in March at Aqueduct and not in August in Saratoga. So when you lose a head bob in Saratoga, you feel like, yeah, I wish I'd lost that one in March and I could win this one.
Because it all evens out, doesn't it?
Oh, no. It doesn't. It never evens out. It just gets worse and worse. But somebody's got to win a head bob.
5-2 favorite, reserve currency now with Ray Handel. We'll start with 19 Oysters. Even 7-2 is very short for this horse.
The power of Irad Ortiz, 4-1 now. I don't know. Maybe he'll improve off the claim for Mike Maker. He better. He's got fast races, but not that often.
Unstable Prince is the biggest price on the board.
I tried to make a case for this Flying P. He was claimed by Mike Maker and Flying P down at Oaklawn, and now he's with Flying P and Merton Cantermachi. I just don't see a race that makes him competitive, and he has no speed.
Here's the favorite we just showed you in action with Dylan Davis.
He's okay. I mean, I think he's a player. I wouldn't bet him at 5-2, but this is a very hard race, Greg.
I thought this 4 could move forward. Is that good enough? I'm not sure.
Well, if he wins this race, there might be a carryover in the pick 5.
That's a good point. 22-1. Mr. Swagger.
Maggie and I both like this horse for a trainer who's had success coming to NYRA. He ran okay against much tougher at NYRA. I like his chances, but he doesn't have much speed, and that worries me.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano with debate.
He didn't run Saratoga just a week ago, but a lot of horses didn't handle it trying to come from behind.
Michelle Giangiulio with Pineapple Man.
Now, he's a horse that can be forward in this race, and you'd like to see Trevor give an aggressive ride, and he probably will. I just think he's unreliable, but a major player.
Like his appearance, too. Here's Ski Country at 11:01.
He's another horse that can be forward off the claim for the Notas, but how is he going to win this race moving up from a non-winners of $3, $14,000 claimer he didn't win? I don't see it.
Big jump. And then 9-1 outside. Thank you, John, for Jesus Romero.
The pace projector at Timeform US, which I'm a big believer in, and Timeform US is a great product, has this horse as the speed. And I didn't really like him, but Greg, if a horse clears in this race, I consider that horse very dangerous.
Luis Rivera Jr. will have the call.
It's a tough race.
Very difficult race. 4 minutes to post. See if Mig can make sense of it for us.
I think I might just muddy the waters some more, Greg. This is just such a handicapping conundrum. We're going to start with your favorite, the 3 Reserve Currency. Big, strapping, good-looking horse, taking what I feel is an appropriate drop-in class. And, you know, it's an interesting dynamic. You claim a horse from a good barn, they're hard to move up off of, but also you know you're getting a horse that's been well cared for. And I'm just seeing a really horse that's just doing really well at the moment and in a really good spot. Ray Handel does a terrific job. His horses look good, and they tend to run to their looks. The 5, Mr. Swagger, will be my top selection. I just think he's finally getting some very welcome class relief. He used to have speed. I don't know where that speed went. I sure hope he can put himself a little bit more forward than he's been recently. But when he broke his maiden back in January of 23 right here at Aqueduct, he was right on top of the pace, and it was, you know, a sprint race. So I just hope he can put himself more forward. 6, Debate, also, you know, kind of well-placed, dropping in class. Linda Rice is a very good horse person. She's also a very good manager and finds spots where horses look good. I like the way this horse warmed up, too, under Jose Lezcano, who I think is riding sensationally, which is not news. He just consistently rides well day after day. And then your 8-horse, Pineapple Man. Great impression in the post parade. Love the way he warmed up. Get a nice aggressive warm-up from Trevor McCarthy. I would think he's going to be a part of the pace. He's going to be forward. He looks great. He's also, you know, getting back to that $25,000 level where he was successful at 3 back. I always wondered, though, even though he has won at the mile, if he's not a little better, maybe going just a touch shorter. But maybe I'm just splitting hairs. But I'm on the 5, Mr. Swagger. I think they named that one for you, Andy.
I just want to wish the Mig a happy Father's Day. We haven't wished him a happy Father's Day. He's got a lot of kids.
He does, and they're all doing good things around the racetrack.
They're all way smarter than he is.
Well, happy Father's Day to Greg as well, and again, like all the fathers out there. And how about you, Andy? I think, you know, maybe somewhere out there.
Yeah, I'm not going to get involved in that conversation. Mr. Swagger, you, Maggie, and I, and this poor guy, he's carrying the weight of the world around with him.
I thought this horse had a big chance till I saw that you all liked him.
I pitched him. After that, you kidding me? This poor guy. We've been known to win together occasionally.
9-2 on the 5 in here.
Richie now a double grandfather, by the way.
Yeah, it's got to be so amazing.
He's like a changed man.
Come into the office and see him
Yep.
talking about his grandchildren. His face just lights up.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to see. And he's a good father, but he's got a good partner in Carmela.
Indeed. And we're getting to see the little Miglioris doing good things around the racetrack too.
Absolutely. No, Joey's and his daughter as well.
Yeah.
There was a very nice piece about Gabriella's daughter in Blood Horse just recently. It's nice to see her around the track.
So this group, 5-2 favorite, Reserve Currency, blinkers going on for Ray Handel, and tough to say, one of the best barns in the sport. How are you going to move this horse up off of Chad Brown?
Yeah, at least he can win, I guess, if he runs as well as he did for Chad. And you know, Ray ran him back a month and a half after he claimed him from Chad, so it's not the old run back on the other guy's training, and he ran a respectable figure, was just in a tougher spot, and maybe a little far at 1 1/8. But I got to tell you, once again, like the last race, I couldn't take 2-1 in this race. You know, you come to races that are crapshoots, you've got to find somebody. Bryce, we talked about it in race number 6. where we said the winner was the overlay on the board. He should never have been 11-1 in that race. Not a horse that I loved. I picked him second, but he's a horse that at that price is playable. So the question becomes, who is the playable horse in this race? Well, I know we don't like the 1 at 4-1 or the 3 at that price. I like Mr. Swagger. I think 5-1 is an acceptable price on him. I guess I like the 5. Someone's going to win this race. I'm going to say, yeah, I get it, but I didn't like him. That's the way I feel, kind of.
Yeah.
If it's not the 5.
3 and 6, I was going to use the way the 8 looks. I would have to include the 8 Pineapple Man if I was playing multi-race wagers here, just off the warm-up. But I thought he was a contender, outside contender.
I picked him second. I don't trust him. I don't like how Mike Maker dropped him, even though he ran well. Bad race, then he had a good race, but no, I think he could be down. And I think that Trevor McCarthy will be aggressive with him, and that could help him.
You and I, we're just both pretty steel gray horse here, but we are just perplexed why 19 Oysters the 1 is taking all this money.
Well, it's the IRAD factor. At a certain point, you just
yeah.
have to just give up and say there's a certain amount of money on every horse that IRAD rides, and it's the curse of success. But I will say he's always good. He is at the absolute top of his game.
He really is.
He's
It was
a brilliant
on full display
rider
yesterday.
Yeah, he's a brilliant rider, and I think his game is getting more and more complete. It's hard to believe considering he's won, 19 straight Eclipse Awards, but I really feel like he's getting better and better, which is an incredible tribute to him because it's hard to be better than he's been.
Works so hard at it. Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the 7th.
And they're off. Breaking quickly was Pineapple Man. His heart sent once the front end. It's Pineapple Man to the outside. Thank you, John is in the early mix. They're a clear 1-2. Just off of them now is Reserve Currency. Is down towards the inside. Is now a challenging third with Flashy Alex in between horses. Out wider there is Ski Country in 5th. They come out of the chute and try to join them with the far outside Debate. They really bunch up here as the front twos try to back off the tempo. Towards the back end of the field, Unstable Prince is in the pink blinker, second to last. Mr. Swagger, the trailer, is 19 Oysters. It's Pineapple Man still being encouraged to keep that forward position. Thank you, John, is in between horses just right after this pace setter now is challenging head and head as they work up the backstretch. Ski Country is joining them 3 wide. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. At the rail, it's Reserve Currency is getting a nice journey here. Ground-saving journey from 4th. Flashy Alex is trying to keep up, is now back to 6th. Gets passed by Debate, who's going to claim the 5th spot. At the rail, it's Unstable Prince trying to rally on. Second to last, Mr. Swagger. The trailer is 19 Oysters. It's Thank You, John, who's traveling very nicely here at 11-1, is a neck in front of an all-in Pineapple Man, who's been under a drive since they sprung the latch. They reach the top of the stretch, and Pineapple Man's not going away. Thank You, John is right there. Reserve Currency is trying to catch them both, and here comes Reserve Currency motoring down the center of the racetrack. Reserve Currency to the outside of Thank You, John, who battles on. Also trying to run on late. Ski Country from the back, Unstable Prince, but Reserve Currency with a perfect tip to the outside is going to win. It's Reserve Currency. Dylan Davis, they get the score. Reserve Currency wins it. Thank You, John will hold on for second over Unstable Prince and Ski Country in 1 minute 35 and 3.
Reserve Currency pulls away from this group and wins second off the claim for Ray Handel.
Yep. Ray showing Chad how it's done. Good claim by him, and he's maintained the form. A good ride by Dylan, stayed towards the inside, angled out in the stretch, and he was just a week the best in this race. And listen, Trevor did what he had to do with the 8 to try to be aggressive, but he did not have it. He did not run well. He was going to drive the whole way. The 10 actually ran fairly well outside the whole way. Did it feel like, did he hold second, or did the 2 catch him late? I think he held second, right? Yep. But this horse galloped.
310
was right.
310-2-9. Favorite at 5-2. Public got it right.
We're still trying to figure out 7-2. IRAD went from 9-2 to 7-2 the last flash. He must be looking at the board going, what?
Back to Monmouth, 8th coming up. Let's go to Lafitte.
Well, Paco is on an 8-5 shot and looking to go back-to-back as they cross over to the turf course. Late pick 4 time here, Paulie. Who do you like?
Well, I think the 5's going to be very tough. You know, you have the 7 in here who's taken some money but never been on turf before. So the 5 is a 2-time winner on turf. And, you know, you get Paco, you get Kelly Breen. And this horse ran a bang-up race 2 starts back. Might have had a regression last time. But that big old white horse right there is probably his main rival.
turf debut. 2-1 Sesame Seed Bagel. Raj has left the set. He is trackside. Rajiv, you've been tracking these turf sprinters from the paddock through the warm-up. What have you noticed?
Yeah, well, I'm going to start with my top pick. I'm going to start with my top pick, number 7, Sesame Seed Bagel. I really like this horse trying to turf for the first time in the Linda Rice barn. And his 2 races on the dirt has been really good. I think he's going to love the turf. He has the footing he has these big flat feet that are indicative of horses that would want the turf. I think he's going to move up on the grass, and he's real solid in here. I also gave a look to number 5, Vamos Viejo, who's the actual favorite right now. And I talked to trainer Kelly Breen. 2 starts back, he ran a race that would probably tower over this field. But the last time, he didn't duplicate it. He ran a bit flat. I asked Kelly, why did he think that happened? He gave it to the bounce. He said, I think that this horse bounced. He ran so big 2 starts back, freshened him up. And now I think he's going to be much better today. I thought that this horse has a very short run. So I asked him, what did he ask Paco Lopez? What was the instructions? He said, I didn't give Paco any instructions. I just told him, let him go ride his race. But I expect Paco to be very cautious of when to make his move. If he makes his move too early, he might flatten out. And there's another horse, number 2, Ditter. On paper, I really didn't give him that much of a look because he just broke his maiden in an off-the-turf race and he's taken a big step up in class. But in physical, he looks really well. This horse is fit and ready to go, and he does have the turf footing. He has these big flat feet as well. He's never sprinted on the grass, and I think he'll move up sprinting on the grass today. So I'm going to stick with the number 7, Paulie.
Yeah, I like it. You know, when you look at this race, the 5 in here, Vamos Viejo, is kind of vulnerable. I can understand where they're going. You do got Paco aboard, and I do think the 6 at 17-1 is a big overlay because I think the 6 could be the speed of the speed. But, you'll know early on the 7. Sometimes with these horses first-time turf, this is a horse that's shown some speed, tactical speed. You'll know right off the get-go whether this horse is going to like the turf or not. So I get the 6 a little bit of shot. Yeah, they got to get him in the gate. Yeah.
Sesame Seed Bagel. Yeah, he's going to take some coaxing. 7, 8, it takes a village. It takes a village, Paulie.
Yeah, it does. The bottom side of this pedigree, Mizzen Mass, who was a gray, so he gets that gray from his grandmother.
Stronach horse.
Yeah, very fast horse too. I want to say Bobby Frankel, maybe.
Hess or Frankel. I don't know why the name Hess is coming to mind.
Might be.
Don't look it up. They get him in. Sesame Seed Bagel. As we get set for this late pick 4. Vamos Viejo. Let's go, old man. Who is the favorite? Paco. They're going to go back-to-back on the Father's Day program at Monmouth Park. Matt Ditterman with the load and call. It's post time.
Now make it 1 back. Playground Legend. Here's Playground Legend. We're ready to go. And Lare off. Vamos Viejo in the middle of the pack is showing speed. Dither's sent hard to keep up with him. He's second coming out of the chute here as Vamos Viejo is the leader. Vamos Viejo a half length in front. Midnight Musket moving up to press the issue from the outside. Playground Legend in the 3rd position. Dither down on the inside alongside of him. A length back to Sesame Seed Bagel and Captain Quick there together. The 2 at the back, Carbonite. And When Love takes over as the trailer as they go into the 4th turn. Midnight Musket the leader here into that turn. A neck in front. Vamos Viejos counter punches from the inside. These 2 nose and nose as they round the turn. Dither hard ridden in 3rd, 2 behind as they come to the top of the lane. And Vamos Viejo going strong. Vamos Viejo off the turn. Midnight Musket behind in 2nd. Sesame Seed Bagel is coming with his rally now. Vamos Viejo kicks away with a nice acceleration. Opens up 3. Sesame Seed Bagel coming out of the pack. Chasing hard, but Vamos Viejo still in front. Vamos Viejo Viejo to win it a length and a half. Sesame Seed Bagel, second best. Third home playground legend, Captain Quick, when Love takes over in the photo for fourth.
Vamos Viejo. Let's go, old man. Strikes in the 8th at Monmouth to kick off the late pick 4. Back-to-back wins for Paco and Sesame Seed Bagel, like Cozine in the middle of the track. Big effort. Runs out of real estate.
You know, this horse won the race out of the gate. When you look at Vamos Viejo, go look back in a lot of his PPs. He's a horse that's had very, very bad gate trouble. But his last 2 starts, he's kind of minding that a little bit. You got to give Kelly Breen a little bit of credit because his start 2 back where he got left, he ran giant. Last time out, he broke second. Today, he won the race out of the gate because the 6 Midnight Musket could not put pressure on him. Tried to with Sammy Camacho, but when you're getting left and you rush up, I understand what Sammy's doing. He doesn't want to use his horse. That made the race kind of complete for Paco as he goes back-to-back.
Vamos Viejo. Jockey in this one, 4-5 at post time. 5-2 Sesame Seed Bagel. Things were getting interesting, and not that it's going to be close. We have plenty of time here at the meet here at Monmouth Park, but Paco Lopez, that lead in the standings had been reduced to 1. Jairo Rendon, but with 2 wins here, back up to 3 for Paco. 5, 7, 9, 8, 4 in the 8th race here at Monmouth Park.
Paco's one of those guys, like, if he gets a hit in the first inning, he's going to have a 5 or 6 hit game. And he gets on a roll. He's one of those type of guys that just, you end up looking up at the end of the day, and it's 3, 4 wins every day. And then you see how Rajiv always talks about he always has that long reign and lets those horses lope on back onto the winner's circle.
Marches to the beat of his own drum. Paco, we watched him, on 2 straight Saturdays. A combined 10 wins. It's been a little cold lately, but back-to-back on the Father's Day program. When we return, so good he's in multiple Hall of Fames. Trainer Mark Cassie, Canada, U.S., wherever, running Super Quest. In the feature, the Get Serious contender with serious speed later at Monmouth.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you on our Father's Day coverage. America's Day of the Races brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Reserve currency, dominant. For Ray Handel, second off the claim and equipment change, blinkers go on and picks up the 3rd win of his career.
Absolutely easy win, getting it done for Ray. And race a trainer that I think is just sort of been gathering momentum for the last couple of years, where he's becoming more of a household name in New York. And he's got a lot of personality, which doesn't hurt, but he's doing a very good job with the horses he gets a chance to train with. Nice to see him.
That's Dylan Davis aboard for him here for the win. And Dylan had plenty underneath him here late stretch.
Yeah, I think he was going to win no matter what, but Dylan gave him an absolutely perfect ride. He got position, he stayed inside, he angled out when he had to, and the horse was much the best, but Dylan made sure if it was close, he'd probably get it done.
Thank you, John. I was a ways back, but look at second and third. You say, well, it wasn't as tough as we thought. The favorite wins. But then look who was second and third.
I agree. You know, I tried to make the two sort of a clever, odd claim and aggressively placed here, but just seemed like too tough a spot. He turned out to run very well for the Cantermachis off the claim for Flying P.
Back to the turf for the 8th here. Mile on the grass, maiden special weight, and one that we talked about, Latte Lizzie for Chad Brown. Arad Ortiz Jr. right now the favorite, the 9.
Hey, Latte Lizzie just faced much better horses in her races, and I think she acquitted herself fairly well. It's a little interesting that Chad Brown chose to run her on synthetic, and it was a race scheduled for synthetic down at Gulfstream, where she didn't get it done at a short price, but she still ran respectably. I think she's going to be better on the turf, and she's the horse to beat. But there's a lot of stuff going on in here. Hopefully we'll get a chance to look at Beats' race, the debut, where she really ran extremely well, and she's got a pedigree that says she should be able to stretch out.
I know someone that had a tip on her, too, before that debut.
He doesn't remember it, but he did.
2-1, Latte Lizzie, the favorite for Chad Brown, as she gets set for the second start of her 3-year-old campaign. Stakes placed, second start of her career at Kentucky Downs. We'll be back. Paddock Report, post-parade, right after this short timeout. We're back on America's Day. The race is 10 minutes away from the 8th on the card. Mile on a turf for Phillies. Look at it, try and get the first win of their career coming up.
The 2 Strife was entered for the turf first time, which is probably a good sign. It got rained off at Gulfstream, went to synthetic for Christophe Clement, who is 1 for 25 with maidens going from synthetic to turf.
Let's go back to race 3 earlier today. New York Stallion Series, spectacular bid division, and the big torpedo. Waiting and waiting for running room, the 1 horse in behind horses, and Eric Kensell finally says, I'm going to go to the rail.
He wanted to go outside, but when they opened the rail up like the Red Sea, he said, okay, I'll go in there. And I mean, he just crushed this field. This is a nice horse. I mean, the turf is firming up, but 8 and change, wins a turf race by what, 4 lengths or so? Sprinting, he's probably better going a little bit longer. Tom Worley's got himself a nice turf horse. This is a good horse.
Yeah, turf sprints, you don't see this kind of margin very much, so it shows you how good he is.
No,
and he had to wait for most of the race to get through.
And also, you know, when you think about this race, he's a closing type. Even on the going longer, he's not a speed type. And they went slow, and Eric Kensell did a great job of getting good position, but you've got a horse that probably wants more ground, forced to be close to a slow pace. Sometimes those horses won't finish as well as he did. And once he got clear, he finished with authority. Was he the horse to beat? Was he 6-5? Yeah, but he won like a 6-5 shot should. It's a nice horse, the Big Torpedo. Congratulations to his connections.
Yeah, overcoming adversity and doing so as well, and doing so, as you said, extremely easily. So, yeah, well done to Connections, and nice job by Eric Kensell, too.
No, Eric rode him absolutely perfectly. He really did a good job of getting that position early. And it's really, I mean, I don't know what would have mattered with this horse. He might have been able to drop, you know, out of a parachute and still win the race the way he won. But Eric did everything to make sure if it was close, he'd still win.
Familiar faces there. Jose Lezcano, he's already won on today's card. Junior Alvarado with a couple of wins. They will do battle in the next race. Coming up here, mile again on the turf in this maiden special weight ahead. It's our partner. We'll be back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140, $140, $140, $140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Post break coming up momentarily for the 8th here, Belmont at the Big A on our Father's Day coverage. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Sun shining down in South Ozone Park, New York. Let's take a look at the field. Start with Street View, George Weaver.
Far and away the most experienced horse in this race. In fact, with his 8 starts, he's made as many starts, or she has, as the rest of the field combined.
Not a great thing in a maiden race. Here's Strife for Christophe Clement.
As I said, 1 for 25 synthetic to turf, but this horse has the pedigree to handle it. Taking money.
First-time starter for the man we saw going to break, Carlos Martin.
A justify, but not taking money. A lot of money for this one, though.
Chad Brown, first-time starter at 7-1. Pay the bills.
Now, Wooten Bassett had a couple of good 2-year-olds here that came from Europe. Not had a lot of success buying them over there, but these Euros for Klarovich and Chad Brown have done a lot of damage over the years.
Runner-up finish in the debut sprinting on the grass, Private Property.
Well, this one stretches out like Beats. I think Beats is more likely to be effective going longer than this one.
You faced Marco T in that race, who came back and was very impressive the other day.
Sprinting.
Goodnight My Angel, 6-1.
Makes his 3-year-old debut. Can he improve like the winner of the 5th race as a 3-year-old? Possible. I didn't love his effort.
Mott Jr., Dazzling Cruiser.
Well, he's looking to sweep the 2 divisions of this race, a firster with a little pedigree.
Another Mott runner. Here's Beats.
Yeah, this is the more likely one, and hopefully we get a chance to watch that replay. This was ran super first time out.
9-5 favorite for Chad Brown. Latte Lizzie with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Stake face Chad Brown horse with Rat Ortiz in a maiden race. Hard to believe this one's favored. And rightfully so.
9-5. You knew that would be the case. And Bellacue outside for Charlie Baker, who was 67-1 first time out.
Another horse that could potentially cause a carryover of the pick 6.
4 minutes away from this 8th coming up. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, this is another tough race to handicap. I think it's not just as simple as your favorites. We'll start, though, with the 2 Strife, a horse that's very well backed. Got that regal pedigree, being by Warfront, out of a more than ready mare, that really good Claiborne Farm blood in Strife, and certainly looks like she ran well on synthetic, but certainly looks like she'll really appreciate the turf too from a physical perspective. The 4-horse Pay the Bills, the first-time starter from Chad. Boy, she could be one of those old-time thoroughbred paintings you see, the long, lean, kind of thinner kind of horse, and just a real European look with all that European pedigree to back it up. And I thought she looked extremely fit. Loved the way she galloped off under Flavien Prat. Private Property ran well first time against Marco T, who came back to win yesterday. Nice allowance race here at Aqueduct. And Private Property, though, to look at it from a physical perspective, gives you the feeling that she closed like a closing sprinter. She didn't give me as much of that impression physically that the stretch out is going to do her any really big favor. She's very well turned out. Michelle Nevin does a great job. But out of the horses that are stretching from sprints, she's the one I have the biggest question marks about making that step. I don't have those question marks about number 8, though, Beats. Looking at her from a physical perspective, she looks like she's a little scopier, a little rangier. Looks like she will appreciate the stretch out. Also, she made kind of a wide, sustained, grinding run going 6 furlongs last fall. Now she's a 3-year-old. There should be natural improvement. I think she is very, very much the horse to beat. She will be my top selection. And also, by the way, I make the greatest slow-roasted beets, a little salad, goat cheese. Anyway, that's a story for another day. The 9, Latte Lizzie, she looks terrific, as you would expect from a Chad Brown runner. She's run well enough to win. As a 2-year-old, her numbers are good. You would expect a forward move in her. I just prefer Beats a little bit better at a better price.
Apparently that story's not waiting for another day.
Now, we need to do a cooking segment with Mig on the show one of these days.
Just follow him on Twitter. That's Cooking with Mig.
A master chef. It's his true calling, I think.
He's not bad on the show.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's okay.
We think he's the best there is. Beats 7-1 right now. Second time out for the Mott Barn. More than ready filly. And here's that debut.
This horse ran so much better than she had any right to run in this race. And also keep in mind while you're watching this race, while the track was relatively fair that day, the winner of the race was on the rail the whole way, wiring the field essentially. This horse broke a good 2 lengths behind the field, okay? So the winner's up front with that cozy trip up front, wiring the field on the inside, setting her own pace. Now you're back at less. I don't think there's any point in this race this horse is inside the 4 or 5 path, ever. And that includes the entire turn. And never stops running against a well-meant winner of that race. In fact, I think the winner of the race was a Chad Brown first-time starter, and that horse has not gone on to run very well since then, and you always wonder how strong these races were, but my gosh, Greg, this horse just was super in here. Look where she is. I mean, horses that run race like this, they get left, they make these wide moves. They usually finish 8th, and you want to bet them the next time out because they ran so much better than their finish.
Rail was out, too, making her job even more difficult that day.
This is some performance by this horse. I mean, she still keeps on running. First-time starters in these situations, they stop 90+% of the time, maybe 98% of the time, and yet she kept on running.
I'm sold.
Is a bit of a criticism of the others? Maybe it is, but on the other hand, There is no way you can knock this horse's race. Now, you're going to say, okay, that was a while ago. He's got to go long here. Well, he's done more than ready. And this pedigree suggests to Bernardini Dam that this horse should not have a problem with more distance, much differently than the 5 Private Property, whose pedigree doesn't necessarily scream more distance. I think the 9's going to be tough to beat, but Beats can run.
Slowly, that price starting to come down. Let's go back to Strife. This will be the turf debut. That first out effort came on synthetic at Gulfstream.
Here's my question for you, Greg. Christophe Clement, 1 for 25, going synthetic to turf with maidens, and he's 1 for 12 second-time starters with 4 hitting the board. But they entered this horse to run on turf first time and got rained off, so maybe they always intended to go on the turf, so maybe that stat is less meaningful. It's a Claiborne horse, certainly is turf pedigree to handle it. All the war fronts seem to be good. It's not a great, as far as production, the Dam pedigree, but it's a pedigree. A more than ready Dam, Warfront, a Danzig. That's a lot of turf.
Just can't believe no one's thought of that name. It's so well named, too. Warfront named Strife.
Yeah, I like that. Claiborne is those great
perfection.
One-syllable names. They're the best.
5-2 second choice right now. And Rosario Clement, what was that summer? About 3-4 summers ago, they could not lose at Saratoga.
It seems always like a long time away when any of us couldn't lose in Saratoga. Man, Saratoga is so great, and if you can do well up there, it's always an incredible achievement to feel like you've got through Saratoga. For me, it's like if I can get through Saratoga without embarrassing myself, something that happened in a big way last weekend where my opinions were just awful, and it's going to happen. You have to, if you're a horse player and you're a handicapper, and I've been a horse player for a long time, you got to be ready to embarrass yourself. It's going to happen.
Favorite loading there in the background, Latte Lizzie for Chad Brown with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Private Property and Bellicue to the outside. Bellicue goes in, all set. And they're off. Strife has early speed. Strife right out towards the front, and Street View is at the rail. Also moving forward, here comes Beats, and Beats wants the front end, and Beats will get to the front end. It's Beats who will take him towards that first turn. Is now up by 2, 3 winding lengths. Beats and Jose Lescano, they're in command. Right there in second is going to be Strife and Joel Rosario. Just off of them is Goodnight My Angel from third. Towards the inside is Private Property, who's now that shared third and fourth position. A 3-length gap back to Street View, and the green cap is followed to the outside by Latte Lizzie. They travel as a pair. Then Dazzling Cruiser towards the back end. Pink cap is Bellicue. Second to last is Pay the Bills. The trailer, Ascension. 23.57 for the opening quarter mile. Beats is on the front end, and Beats is doing it well so far. Is up by a length and a half. Moving in closer is Strife, and Goodnight My Angel following that move as well. Goodnight My Angel has now taken second. At the rail, it's Strife back to third. Following them is Private Property. It's comfortable enough in the fourth position with Street View. Is at the rail in the fifth position, out wider. Here comes Latte Lizzie. Then behind them, that's Dazzling Cruiser. From the back, encouraged to move forward, Bellicue, Pay the Bills, and Ascension. Still at the back, 48-4 for the half-mile time. They haven't caught Beats. It's Beats who now kicks for home, and Beats has still got plenty so far. Beats is trying to put it away. Here comes Strife towards the outside, but Beats is still sprinting clear. Down towards the inside, it's Street View. Not much making up much ground on Beats yet. It's Beats who approaches the final 16. Strife is a clear second. But give it to Beats. Beats and Jose Lescano. He'll pick up another one. Beats gets the front-running score. Strife for second. Late run here, Dazzling Cruiser and Latte Lizzie. And 1 minute 36 and 4.
Looked like Jose Lescano going back to his Voodoo Song days, opening up on a field. Aggressive out of the gate and able to go gate to wire.
No, if we can show the early part of the race again at some point. Jose rode with a purpose here, and his purpose was to get to the front. Latte Lizzie, the favorite, did not do any running in here and got a perfect trip from Rat Ortiz. And I said to you around the turn, if Latte Lizzie comes storming down the stretch, this horse is home. Latte Lizzie had nothing, and this horse was home. We showed the replay. The only thing is I'm stupid, not smart enough to pick her on top. I just thought Latte Lizzie might be better. She was not. This horse was the goods today, right to the front and dominant at 5-1.
Beats, aggressive from the outset, took command and never looked back. Wins at 5-1. Let's go back to Monmouth Park.
where we're gearing up for this wide open $12,500 claiming event, not to be mistaken with a stakes race that we'll see in the 10th race that gets serious, a turf sprint. This a 2-turn route on the main track, but just claimers, Paul, but a competitive race.
Yeah, it's a competitive race because there's not a ton of pace in this race. Now, Rush Center to the 6 for Paco Lopez, looking for a natural hat trick, 3 in a row. In the 8, Prince Ghost, they do look like the main speeds in here. The 5 could go to the front, so it's kind of a little bit murky. And then you look at the 7, Gunright, who's a horse that doesn't really break well, but launches from way out of it with Melissa Orio and was probably the best last time out. But, those type of horses can be, sucker horses a little bit, especially at 3-1. But the 6 Rush Center is the horse to beat.
This level, the restriction, non-winners to lifetime, they're all one for something. You'd like to see perhaps a trainer trying something new, the horse trying something new. And Sophia's Prince, number 2, routing for the first time by a Preakness winner in Oxbow. It's been nothing but sprints to this point. Again, at least he's doing something new. Yeah,
the 2 inside horses, and that could bring more speed to the party when you think about it. And that would enhance the 7 Gunright. You see just an amazing crowd here.
It looks like Haskell.
On Father's Day, yeah. It's unbelievable. I think they checked in almost 30 or 35,000 now, and they're still filing in as they're going to the gate here. But, yeah, Sophia's Prince is the interesting horse in here. Oxbow, who won from Mr. Lucas, won the Preakness. It's a gelding by Oxbow. They usually like to be in front, and this horse does have some races to go to, but I do think if the pace does heat up, the 7 could be rolling late, and you do get a little bit of weight with Melissa aboard. You get that 5 pounds.
Wide open for this 9th race. The Father's Day feature gets serious stakes, race number 10. We hand things over to Matt Dinnerman with the load and call post time for the 9th of 11 on Father's Day at Monmouth.
Sophia's Prince have got it. King Miano and Rush Center. Ballantyne goes in. Gunright in the yellow jacket. Scotto in the blue. One back, Prince Ghost. Here's Prince Ghost. We're ready to go. And they're off. King Miano in the middle of the field caught a swift getaway, is up close to the place. Tahota is going to go on and snatch the lead. King Miano takes a hold of his back in second. Rush Center in the black jacket gets to the rail third, going into the turn. Prince Ghost a little deep, taking that third position away. And Rush Center is back in fourth, while sent along in the early stages, aggressively ridden in that fourth position. Gunright and Sophia's Prince are next. They're 2 better than Ballantyne. And Scotto, well out of it, will attempt to do his best running later. They approach the backstretch run. Tahota setting the pace, went 23 seconds flat to get the clear lead that he's got. A length and a quarter ahead. Prince Ghost running in second. King Miano right behind him in third. Then Rush Center, another pair right behind him. Sophia's Prince, Gunright to the outside, now splitting horses. Sophia's Prince dives to the rail, and a 3-deep Rush Center with that party now. Another 3 lengths to Ballantyne, shaken up with a half mile to go. Cesar Gonzalez asking him for more, and Scotto still well out of it as they go into the far turn. Tahota has 3 furlongs to go. 3/4 of a length ahead. Now it's a half length. Prince Ghost right on his throat latch, and Prince Ghost comes looking for the lead. King Miano, Samuel Marin gets to work on him, takes second from a weakening Tahota. He's gone. Gunright into the third position, getting outside for the stretch drive, and then comes Ballantyne, well off the rail, must be 7 or 8 wide, coming down the lane now. It's Prince Ghost shaken up for everything he's got. He's got a 4-length lead and a furlong left to go. King Miano behind in second. Ballantyne into third with Scotto from the back of the field, putting up a late rally for a minor award, but nobody's catching Prince Ghost. Prince Ghost sails away to a 2-length win. Ballantyne out finishing Scotto for the second spot, and King Miano is fourth.
Five to 1. Race looked competitive on paper. On the track, not so much. Prince Ghost opening up at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, claim for Dan Ward, who's very, very dangerous off the claim, 16%. And this horse had some races to go back to off the turf events, but decimated this field. It looked like the 3. Ballantyne got up there for third with the 4. Scotto at a huge price. I got it for second. Scotto was a giant price at 23-1. So if you have this try, 5-1, 5-1, 23-1 in a no-show from Rush Center, who just never got involved and never could get to the front end. You made a good point about the 1 and the 2 trying long for the first time. As soon as they got to the front end, the 6 was completely uncomfortable.
Prince Ghost, comfortable throughout. First after the claim, Dan Ward by a former Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Horse of the Year, Ghost Zapper. Bergen Stables Prince Ghost and Isaac Castillo. Second lifetime win. Onward and upward for him. Again, just a $12,500 claimer. Non-winners 2 lifetime. He no longer qualifies as he racks up a second career victory, but does so in style.
No, he does. And, you know, we talk about Dan Ward a lot, ex-assistant to Jerry Hollendorfer. Jerry Hollendorfer, obviously an unreal trainer who's had a lot of horses. I think a lot of people forget that Dan Ward led over Shared Belief, an unbelievable horse that we lost way too soon that ran right by California Chrome. So he's handled some great horses, and this is a horseman that knows what he's doing. He claimed this horse 2 back with a purpose. Horse had some good dirt numbers and got the job done.
83457. No, you can't wait to talk about Get Serious. Get Serious, the feature at Monmouth Park, but you'll see it over on FS1. Grab your remote because we're moving. Live coverage continuing. Aqueduct, Monmouth on this Father's Day Sunday. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 1, America's Day at the Races.
Back here in New York, South Ozone Park, Belmont at the Big A. What a big day it's been for that man right there. And once again, proving how masterful he is on the grass. Jose Lezcano, 3-win Sunday for him. Wins here on beats. He jumped out of the gate with aggression, took the lead, goes gate to wire.
Really, the race was basically never in doubt. And when the favorite was a no-show, Latte Lizzie, Source was able to cruise and ran extremely well. First time out, going 6 furlongs back in September. We showed the race earlier. Source ran well in both of the starts and got it done. Bill Mott won both halves of the division of these very tough competitive maiden races, and his son Riley Mott had a first-time starter win. So a nice day for father and son here on Father's Day.
$12.80 for the win. 3-year-old filly by More Than Ready in her 3-year-old debut. Stretching out and impressive on the front end every step of the way. 8-2-7 finish. Going to pause here. Happy Father's Day to everyone out there watching. Hope you're enjoying this Sunday afternoon with your family and friends. You're watching America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to those joining us on our FS1 coverage. Back with you for round 2. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, as we get set for the finale on this card here at Belmont of the Big A. Coming up and more action ahead from Monmouth as well.
Yeah, been a fun day of racing here. Happy Father's Day to everybody as well. A fun day here, a fun day at Monmouth, and still some action to come.
We thought we were headed this way, and actually there is someone still alive. There's one horse alive in the pick 6, but everyone else outside of the 9 horse in this last race coming up results in a carryover that would move into next week.
It hasn't been that there's been a difficult horse in the sequence, but we've had some prices. Now, you could argue that the winner of the second leg at $22 was an overlay. The winner of the third leg was definitely an overlay at 11-1. But only favorite in the race was Reserve Currency, who won at 5-2 for Ray Handel in a very competitive 7th race. We'll see what happens here. And as you pointed out, looking at pick 3s, the 9 who's covering the pick 6 is the clear-cut 4th choice in pick 3s, where the 1, the 3, and the 5 are all significantly shorter. As you can see on the board, the 9 is now 8-1 already.
Yeah, but that's the horse that results in this pick 6 getting hit. Samburu, Mike Maker, Arad Ortiz Jr.
It's an overlay at 8-1. This horse is live here.
Yeah, absolutely is. All right, so we'll have more in this race coming up. 1 1/8 on the turf. Entry-level allowance race coming up. Let's send it back out to Monmouth. First time for our FS1 crew rejoining us here. Lafitte Pinkai and Paulie.
Yeah, guys, with about 25,000 here for Father's Day at Monmouth Park. Yesterday, Haskell Preview Day, the 4 stakes races. Today, the 1 stakes race, a good one. The Get Serious here, Paul, wide open turf sprint coming up next.
Yeah, and it's a really good race, you know, and it's named after a really cool horse that like captivated a lot of people here on the Jersey Shore. He was a heck of a horse, Pablo Fregoso and John Forbes. And like I mentioned a little bit earlier for the new FS1 viewers, Patrick McBurney was the assistant trainer. And we got a good group this year. I think Iman, obviously, Super Quest is very, very, very quick. And Groom's All Business for Fernando O'Hara is another player in this group.
Hey, he's the defending champ. Key race. 2 of the top 3 exiting the Jim McKay Turf Sprint. This was Pimlico. This was Preakness Day, Paul. Soft ground. And Groom's All Business. Watch this. He's out there traffic dodging late, able to angle to the outside and accelerate past him all to the wire.
Well, what made this so impressive was the horse actually broke very well. And, you know, Jorge Ruiz decided, you know what, let me take back and then go from there. And when he's got this horse to the outside, you know, he just absolutely exploded. Now, he's won 3 out of 4 races. Now, does he have to get to the outside? I don't know, but that was a heck of a acceleration, and he's shown that he's won over a soft racetrack, fast racetrack, different racetracks. He's going to be a horse you're going to have to handle here late. The worry is there enough speed for his late closing kick? But he's shown tactical speed before.
Do you know which direction you're leaning in?
I kind of like him.
I like him. Defending champ, Groom's All Business. They're going to go back-to-back in this Get Serious Stakes here at Monmouth Park, the Father's Day feature on the heels of yesterday's terrific program, the 4 exciting stakes races. The Get Serious is next, and for the dads, always a big day here at Monmouth Park. Big crowd, and the Sunday feature is next. The Get Serious at Monmouth in 17 minutes.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Coney Island, July 4th.
I've never been.
Gonna feel the same without letting Joey Chestnut compete in the hot dog eating contest.
Yeah, big story with the hot dog eating contest on July 4th. Joey Chestnut, he endorsed a meat-free hot dog.
Yeah, so as a result, he's not going to be allowed to compete. Let the man compete, please. He's the Jordan of hot dog eating.
I don't understand. It's a weird that
it's a rule.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Really?
Apparently.
Why? Are they less filling? If you eat them, can you eat more of them?
I don't know.
What if he has to eat them in the contest? Kind of hard for a guy who's eaten as many regular hot dogs as he is to endorse.
A little strange.
I don't know if I want to get too involved in that.
Mile and an eighth on the
Apparently
turf.
I do.
Coming up in this entry-level allowance to close out our card here. 5-2 favorite you're looking at. Battle of Normandy has faced the toughest competition, but has he run the fastest races?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Well, I guess the hope is as a 4-year-old he has the upside, and I picked him. No, except for his last 2 races. I mean, he lost to Program Trading, Webslinger, Farbridge, and Farbridge again. They were 3 of the best 3-year-olds on the turf in a very, very competitive year of 3-year-old turf horses, and we know how good they are. So, I think his last race at Kentucky Downs, but what happens at Kentucky Downs stays at Kentucky Downs, but his race in Saratoga wasn't bad, and it seems like he's better with a little more distance and improving, but I don't love him at a short price. I think Samburo, the 9, he couldn't get a mile and 3/8, made a middle move last time. The time before that, he tried to close into a paceless race with an outside trip. So I think he makes a lot of sense in here. It was an Operation Torch. The 3 ran well last time. But I wonder if he's better at a mile and 16th than today's mile and 1/8.
Yeah, that big effort coming back off the bench was at a mile for the 3.
But he did break his maiden a mile and 1/8, to be fair. So maybe that's an unfair statement.
Let's go back to him. Take a look at him. There he is for Todd Pletcher, formerly with Shug McGahee. And this is that comeback race on May 18th.
You can say he should have won here, but first of all, he lost to a horse named Roos, who's got some very good credentials. An older horse has been around a while and got an absolute dream trip under Romero Mirage, and they ding-donged the wire, and Roos just got a slightly better trip than him, was able to get it done. So I don't think he really hung as much as he lost to a pretty good horse who got a pretty good trip. Though he did have a one here.
And this was first off the bench, too. I hadn't raced since August 13th, coming back May 18th. So you would think with that under his belt, he could be that much tougher and stronger down the finish. There's the man who used to train him.
Yes.
Shug will have Battle of Normandy, who is the favorite, the 5-2 top choice.
Certainly would like to beat the 3 with the 5, the horse he has now for West Point and Woodford. But listen, I don't think that the entry's impossible. I don't bet entries. They're bad value, and I don't think you're getting 9-2. I think by post they'll be a lot lower. So I sort of stay away from them. Both are live, though Rambling Rex seems to have lost his form. I don't think Royal Spirit, a little less distance, is impossible near. I'm curious what Scramble does, who was totally blocked 2 back and lost all chance and got a ridiculous wide trip last time. Maybe he'll get a fairer trip and run better today. I think he's a live long shot. But I'm mostly interested in the 5 and 9 in this race. 5-9 over 3.
This one here, Harry Hood. He got a huge number going longer, 1.5 miles. 2 starts back in a grade 2.
His improvement coincided with going the longer distances. So I wonder if 1.1 miles is too short to see his best races. We'll see.
We hear the call to post behind us. And we'll kick things off with part of the entry. Better days are coming. Second start in the States for Christophe Clement.
I think he's the stronger half of the entry because he has more recency.
Start number 2. He'll get post 3 here. His stablemate right next door, Ramblin' Wreck.
Yeah, I mean, he was in good form last year, but it's been a while since he's run well. And if he can refine his form, he has a chance.
He's a New York bred stakes winner. Yeah, this will be the 4-year-old debut coming up. Operation Torch, post 2.
A very logical horse in this race, second off a layup, as you were talking about.
He inherits the rail with the 2 out. Here is Royal Spirit, who has a couple of very good races.
Yeah,
but
he does. He's a little better longer. He caught some real pressure last time. I don't think he's impossible.
It's Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, who's looking for number 4 today. Battle of Normandy, the favorite for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, I think he's super logical. Second off a layoff, getting back to the turf.
We both, I think, believe Barrage is a big player here. He went gate to wire last start.
Yeah, I do think he has to run better than last time, but he has back races that are good enough to make him a player. This is a very competitive race.
Joel Rosario will ride. Al's Rocket, long shot I had mentioned, who has figures that fit against this group, but just 1 for 12 on the turf.
Yeah, you thought he was a little more alive than I did. We'll see.
Scramble, you just mentioned for Barkley Tag. Katie Davis rides.
Well, this horse was interesting last time. I don't know how good he is, but he did have a wide trip to nowhere. So if you bet him last time, maybe you're supposed to bet him back today.
The only horse that will result in the pick 6 getting hit, Samburu, the 9, with Rad Ortiz Jr.
And yet it's IRAD at 8-1. Feels like a bargain right now to me.
Trained by Mike Maker, Paradise Farm Silks. Massive. It was fairly competitive in an open stake last out.
Yeah, but he's a 3-year-old facing olders and stretching out. He's got to get faster.
And Harry Hood on the outside, we talked about. Second beat a nose in that grade 2 Pan American at 1.5 miles.
But he's never run fast enough at these lower distances to win it. But maybe if he can transfer that form. And he comes out of a race where a lot of good horses completely failed to show up. I don't want to hold his last against him that hard.
Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Guys, this is a really nice nightcap. Very competitive race. A really good-looking group of horses here. We'll start with the 1 horse, even though it's post 2. Better Days Are Coming, Dylan Davis. Thought this horse ran extremely well in his North American debut. Like what I'm seeing from here coming back. And he should work out a nice ground-saving trip under Dylan. Horse that will be my ultimate selection is the 3 Operation Torch, inside draw. Going to save ground under Junior Alvarado. Looks outstanding and looks like the race off the layoff moved this horse forward when he faced a dead game Roos. And Roos is a very good horse, a horse that will fight you for it. And these two locked in battle, and he just came up a little bit second best that day, but I think he can move forward with the run. The 5 horse, Battle of Normandy, looks outstanding. Big, strong son of City of Light. Looks like he's tucked up. You know, he has that 1 race, albeit off the turf, maybe muddies up his form a little bit. He's a major, major player here. It'll be interesting to see the trip he works out with Flavian Pratt. And then a long shot I would be remiss not to mention is the 8, Scramble. Scramble, trained by Barkley Tag. Everybody knows I'm a huge Barkley Tag fan. He is old school horseman, knows how to get it done. His horses look outstanding, and this horse really made a nice physical impression.
All right, Mig, thank you. Good one, no question, to close out this Father's Day card. As we look at Harry Hood, Johnny V, Mark Hennig, and again, it's his best races, it looks like, have been going a little bit longer.
It's something we talk about. A horse can be, sort of claiming to allowance in the turf, going 1 mile to 1 mile and 1/16, mile and 1/8. When they start going those 1 3/8, 1.5 miles, they can turn into stakes quality performance. And this was a great claim by Mark Hennig. Claimed this one from Chad Brown and has really done extremely well with him, but he got a lot better when he was going those longer races. And I just feel like he's better at the longer ones. And Mark just might not be able to find a race for him going those long distance, because I imagine he would agree and prefer to be in a race with more distance.
And he's got to deal with that outside post, trying to get over. It does have a little bit of room to maneuver before that first turn comes up.
I agree, though. This is a very, very good race here. You see a races, big fields, favorites 5-2. It's a 5-2 and a 3-1. These are good competitive races, and this racing. Remember, this is Belmont at the Big A, and this is the summer at Belmont, which is really one of the best race meets in the country. We're at Aqueduct, but the racing has been very, very good, and we've gotten great fan response to our cards. The numbers have been good, and sure, we wish you'd come out and visit us at Aqueduct. You'd find out it's a lot nicer, it's a lot more fun than you think it is. It's a city racetrack, but it's also right on the subway, and it's our home for a couple of years while we rebuild Belmont. But the racing is very, very good, and just because it's not the green of Belmont, per se, doesn't mean the racing isn't good. And the opportunities are there, and you look, there have been a lot of relatively logical horses paying good prices all week.
When you look at pace in here, does it feel like it's Barrage and Rosario who's going to lead the way?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, I hadn't really thought about it that much. No, this is one of those races where it's going to be interesting who seizes the bull by the horns. I don't think that pace was that fast given how firm the course was at Gulfstream, but certainly as a rider who can go, I think Operation Torch is going to be a bit forward. I won't be surprised to see the 1 with Dylan Davis be a bit forward. What about the 9, Samburu, with Irad, the way he's been riding? I could easily see this horse being in front in this race. So this one's going to come down to who wants it, who wants to be aggressive, and I'm not a mind reader.
Samburu's a tough, there he is. This is the horse who actually was not that far off a 5 furlong turf sprint pace. but then he's coming out of a mile and 3/8 race where he sat way off it.
Yeah, and probably in retrospect, it was not Tyler Gaffleone's best ride not being aggressive because that race was, well, to be fair, it was a mile and 3/8, and the speed in that race was Royal Spirit. I just think a mile and 3/8 is too far for him. We've seen a mile and a half was too far. I think the cutback really helps him. And in his prior race, maybe, that was a faster pace, a race dominated up front, maybe with an outside post. It's just a tough situation for Kendrick. We'll see with Irad. This is another one out on a turf course. They're not all the way to the top of the stretch, but they're pretty close, Greg, so I think you're going to get a lot of chance to get over. The way Irad's riding, I'm not going to be surprised when he's aggressive with the 9.
And Royal Spirit, the 4, was on the lead last time. That was a mile and 3/8.
Yeah.
That's a pretty slow pace. And, man, that has been the hot hand today. Jose Lezcano looking for number 4.
But these races that lack speed, they're going to come down to a rider. You think about the mile and 3/16 race, right? There's no real way you could have predicted, looking at PPs, the 7 would be in front in there, but a rider chose to be more aggressive than the others. So when you've got a minimal amount of speed, and Timeform has this one of those no-speed races, those races are up for grabs, and it's going to come down to rider decisions more necessarily than the actual speed of the competitors.
Let's see if Joel on Barrage or Arad on Samburu. The 9 try and take command. 2-1 favorite, the 5, Battle of Normandy. Flavian Pratt, again, the 9, the only horse in this nightcap that results in this pick 6 getting hit. Everyone else carries over to next week.
Good race to close out. It's been an excellent 3 days of racing. Coming from Saratoga, where we had these sort of gargantuan cards, the racing has not dropped off at all. Looking forward to 3 more weeks here at the Big A before heading up to Saratoga for the summer.
2-1 favorite. Battle of Normandy for Shug McGahee. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the finale in this Father's Day card from Belmont at the Big A.
Samburu moving forward. Thank you, Greg. Andy, happy Father's Day to everyone out there. Battle of Normandy. Moving in. Massif. Harry Hood, last to load to the outside. Harry Hood goes in. All set. Massif, a little restless. And they're up. Slow start for Ramblin' Wreck, who will be the early trailer. Samburu right out towards the front in Battle of Normandy. In between horses, and Battle of Normandy is going to get right over to the rail. Assumes Command is now up by 3/4 of a length. Samburu is going to stalk from second at the rail. Here's Better Days Are Coming, who's going to track from third as they want to be up with this leader, and they are 6 wide into that first turn. It's Battle of Normandy who's at the rail. Samburu is 2 wide. 3 wide is going to be Barrage, who's now in the 3rd position, settling just off of them. Al's Rocket, Better Days Are Coming. They're 4th and 5th. At the rail is Royal Spirit, who's got a ground-saving journey. Harry Hood was very wide around that turn, is taken back, going to be mid-pack. Down towards the inside, there's Operation Torch. Green Cap under a snug hold, trying to move forward. Scrambles to the outside of that rival. Massif, second to last. And the trailer, slow-starting Ramblin' Wreck as they move up the backstretch. 48.47 for the half-mile time. Battle of Normandy is still in front, is up by a half-length. Barrage is right there, ready to pounce, less than a half-mile to go. At the rail, it's Better Days Are Coming. Samburu's right off of them is in the 4th position. In behind them, Royal Spirit's in 5th. Harry Hood has asked the question from 6th. Not making up the ground yet. Operation Torch. Junior Alvarado sees the seam, is now going to save ground towards the inside, trying to move forward. Massif, nowhere to go. Also trying to run on his scramble from the back end. Ramblin' Wreck, but they have to catch. Battle of Normandy, and Battle of Normandy now pointed straight ahead, and Battle of Normandy is quickly up by 3-4 widening lengths at the top of the lane, and Battle of Normandy is sprinting clear. Samburu is in full pursuit. Operation Torch. Also, here comes a big run. Ramblin' Wreck is rolling on the grandstand side. Battle of Normandy has a 16th left to go. A host of pursuers in behind. Battle of Normandy wins the finale. Battle of Normandy, tight photo. Operation Torch to the inside there of Samburu. Also, in another photo, Massif with Ramblin' Wreck in 1 minute 47.50 seconds.
Battle of Normandy, Flavian Pratt says, come and get me. and nobody can, gets the win on the front end.
It's very interesting that West Point Partners were partners in this horse and Dripping Gold earlier. And we thought Dripping Gold would be the speed, and they rated. Now, I don't think whether it was Flavian's decision or it was Sugar McGay's, whatever the case may be, he was passive in there. And now he's riding a horse that on paper really wasn't the speed, right? But Flavian said, okay, maybe I screwed up a little bit earlier. I'm riding the best horse here. There's no speed. You want to go, you got to be in front of me. He wired the field. He was much the best, but he also rode him like the best horse.
Great job by one of the elite riders in this sport. Flavian Pratt with a gate-to-wire win. Get Serious Stakes up next in Monmouth. 5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Let's throw it to Lafitte.
Yeah, Greg, where the very quick Super Quest is favored, 5-2. More on him in a moment, Paulie. But Groom's All Business, number 2, looking to successfully defend his Get Serious title.
Yeah, he is. He's looking for back-to-back wins in this race, and he comes in this race winning the turf sprint at Pimlico on a soft race course. You look at this race; it's be very interesting pace-wise. But I'd like to hear what Raj thinks, how they look on the racetrack.
Yeah, Raj, Super Quest, he's a bullet. We can see that on paper. What are you seeing in person?
Yeah, I picked Super Quest as my top pick, but a very interesting pace. And I talked to quite a few of the connections in here, and I came to a conclusion. It's going to be a hot smoking pace because Super Quest, he has a lot of early speed at this 5/8 of a mile distance. But Ronaldo Rich is the trainer of the number 4. He said, look, my horse has one way to go, and I'm going to gun him to the lead. That's going to be interesting to see how much that affects Super Quest and the adjustments that Antonio Gallardo has to make to not get in a duel with him. Joe Orsino, the trainer of number 6, Eamon, who's one of the top contenders in here, he said the only thing that he thinks that worries him is the 5 furlong distance. If this fast pace gets away from him too much, it might be too much for him to overcome because he doesn't have much early speed. He knows he's going to come running late, but he hopes he doesn't get disconnected too early. Moving on to number 2, Groom's All Business. The jockey Fernando Hara, I think he's got the right plan here. He said, look, Raj, I don't want to be too far off the pace because I know it's going to be fast, but it's only 5/8. I don't want to be too far off. So I think he's going to hustle him out of the gate, put him in a good position, and he might be sitting that perfect trip where he's not too far out of it, and he'll be able to catch them late. So I think it's going to be about a 9-2. That's my pick, guys.
Wide open. Groom's All Business, the defending champ, 3-1. The very quick Super Quest, the actual choice, 3-1. Final thoughts as they file in.
Well, like I was saying before, there's a lot of horses in here that are not good gate horses. The 6 and the 7. That's the 6's problem, is that he can't get out of the gate. When you look at this field, it looks like it could be laying 9-4-1. If those 3 horses go at it, the 2 and 3 are the other 2 horses that are going to sit in a great spot. Now, I understand the 3 Smooth B, 0-for-15 on the turf. I tried to get that horse into your try. I'm in agreement. I think the 2 sits an amazing trip in this spot.
Filing into the gate for the Father's Day feature from Monmouth Park. Final check of the tote board reading 5-2 on Super Quest. It is post time for the Get Serious. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Axtell. Here's Axtell and Joe Bravo. We're ready to go in the Get Serious Stakes. And Lair off. From the inside, charging, sent out of there for speed. Groom's All Business close. And Super Quest, the speedy runner on the outside to the lead now. Super Quest attempting to clear off, does so. Groom's All Business concedes the lead, is running in the second spot. Phaethon is now third, along with Our Shot approaching the turn. Charging in a little bit tight, has to tap on the brakes. He joins Smithwick, Spice, Smooth, being a deep Axthelm, aiming at the back of the field with Yes and Yes. As they round the far turn, Super Quest, the 9-5 favorite, leads the way with a quarter mile more to get. He's going to take some catch and goes well. Super Quest hugs the rail and kicks to a 2-length lead. Groom's All Business, though, he's coming fast. And Groom's All Business on the outside. He means business today. Super Quest is not done, though. Finding more. Groom's All Business pulling clear now. Super Quest second best. Groom's All Business, Fernando Hara to win the Get Serious Stakes. Super Quest second. Eamon rallies for third, Photo for fourth.
Successful title defense, grooms all business, back-to-back in the Get Serious Stakes. This one unfolded about the way you thought it would, Paulie.
Yeah, you know, look, Fernando Haro did a great job. He was able to get this horse out of the gate and engage the 9. He knew the 9 was his target, the horse to beat. And like I said, the 6, that 5.5 furlongs just cannot get out of the gate when you have a tactical advantage like this. And here's a horse now that's won 4 out of the last 5 in very good form, and you get 7-2. Good call by Raj as well, as he had 9-2. But it looked like those two horses going into this race, they just had a pace advantage, and I thought Fernando Haro rode this race perfectly.
Turf sprinters for owner Richard Santulli, trained by Jorge Duarte, struck in the mighty bow at Churchill Downs with a 7-year-old, nothing better, and now another one in the Get Serious with grooms all business. Paulie, what'd you see as they got out of the blocks?
Well, what I saw out of the blocks is what I said earlier. If you look back at his last race when we saw it, he came from way out of it, 8th, but he broke sharp. So what happened today, he broke sharp, and Fernando Haro said, you know what, I'm not going to take that away from him. I'm going to go forward. They went 21 and change, and he was right up on top of that speed, able to go by your favorite, the 9. A heads-up ride, knowing that the 9 is the horse to beat, knowing that the 9 Super Quest was going to be fast, and he had to be close to that horse. Masterful ride by Fernando.
You like grooms all business. Did I hear Rajiv say 2-9?
He said 9-2.
No, 9-2? Oh, so he was he was way off. Grooms all business. Back-to-back in this Get Serious Stakes. 2-9, 6-10, 8. No excuses. Super Quest, who got hit hard late, 9-5 at post time, ran his race just run down by a better turf sprinter on this afternoon. Turf sprinters, that's what they're doing best. Richard Santulli, George Duarte, stakes win Churchill, stakes win Monmouth as grooms all best. Back-to-back in the Get Serious Stakes.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down Drain the Clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, Father's Day edition. Happy Father's Day again to everyone out there watching. Card in the books here at Belmont at the Big A and Battle of Normandy. Crafty ride by that man right there. Flavian Pratt putting this 4-year-old on the front end, and no one could catch him.
No. When the probably the best horse is able to control in a relatively paceless race, they're usually fairly hard to beat. And I think that's what, and we were talking off camera, because we thought Trip and Gold would be in front. You almost wonder if maybe Shug didn't want to go, or someone didn't want to go, or Flavian. And after the race, they got together and said, okay, maybe we didn't ride that one right. We're not going to make the same mistake in the 9th.
And this was a horse no one, you look at the past performances,
cannot predict him on the front.
Would think would be in front. But no, Flavian Pratt, he does this quite often. One of the absolute best in the game. And a gate-to-wire win here. Battle of Normandy now, 2nd win on the grass, 9 career starts. And first start back on the grass, and that's his surface. His comeback race got washed off, unfortunately. Beats a good group here, too, pretty easily.
He did. He absolutely dominated. And once he got to the front, you felt like you wished you took that 2-1 on him. And it was just a very good ride by a very good rider.
Carryover, 43,000 plus in the pick 6 into next week. So we have that to look forward to.
Yeah, Thursday's card's fun. Already done the work on that. If we have some extra time, we can do a little talking horses, you and I, on Thursday's card.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, can't wait.
All right, we'll do the best we can to try and come up with some winners for that program.
We might be on the show next week. Are we on Talking Horse together next week?
I believe Thursday we are.
Cool.
Yeah. I thought you just said that.
No, I was saying we could do a preview here.
Oh,
you might not have
okay,
done your
okay.
work yet. You're not quite as deranged as I am. You have kids and a life. I have nothing.
Yeah, I'm a crammer the night before. Get Serious Day. It looked like the Speedster Super Quest for Marcassi Antonio Gallardo was gone in this race, and all of a sudden he gets reeled in by Grooms All Business.
And maybe Grooms All Business was best here, but I have a feeling if our friend the Mig was sitting next to us, he would have said, the rider on the speed horse, he was just waiting for other horses, you know? He allowed that horse into the race. Open him up. Use that speed.
$9.60, Grooms All Business, 6 wins, 13 tries on the lawn for Ari Duarte Jr., Fernando O'Hara, Colts Neck Stables. Your winner, Super Quest, has to wind up with 2nd as the favorite. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Betta Rose's coming out party for a seed, who now makes it 3 in a row, and maybe a new player in this filly and mare sprint division. We'll take a look back next.
National
Good to have you with us on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, the crew out in Monmouth as well. Our program brought to you in part where you can play all the races we show you and much more. NYRA Bets, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus they offer. With that code for new members, match 200 at nyrabets.com. Play with us all summer long and beyond. ABR race of the week, it happened yesterday. Wide open group in the Filly and Mare Sprint Division. Grade 2 Bed of Roses. And kind of a new face stepping up and getting the first graded stakes win of her career.
Yeah, Juddmonte filly, and I think thinking back to that former, who I can't name, Paula Silver Lining was a very good sprinter that Juddmonte purchased that Chad Brown had. Now, I don't know if she's quite as good as Paula Silver Lining, but she is improving, and that's the mark of a good trainer. They get horses to improve, and she's finally starting to live up to her hype beforehand, winning a graded stake here. She got a fortunate trip, caused a little trouble at the start, which really hurt the second place finisher, able to get better position and out-finish a horse who may have run a better race. But that's what happens in horse racing some. And I'll tell you something else, the two of them finished way ahead of the rest of them.
Yeah, it was a long way back to third, no question. 3 in a row now for a seed. No question, you go back, look at the start of this race. Compromise beginning for the runner-up in here certainly cost her, but
doesn't mean the seed didn't run well.
Yeah, still ran very well, 3 wins in a row, and where was everyone else in here? It was really these two separating themselves from the pack. Chad Brown, here he is on his filly, who is on the improve, no question.
I have to give the team at Juddmonte a lot of credit because we gave her some time off after last year, and not only did they keep her in training, but they rehabbed her and sent her back just so much better. I mean, the horse is moving super all winter, and I'm not surprised that she's able to regain her form from early in her career. We had a little chat in the paddock saying, she's so much sharper and faster this year, like, just break running, and if someone wants to pass you, like, make them go to do it. He executed it perfect, and I'm so proud that on the inside she showed a lot of courage to go through there and re-rally again, and hopefully she keeps progressing.
Now look at what that man has done in this race. Pretty good one. Good night, Olive. Won it back in 2023. Separation of powers.
Her last career start. Win. I know somebody who may have been encouraging her to be aggressive with that. I'm not going to name any names.
Who's sitting in that seat right there?
Maybe.
We'll see. This division, obviously, we've talked about it going into that race yesterday, too. There's two that seem to be sort of head and shoulders above the rest. Alvastar, Vava. Can this filly, if she keeps progressing, get there?
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll see. And Chad Brown was talking about it and saying, he could train her up the honorable miss. I mean, to the ballerina, but it's a long ways away. It's over 2 months away. Get another race to her. We'll see what happens. And Vava obviously has run the big races, and she's very, very good. And they're going to have to improve to beat her. But it doesn't mean they can't, and sometimes they get better, and maybe Vava takes a step back. But right now, Vava and Alvastar, they are the two leaders of this division. They're the fastest horses.
Yeah, who we saw on Kentucky Derby Day going head-to-head. We'll see if they have another battle coming up this summer. Likely they will, but maybe some new faces being thrown into the mix against that group. So congratulations to Chad Brown, his team, Juddmonte as well, and a seed who now makes it 3 in a row. We're going to take a timeout. We still have the nightcap to come from Monmouth when we return on our Father's Day coverage. We'll get into the 11th and finale when we return. Condition claiming race, 6 furlong sprint to close things out at Oceanport.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Buy in July. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. A catalog packed with precocious yearlings by the nation's best sires, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2024. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Carson's Run, Candy, and Go Rocket Ride, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, That son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Now, those are hallowed grounds. Our program brought to you in part, and we're proud of it, by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, and that is a tour that my partner here is taking.
I'll tell you something. You know, in a similar way that Saratoga is a track that brings people into racing and creates new fans, I would say that Claiborne Farm is a place to visit that will make you a better fan. I first went there in 1994. I'd gone to Keeneland for the meet in the spring, and I didn't know really anybody in racing. Called up and made an appointment. Got somebody to show me around, and 49er was there, Seeking the Gold. Danzig was still there. It was actually before Lure got there. Easy Goer was still alive.
Wow.
Believe It was there. It was one of my favorite horses who ran behind Affirmed and Alidar. And it's just, for me, it was a living museum of so many great horses I had seen run. I had seen horses break their maidens. I had seen them win big stake races. And I think for fans of the game, to get that close to the horses, it really is a great way to make you appreciate the horses and the game much more. Going to that private cemetery where, I mean, I saw Obeah's grave, some just great horses from the past. It really is. Claiborne Farm is an incredible, like almost a living museum, and in some cases some dead horses as well, of the history of the game. And I can't recommend enough, if you're in Lexington, Go to the horse farms, Lexington, Claiborne, but other places as well. It's just a great way to love the game even more.
Yeah, we say it a lot, and it's true. You can't talk about the history of this sport without mentioning Claiborne and the impact that they have had.
Question.
We still have one to come up at Monmouth. We'll get to it in a moment. Big day yesterday. Stakes packed Saturday afternoon. And maybe a new player in this 3-year-old division, the Pegasus, prep for the Haskell. And Tuscan Sky, great trip, takes advantage.
But he got a 99 buyer, and I think, we were sort of disagreeing with Paulie after the show, but I think maybe we were a little harsh. He ran extremely well in here. I think we were focusing more on the sort of odd trips that other horses got, including Domestic Product, who finished second. But this horse ran. He really ran a 99 buyer, and he showed that he can run a fast race on a dry track. Because prior to that, his 2 races that were fast were on wet tracks. Whether or not he's going to have tougher circumstance to produce this effort, I don't know. But, his 99 buyer is 2 points lower than Dornoch ran. And Dornoch ran a much better race. He was involved in a very fast pace, blah, 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 blah. Having said that, he's run 4 times. Why would we discount him? And also for a trainer who knows how to win big races.
Yeah, there's still a lot of upside with this horse. Yeah, relatively lightly raced at this point. And a man who knows how to win the big one in the summer at Saratoga.
Yes.
Javier Castellano.
He's won a lot of them now, whether or not. And Todd Pletcher's won a lot of big races as well, Saratoga and elsewhere. Todd's had a lot of success here. Magna graduate, I guess Verrazano, probably the best of that group. King for a Day beat Maximum Security in that race. The only horse to finish ahead of him at that point in his career. We'll see what Tuscan Sky does. Going will get tougher, but he's got to be pointing towards the Haskell. And, as of now, Fierceness is pointing there, and I know that we all hope he gets there. But I think there have to be some question marks if he is going to get there, considering everything that's gone on.
Yeah, another big performance of the Haskell, and then the big one we're talking about, the Travers, obviously, and Javier Castellanos won 7 of them. And we'll see if he retains this mount, if the horse can take him there. Look at all the stakes winners from yesterday in that Saturday program. Tax Implications winning, and really Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher pretty dominant.
They did pretty well in these races. It was nice of them to let Shug win a race with Fort Washington. Dead heat. He wasn't going to let him win it by himself. Tax Implications really stepped forward. She's been a massive disappointment. Not bad, but just not really that good. And she finally got her second win, 94 buyer. Only a 94 buyer for Bright Future, but I wouldn't want to make too much of that figure because he's not a miler. He's probably more of a 1.25 mile horse, which isn't a bad thing to be with the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he didn't run badly last year. He showed, though, because he wasn't doing any running whatsoever coming the stretch. You and I kind of thought he could be last coming the stretch, that he kicked in later. So I don't think his final figure is that important in that situation. And I have to imagine they're looking to come to the Whitney's next start, and we hope he takes that step forward. We want those races to be full of good horses, and hopefully it will be.
And that was his first start back of the year, too, to be able to do that. And apparently Connections sound like they were not surprised at all. He'd been training like that. They were expecting that kind of effort.
I think they were surprised when they saw him top of the stretch. Yes. He was able to win the race because you'd have to be Nostradamus to predict a win by him top of the stretch.
Monmouth closing out this Father's Day card with a 6-furlong sprint. Non-winners of a race in the last year, dating back to December 16th. 8-5 favorite. That is the 7 in here. Motion to strike. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, and I'm solo on the desk here for the last day here on Father's Day. And what a day it's been here at the Jersey Shore. Absolutely gorgeous. 30,000 people in tow. And yes, we're on to the last race here, race number 11. And, you know, when you look at the 7 here, Motion to Strike, this horse was 90 cents on the dollar last time. And I remember I had singled this horse in every one of my tickets. The horse completely laid over. And I remember telling to myself, man, this horse is only 90 cents on the dollar. I thought the horse should have been like 1-2 on the major drop last time. This horse dropped to 5,000, now bumping up to 8. So, again, the way this kind of race shape plays out, I do think the 7's the one to beat, but I cannot trust this horse. I did not love that last race. Haro Randon was really trying as much as he could, and Abdel Boca Chica will be aboard. Now, the 3 you're seeing on your screen, Vikram, I like this horse a little bit. You know, kind of got back a little bit into form, does have a couple wins here, is cutting back in distance. The worry is this horse has had some gait issues, like a lot of other horses in here have had some gait issues. When you look at this race, the 1, he is bona fide. I mean, could open up 5 or 6 down the backside. There is no pace in this race. So I'm hoping that the 3 can maybe stay a tiny bit close. The 5 in here, Big Save. horse that's been not a good gate horse the last 3 times, and you're getting Eduardo Jones and Sammy Camacho. I don't know if you want to take that at 2-1 either, but maybe that's just, I guess, what this field is about here, Greg. You know, this is a tough field to look at. It's tough to take the 7 and 8 to 5. It's tough to take the 5 at 2-1. That's why I landed at the 3 at 4-1. And I think the 2, Notion to Tap It, I don't know if he's good enough, but I think Madison Oliver, might have this horse in the right spot.
Can we just say thank you, Paulie, for sticking around for the last race? I don't know where those other guys are.
Yeah, Rajiv and Lafika completely bailed on Paulie.
They're on a limo. They're on a limo.
Paulie, what are you waiting for? Somebody pull you in a wagon back to your place?
I got a tricycle, Andy.
And you need to stick around for the get-out race, too. Hopefully it pays off. We'll see what happens here in this finale. 11th from Monmouth, Matt Dinnerman, the call.
Mix goes in. Motion to strike to the outside post. Here's motion to strike. Motion to strike goes in. We're ready to go in the finale. And let off. Notion to Tap It got squeezed a little bit coming out of there. Is at the back of the field. He is bona fide. Shoots to a 2-length lead early. Mundo Mix, motion to striker side by side. Big save in the 4th position. 5 lengths off the pace. Another 5 to Vikram, second to last. Notion to Tap It is well out of it. A strung out group of 6 led by He Is Bona Fide, who steps on the gas with a half-mile to go. A 2-length lead for him. Mundo Mix on a hold running in second. Big save makes his way into third. Motion to strike needs to turn it around. Is being pushed upon in 4th now as the top 4 start to bunch up. The Notion to Tap It, Vikram well out of it. He Is Bona Fide, loses the lead, goes in the wrong direction. He calls it a day, and Mundo Mix is in front. Big save sent along in second with Motion to Strike, who reclaims the 2nd position. Big save retreats to 3rd, then He Is Bona Fide, top of the stretch. Mundo Mix well ahead with a commanding lead, a 3-length cushion and a furlong to go. Motion to Strike attempts to get closer, but Mundo Mix is well clear. He's 4 ahead now with a 16th to go, and there are no dangers in sight. Mundo Mix and Carlos Rojas win the nightcap convincingly. Motion to Strike was 2nd, Big Save 3rd, and Vikram was 4th.
Okay, my horse run awful, but on a Father's Day, someone just got a gift, because Mundo Mix went into the gate at 14-1, Greg Wolf, and just won this race at 5-2 in a canter. I'm trying to explain this to myself, but this is a horse that's been 7th by 18.5 lengths last time out, but went by these horses like they were tied to a tree at 5-2. But there's your Father's Day gift, whoever had that horse. Greg?
And this horse is the 4th choice of 6 in doubles. And it's a considerable 6-1 in doubles.
We were looking at the morning line, 15-1 morning line. Apparently going into the gate was pretty close to that. And then just got absolutely hammered at the last moment, going off at 5-2. And there was no recent form for this horse.
Tina Cole Davis was too, to be fair, Greg. You know, for 21 this year. Thanks, Paulie. I'm with you. Wow. Well, it was 40-1 last time, to be fair.
Incredibly hard to find, and even if this horse wins and you have the horse, you have to say, where'd my price go?
Not for somebody. This horse wasn't hard to find, apparently.
Wow. Mundo Mix closing out this Father's Day program out at the Jersey Shore. Let's go back to earlier today. Stakes action here in South Ozone Park, New York. New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid Division. And a horse who, there were question marks. Can he sprint on the grass? He had a trip where he had to wait and wait and wait behind horses. In the end, Big Torpedo just way too good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, ultimately he saved ground and he was there and he's just better than these horses. But I think one of the things also is, and Eric Cancel rode this horse perfectly. He hustled out of the gate, he got position, and did the slower pace help him? Well, I don't know. Did it really help him? Because he's a kind of closing type, at least 6 furlongs, and he had to use some energy to be in position. They were going slow up front. I mean, he was the best horse on paper, but he just embarrassed these horses on the racetrack.
Turf Sprint, named a spectacular bid.
Well, did he stand in New York at one time? Might have. Such
It's an exciting horse for Tom Morley.
No, really. I actually watched the race with Tom. He was in the office. We watched it together. I told him he should watch more races there. Might be a good spot for him. Hopefully he won't go 0 for 15 after that. But this is a good horse. We were talking for the race. Normally this race would be at Belmont Park, and I believe it'd be 7 furlongs. And Tom and I sort of both agreed. He'd be like 1-9 at 7 furlongs on the Widener at Belmont, but a little bit different in a 6 furlong race in here, and he won like he should have been 1-9.
Exciting horse. Who they ran on dirt a little bit too, and he's actually run okay.
But no, you're right. He's a good. Yeah. He's got some dirt talent, but he's very, very good on the turf. And this is a nice, exciting horse. I wish Tom luck with him.
Yeah, well done with this horse. We are back next Thursday, 1 Eastern start time. What an incredible couple of weeks we have had, and we're back to Saratoga in just a few more weeks. But we're going to close out very strong with these final 3 weeks of action here in South Ozone Park.
Racing has been great all 3 days this weekend, and there's going to be much more good racing to come. I understand it's not Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, but we've got a lot of very good racing to come here. 3 more weeks before we head to Saratoga, so stick around. There's good stuff happening.
And I know we just briefly talked about them. Potentially, we've seen no massive standout horses in this 3-year-old division. Fierceness aside, who's a little unreliable. Is there a new player in this division now?
Maybe,
Pegasus?
and listen, the 3-year-old division is nothing if not wide open at this point.
We'll see you next Thursday, 1 Eastern start time on our FS2 coverage. Get serious, winner. It was an upset getting by the Speedster. Super Quest, Grooms All Business with the win. And how about that Pegasus performance from Tuscan Sky on to the Haskell and potentially a date with his stablemate, the 2-year-old champ Fierceness. They came out in droves. Father's Day always special in Oceanport, New Jersey at Monmouth. We'll see you next week.